Official Li sat upright in the middle of the hall, his eyes fixed on the main gate and his brows tightly furrowed. The steward stood respectfully to one side with his hands folded and reported everything that had happened at Drunken Moon House from beginning to end, without leaving out a single word. After the steward finished, Official Li pondered for a moment before slowly asking, "Are you certain the young lady truly struck him herself?" He could not tell whether his precious daughter had genuinely come to her senses, or was merely putting on an act to fool everyone. The steward hurriedly nodded. "Master, I saw all of it with my own eyes. I have not spoken a single false word." Just then a familiar figure appeared outside the door, but Official Li remained seated, his face cold. He knew how hot-tempered he was, and feared that the moment he opened his mouth, he would be unable to stop himself from scolding his daughter. The figure came closer, and with a thud, Miss Lees dropped to her knees before her father. "Father, your daughter knows she was wrong." As she spoke, her bright eyes had regained their former lively spirit. Official Li finally could not hold back his laughter. He sprang to his feet, walked over, and helped her up. "Good, good, good, good. This is how a daughter of the Li family should be. We dare to act and dare to bear the consequences. We can turn heaven and earth upside down, but we can also distinguish gratitude from grievance clearly." The system reminded Xiao Miaozu. "Host, didn't you say you were going to return the fan to the 8th prince today? He gave it to me. When did that happen?" The system had clearly stayed awake for about 8 hours. How could anything have happened without it knowing? "Today, when he glanced at me." "What, one glance? He only looked at you once, and you got that much information from it? You don't understand. We were communicating in a secret code." "You two," Xiao Miaozu snorted proudly, thrust out her chest and raised her chin. The system truly could not understand, and felt as though its mind had disappeared into a fog. As soon as Xiao Miaozu stepped through the courtyard gate, she saw Master Xiao, Madame Xiao, and Liu Yuanyang eating in the main hall. She strolled over, and the steward tactfully ordered another set of bowls and chopsticks to be laid out. "Well, what direction is the wind blowing from today? An unfilial son like me actually came back to the residence in time for dinner, yet second brother and third brother are nowhere to be seen. How improper. Father, aren't you going to discipline them?" Liu Yuanyang hurriedly smiled to smooth things over. "Eldest young master, you misunderstand. Mioi has been feeling troubled lately, so he went out for a walk to clear his mind." Every word clearly carried an insinuation. Master Xiao immediately glared at Xiao Miaozu. Why was Xiao Miai so upset that he had to go out and distract himself? Was it not because Xiao Miaozu had refused to help him during the recent spring examination? The thought made a lump of anger rise in Master Xiao's chest again. "You still have the nerve to criticize them? How long has it been since you came home and ate a proper meal?" Xiao Miaozu picked up a pork rib, chewed a few mouthfuls, and replied, "Father, even when I do come home, no one leaves me so much as a mouthful of hot food. Anyone who didn't know better might think the Xiao residence was so poor that we had nothing to eat." Madame Xiao, sitting to one side, remained cold and indifferent. She did not care whether Xiao Miaozu went hungry. In her mind now, her only son was Xiao Mioming. Master Xiao was somewhat puzzled. The Xiao residence might not be immensely wealthy, but it certainly was not so poor that they had nothing to eat. Liu Yuanyang spoke in a soft, aggrieved voice. "Master, meals in this residence have always been served at fixed times, and our food and clothing expenses must be kept within proper limits. You entrusted the household management to me, so naturally I must be diligent and frugal and avoid wasting food. If eldest young master wants to eat anything, he need only tell the kitchen to prepare it. I have always devoted myself wholeheartedly to the Xiao residence. How could I dare neglect anything, even in the slightest? I truly have been wronged." As soon as she finished, Liu Yuanyang's eyes began to redden. "Enough. This entire household depends on Yuanyang to manage everything. What could a rebellious son like you possibly understand?" Master Xiao could never bear to see Liu Yuanyang cry. Just then, the steward hurried in and leaned close to whisper a few words in Master Xiao's ear. "Master, something terrible has happened. Second young master and third young master have both been escorted to the prefectural office." "What?" Master Xiao's expression changed instantly. Xiao Miaozu pretended to be shocked. "Father, what happened? Why were second brother and third brother taken to the authorities?" Master Xiao glared at her angrily. "Isn't it because you set such a bad example for them every day?" With that, he sprang to his feet. "I have to hurry to the prefectural office and find out exactly what happened. Master, you must save Ming'er. He has always been sensible and obedient." The moment Madame Xiao heard that Xiao Miaming had been arrested, her vision went dark. Liu Yuanyang also jumped up in panic and began sobbing. Master, what are we going to do? Nothing can happen to Yer. The two women wailed and lamented in turn. The two women wailed back and forth, making such a racket that Master Xiao's head spun. Xiao Miaozu leisurely set down her chopsticks. Father, don't be in such a hurry. Who knows? There may be some misunderstanding. I'll go with you and see whether I can help. Only then did Master Xiao remember that Xiao Miaozu was, after all, a minor official. He did not refuse to let her accompany him. The story went back to about 4 hours earlier. Xiao Miaming had just entered a secluded little courtyard when he faintly heard someone crying and begging for help. No! Help! Please spare Xiaohe! It was clearly Miss Xiaohe's voice. A deafening buzz exploded in Xiao Miaming's head. He could not bear to imagine what kind of humiliation the woman he treasured was suffering. Uncontrollable fury flared inside him, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He charged into the room like a maddened wild boar that had smelled blood. The instant the door flew open, an unmistakably intimate, heated atmosphere struck him in the face. Inside, two people had their clothes in disarray. Xiaohe stared at him in utter panic, looking so delicate and pitiful that his heart nearly shattered. The wild man beside her still had his back to Xiao Miaming and was bare from the waist up. At the sight, Xiao Miaming's rage immediately blazed to its peak. In the confusion, before he could even see who the man was, he grabbed the teapot from the table and hurled it with all his strength. With a dull crack, the teapot arched through the air and struck the man squarely in the back of the head. It did not hit a vital point, but it was enough to split his scalp and send blood running down his face. Ah! Xiaohe screamed in fright at the sight of the blood. Xiao Miao had originally come to see Xiao and confide in her. He had never expected that, while he was being intimate with his woman, the door would suddenly be kicked open, and he would be attacked before he could even get a word out. His fury erupted. He lunged at the intruder, grappling and fighting with equal viciousness. Stop fighting! Please stop! Xiao stood to one side, anxiously, trying to break them apart. While the two men were locked in a struggle and neither could gain the upper hand, they accidentally slammed into her. She cried out in pain and fell hard to the floor. That scream jolted both men awake. Only then did Xiao Miaming finally see that the man in front of him was none other than Xiao Miao. Second brother, why is it you? Xiao Miaming froze. Xiao Miao also stopped, panting hard, his eyes bulging with rage. This brat had attacked before even figuring out what was going on. Save me, my stomach hurts so badly. Xiao Hei's anguished cries echoed through the room. Her face was as white as paper, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. The violent pain made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Her once beautiful skirt had been soaked through with fresh blood, the horrifying bright red rapidly spreading across the pale fabric. My lord. Our child. Xiao's gaze swept over both Xiao Miaming and Xiao Miaowei, filled with overwhelming grief. She had still been hoping to use this child to climb into a wealthy household. Xiao lay in a pool of blood, her breathing already as faint as a thread. Xiao Miaming and Xiao Miai stood rooted to the spot. They had killed someone. They had really killed someone. Xiao Miai's face turned deathly pale. He initially reached out to help Xiao Hup, but the moment he saw that glaring blood he found it unbearably unlucky and drew his hand back at the last instant. Xiao Miaming stood there in a daze. At the words, our child, shock and disbelief flooded his heart. He and Xiao Hei had a child together. Yet second brother had gone and stolen the woman he loved most. His heart felt as though it had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Just then, a sentence suddenly flashed through his mind. If you and Xiao Miaowei both fell for the same person, would he really give her up to you? The second brother he had always respected so deeply had slept with his woman. And if Xiao Hei was pregnant, why had she never told him? Could it be? Xiao Miaming clutched his head, unable to digest the brutal truth. While the two men still had no idea how to face what had happened, uninvited visitors arrived outside. By coincidence, a patrol of government soldiers was passing nearby and heard the sounds of fighting. The moment the door opened, they saw Xiao Hei lying on the ground, her life or death uncertain. Arrest them all. 4 members of the Xiao family hurried to the Bianjing prefectural office. The guards there saw that Xiao Miaozu had come with them and, out of consideration for her position, allowed them inside to visit. The moment Xiao Miaming and Xiao Miaoye, locked in the jail, saw Master Xiao enter, they looked as though they had found a lifeline. Both pressed themselves against the bars, faces twisted with panic as they cried out, Father, hurry and get us out! What exactly happened? They say the two of you killed someone. Is that true or not? The two brothers tearfully recounted what had happened. After hearing the whole story, Master Xiao's face darkened until it was nearly black. Master Xiao's brows were knitted tightly. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that his two sons would dare do something so outrageous, not only sharing the same woman, but causing such an earth-shattering scandal over it. Xiao Miaozu asked inwardly, "System, what exactly happened with those two? Did they really cause a death?" "No. The woman called Xiao He suffered a ruptured corpus luteum. When those two were fighting, they crashed into her and she lost the baby in her womb. She passed out because she lost too much blood. That is why those two thought she was dead." The system paused. "Host, does this have anything to do with you? What do you think?" "Host, it is not as though you have the ability to get someone pregnant." Even after saying that, the system still sounded somewhat doubtful. Out of the corners of their eyes, the two brothers suddenly noticed Xiao Miaozu standing outside with her arms folded. When they met her narrowed, smiling eyes, a chill ran from their heels all the way to the tops of their heads. Everything had happened far too coincidentally, as if an invisible hand had been manipulating it all. "Father, it was Xiao Miaozu. He is the one who framed us." Xiao Miaoai trembled as he pointed straight at Xiao Miaozu. Xiao Miaozu looked at him with deep disappointment and sighed. "Second brother, how can you make such a malicious accusation? I have no interest in women called Big He, Little He, or anything of the sort. I am buried in official business every day. Where would I find time for such petty nonsense? You, on the other hand, came to take the spring examination and still needed someone else to sit it for you. Then you and third brother fought over the same woman. That is hardly something to be proud of. How will you face the ancestors of the Xiao family in the future?" Xiao Mioi sputtered. "Father, you must not believe him. He must be behind this." Xiao Mioi had a little cunning, but unfortunately he could not produce a shred of solid evidence now. "If you insist that I framed you, then I will take my leave." Shmiaozu yawned lazily. "Father, I put aside our old grievances and came here to help, but someone clearly has no idea how to appreciate it. Do not blame me as an elder brother for refusing to lend a hand. I am going back to the residence to sleep. I still have to attend morning court tomorrow." Seeing her two younger brothers in such a miserable state left Xiao Miaozu thoroughly satisfied. She turned around and headed back to the residence. Seeing Xiao Miaozu leave after being provoked like that made Master Xiao's expression even uglier. He shouted coldly, "Enough! Stop making such a racket. If Miaozu had not used his position to help this time, we probably would not even have been allowed through the prison doors. You clearly blamed him unfairly." Xiao Mioming was unusually silent this time and did not join Xiao Miaoye in accusing Xiao Miaozu. Heavy footsteps suddenly sounded outside the cell, drawing closer and closer until a jailer in official uniform appeared at the prison entrance. He was the man responsible for guarding the jail. He swept an indifferent glance over the Xiao family and said stiffly, "Visiting time is over. Leave at once." Liu Yuanyang hurriedly reached into her sleeve, took out a silver ingot, and shoved it into the jailer's hand, hoping he would make an exception and let them stay a little longer. Unexpectedly, after taking the silver, the jailer still refused to do anything for them and firmly ordered everyone out. "How can a prefectural runner behave like this? You took the silver but refused to do the favor. Be careful or I will report you to the prefect." Liu Yuanyang stamped her foot and shouted angrily. The jailer was not intimidated in the slightest. He sneered, "Save your breath. If not for official Xiao's face, do you think you could have entered this place so easily? All of you, get out!" At those words, Xiao Miaoi's face instantly went white as paper. He looked at his father in terror and cried, "Father, don't go! Hurry and find a way to get me out. I don't want to go to prison." He was even more afraid than before that Xiao Miaozu might secretly do something to harm him. Master Xiao himself felt as though he were sitting on hot coals. Both of his sons had been thrown into jail. How was he supposed to handle this? Suddenly, he remembered what the jailer had just said. It seemed that only Xiao Miaozu had enough influence to get them out of this legal trouble. He hurriedly comforted his son. "Son, endure one night here for now. Father will immediately go find your eldest brother and make him think of a way to get both of you out." When Master Xiao turned to leave, Xiao Miaoi trembled and shrank into a cold corner of the wall. Only then did Xiao Mioming speak in a gloomy voice. "Second brother, Xiao He is the woman I love. Why did you touch her? You went too far. I have always treated you as my own flesh and blood. Yet you still did something this outrageous." Xiao Miaoi jerked his head up at Xiao Mioming, his anger flaring as well. "Your woman? She is clearly my woman. Why do you think I went to the trouble of arranging that little courtyard for her?" Xiao Mioming was struck speechless. "Didn't you say you only wanted to give her a temporary place to stay?" Xiao Miaoi gave a cold laugh. "Xiao He has been with me for a long time. I have not even begun to hold you accountable yet. How dare you get involved with my woman? No. That can't be true. Xiao told me the person she loved was me. She said she only regarded you as the benefactor who saved her life. It was rare for Xiao Miuming to dare contradict Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao's mind worked extremely quickly. Xiao He was already ruined anyway. It would be utterly foolish to damage the brotherly relationship he had worked so hard to build with Xiao Miuming for the sake of a woman like her. As for whom Xiao He truly loved, he did not care in the slightest. Xiao Miuming was still useful to him. His expression immediately changed to one of grief, and his eyes reddened. Xiao said exactly the same thing to me. That wretched woman deceived me. She deceived both of us. Xiao Miuming finally came to a shocked realization. How could that be? A crafty gleam flashed through Xiao Mia's eyes. He reached out and slapped Xiao Miuming firmly on the shoulder. Third brother, we are the closest of brothers. We must never let that wretched woman drive a wedge between us. Xiao Miuming tentatively asked, then second brother, if you and I both fell in love with the same woman, would you be willing to give her up to me? Of course. Xiao Miao answered with complete certainty and seriousness. Third brother, as long as she is someone you like, no matter how deeply I love her, second brother will definitely yield her to you. You are my own younger brother. Second brother, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Xiao Miuming breathed a sigh of relief. He really should not have believed Xiao Miaozu's words, sowing discord between them. Suddenly, the jailer outside shouted impatiently, "What are you making such a racket for? If you keep arguing, don't blame me for being rude." Only then did the two brothers obediently shut their mouths. Master Xiao, his heart burning with anxiety, hurried to Xiao Miaozu's courtyard to ask her to save her two younger brothers as soon as possible. Yet Xiao Miaozu had shut her door tightly and left Steward Wu with only one instruction. If there was anything to discuss, it could wait until tomorrow. A shadow fell across the papered door outside, and the door shook repeatedly, but there was absolutely no sign that it would open. Master, eldest young master made it very clear. He has morning court tomorrow and needs a quiet night's sleep. He will not receive anyone. Master Xiao was given a complete shutout at the door. Anger choked in his throat, but he had no standing to lose his temper. He flung his sleeve in frustration. The moment he wakes, report it to me immediately. Early the next morning, the instant there was the slightest movement inside Xiao Miaozu's room, Steward Wu rushed off at full speed to report to Master Xiao. Xiao Miaozu stretched. In the middle of the night, her muscles and tendons had cramped, and in her half-asleep state she had made the system massage her for a full hour. System, have I escaped this sickly constitution yet? Host, you need to work harder at gathering gossip. Your current stat is -76. You are gradually advancing toward a delicate willow swaying in the wind constitution. What difference does that make? Of course there is a difference. A sickly constitution looks like someone who falls ill at the slightest thing. Last time you stood in the sun for only a little while and got heatstroke. With a delicate willow swaying in the wind constitution, at least you look a little more like a living person. Fine. Thinking about it, Xiao Miaozu had to admit that was true. Then she suddenly remembered an extremely serious problem. System, will I get my period? You are worrying far too early. Your body has not finished being transformed, so that is still a long way off. Phew! Xiao Miaozu let out a breath of relief. The later the better. Otherwise, where was she supposed to find menstrual cloths in her current situation? Wait, system. Shouldn't my stat be -75? Host, I massaged you for about an hour last night until my hands were exhausted. Asking for 1 life point is not too much, is it? What do you even need life points for? The system hemmed and hawed. Fine. I already told you I'm not giving you any. Instantly, a burst of brilliant 7-colored fireworks exploded inside Xiao Miaozu's mind. Creak. Master Xiao happened to arrive just then. Miaozu, you're awake? Breakfast is already prepared in the residence. Your concubine Liu went to a great deal of trouble to make it herself. Eat something before you go to morning court. Xiao Miaozu thought. She is that kind-hearted? Maybe she poisoned it. Miaozu, Yuanyang is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding between the two of you. For your father's sake, can this matter end here? Xiao Miaozu had the system inspect the food thoroughly, and only dared swallow after it confirmed there was no poison. She lowered her head and ate her porridge without saying a word. How could the grievances between her and Liu Yuanyang, and with this entire Xiao family, possibly be erased by one light sentence? Sitting to one side, Master Xiao brought up the previous night again. Xiao Miaozu put on an extremely troubled expression. Father, it isn't that I don't want to help. Second brother is the one who clearly doesn't want my help. Miaozu, for the sake of the fact that they are your younger brothers, think of a way to get them out. This truly is very difficult. Miaozu, you are still a court official. As long as you are willing to step forward, your younger brothers will certainly be released. Xiao Miaozu thought, why doesn't this old man simply say I'm the Heavenly King himself while he's at it? I'm only a tiny 7th rank official, insignificant as a sesame seed. Does he really think I can summon wind and rain? Father, I do want to help, but right now I do not have a single coin to my name. I'm completely broke. The system said, Host, under the laws of this dynasty, doesn't the Xiao family only need to pay some silver in compensation? They would be released in 3 days anyway. Why are you saying it is difficult? Xiao Miaozu thought, this cheap father of mine is always looking for shortcuts and bargains. I happen to be broke, so I may as well squeeze something out of him. Sure enough, Master Xiao's face twisted as if a piece of flesh had been carved from him. Miaozu, the Xiao family owns a shop on 2nd Street by the West Gate. You are grown now. We truly cannot leave you with nothing to your name. Liu Yuanyang's face darkened. Master, didn't you promise to leave that shop to Yer? Xiao Miaozu pretended not to hear, and leisurely blew on her still steaming bowl of porridge. What do you know? The most important thing now is getting Yer out of the jail. Master Xiao snapped at Liu Yuanyang. Typical woman, long hair, short on sense. Liu Yuanyang knew perfectly well that rescuing her son was the urgent priority, but she truly did not want to hand even a single coin of family property to Xiao Miaozu. That was a prosperous shop that practically minted gold. It should all have been left to Yer. Miaozu, don't lower yourself to quarrel with concubine Liu. Take the shop. It is just that your younger brothers. Concubine Liu, please don't be angry. How would I dare argue with you? I will shamelessly accept the shop then. As for my younger brothers, don't worry. I will definitely think of a way. Xiao Miaozu swiftly snatched up the shop deed, stuffed it inside her robe, and even patted the spot a few times to make sure it was secure. Father, if there is nothing else, I will go to court first. Go, go, go. Just remember the matter with your younger brothers. Xiao Miaozu had barely hopped down from her carriage when the 8th prince's carriage happened to arrive as well. She deliberately slowed herself down, lingering and swaying beside the carriage, occasionally kicking at invisible pebbles while waiting and waiting. At last a tall, imposing figure entered her sight. Good morning, Your Highness. Xiao Miaozu's lips curled into a broad grin. Good morning, Official Xiao. The man's deep voice carried the faint laziness of early morning, making one think of a lion that had only just woken from sleep. Oh my, that voice, that charm. I want to give birth to his son right here on the spot. The 8th prince had gradually become thick-skinned enough to get used to Xiao Miaozu's outrageous thoughts. She trotted after him and walked shoulder to shoulder with him the entire way. That day, the civil and military officials did not need to remain gathered together at court. Each could return to his own government office to handle official business. By ordinary logic, Xiao Miaozu should have headed first to the Ministry of Rights or the Music Bureau. Your Highness, where should I go now? Follow me. They entered a palace building. A row of spacious, impressive rooms came into view, and as she passed the doors, Xiao Miaozu vaguely saw quite a few familiar ministers bent over documents, reviewing memorials or writing with their brushes. This is the place His Majesty arranged for you. Your Highness, do you work in this room too? The 8th prince gave a slight nod and calmly sat at the desk to her right. Xiao Miaozu's whole body relaxed with delight. It felt exactly like drifting from odd job to odd job and suddenly discovering a close teammate assigned to the same squad. Ding. Check-in location successful. Reward, 1 life point. Xiao Miaozu copied his posture, sat cross-legged, rolled up her sleeves with great ceremony, dipped a brush in ink and scrawled a few characters. She proudly asked, System, what do you think of my handwriting? Doesn't it look like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing? Host, you had better practice more. Each character is huge and sprawls across the page like a crawling crab. Look at the 8th prince's handwriting. That is what neat and proper writing looks like. Oh my. Is my handwriting really that awful? She secretly slid her gaze to the right. Oh my. His writing looked as though it had been stamped from a mold, row after row of characters, orderly, fine, and meticulous across the small sheet. Xiao Miaozu's face fell. She hurriedly crumpled her own page into a ball, planning to find some deserted corner and destroy the evidence herself. Rattle, rattle. Who knew what demonic gust of wind passed through just then? But the paper ball rolled away and slipped directly beneath the 8th prince's sleeve. Ha ha ha! The system's shameless laughter rang in her mind with particular cruelty. Xiao Miaozu was so embarrassed that all 10 toes curled hard enough to dig out 3 rooms and a hall. She wished she could crawl straight into the hole. She shrank her neck and secretly looked up at the 8th prince. The man's sharp gaze was fixed on the paper ball. Xiao Miaozu gritted her teeth and surrendered. Your Highness, that belongs to me. The corner of the 8th prince's mouth lifted in an almost imperceptible curve. He leisurely picked up the crumpled page. The moment he opened it, he could not stop himself from laughing aloud. Official Xiao's calligraphy truly has a style entirely its own. His low laughter sounded dangerously alluring. Flustered, Xiao Miaozu pinched her burning red ear. The heat seemed to keep rising for a long while afterward. Elsewhere, the Marquis of Zhenyuan had already changed into court robes and strode into the palace, heading straight for the imperial study. Your Majesty, this old minister has just captured an enemy spy alive. That villain somehow obtained a human skin mask and had the audacity to disguise himself as this old minister's grandson, intending to approach Chancellor Bai's beloved daughter. According to the thief's scheme, he not only meant to trifle with the Chancellor's daughter and cling to her, but also planned to exploit my household, the house of the Marquis of Zhenyuan, to bring disaster upon the court. Such ambition deserves death 10,000 times over. What grieves me most is my grandson. That beast imprisoned him in a dark secret chamber for several months. Every day he was thrown only one corn cake to stave off hunger. He became so thin that he was nothing but skin and bones, so haggard he was barely recognizable. Fortunately, we discovered it in time before a greater catastrophe could take shape. I beg your Majesty to investigate this enemy spy with strict justice. Old Marquis, rise. Your family was also wronged. I will certainly issue an order and send men to investigate the matter thoroughly. The Emperor gestured for the old Marquis to sit. After bowing and thanking him, the Marquis of Zhenyuan felt somewhat comforted and continued cautiously. Your Majesty, this old minister has one more wish. I would like to express my gratitude to someone who rendered me a great favor. Xiao Miaozu? Your Majesty already knows? The person the old Marquis wanted to thank was indeed official Xiao Miaozu. If he had not warned me in time, I fear my household might already have suffered total destruction. The Emperor asked, Did you hear something? At that question, the Marquis of Zhenyuan immediately understood. Choosing his words carefully, he replied, Your Majesty, official Xiao seems to possess something unusual about him. This old minister somehow seems able to see into his thoughts and know what he is thinking. The Emperor waved a hand, signaling him not to be so nervous. All the civil and military officials in the court can hear it. That boy has encountered some strange fortune. Everyone simply has a tacit understanding and pretends to see nothing and hear nothing. From now on, you should know how to conduct yourself as well. This old minister obeys. The Marquis of Zhenyuan hurriedly bowed with clasped hands. He could also sense the Emperor's meaning. His Majesty seemed deliberately to be protecting Xiao Miaozu and paving the way for her advancement. Thinking of the promising future of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's household, the old Marquis's eyes shifted as he weighed the matter from every angle. Finally, he boldly petitioned, Your Majesty, while I am here, this old minister dares ask for a good marriage on behalf of my granddaughter. Nianian? The Emperor said. You finally remembered that girl's lifelong marriage. You have delayed and hesitated for so long that she is already 23. The Emperor clearly remembered that the Marquis had a legitimate granddaughter, but unfortunately she had been frail and sickly since childhood. Every month, precious ginseng had to be decocted to nourish her body. Years ago, the Imperial Medical Bureau had gathered physicians to examine her pulse, and all of them concluded that Lin Nianian had been constitutionally deficient from birth and her foundation was badly weakened. They feared she would not enjoy a long life. Tell me, whom do you want to marry that girl to? This old minister believes official Xiao would be an excellent choice. Old Marquis, there is one matter you may not know. Xiao Miaozu has long carried a mysterious parasitic poison in his body. In marital matters, I fear he may find himself willing in heart but unable in body. The Emperor gave the hint as tactfully and elegantly as possible, certainly more pleasantly than the way Xiao Miaozu herself had publicly described the matter. There is such a thing? The Marquis of Zhenyuan stared so hard his jaw nearly dropped. When he had met Xiao Miaozu, the young man had seemed so lively and quick-witted. The Marquis had even carefully sent people to investigate the brat's family background. Everyone outside said the Xiao family's eldest young master was a spoiled wastrel from a noble household, arrogant, unruly, and impossible to tame. But the old Marquis had always prided himself on his eye for people. Xiao Miaozu was clearly a piece of uncut jade, not the useless good-for-nothing the rumors made him out to be. Yet even in his dreams he had never imagined this bizarre calamity. It seemed this marriage would need to be weighed very carefully. Better to return home first and sound out his granddaughter's wishes. Host, super explosive gossip. Throughout the entire room, every minister immediately pricked up his ears in perfect unison. What happened that has you so excited? Xiao Miaozu casually rubbed the black ink, clinging to her fingertips onto a sheet of paper. Unfortunately, the more she wanted to keep something clean, the more she would eventually discover that her hands and feet had somehow become smeared with ink. Host, it is a good show involving you. A happy event is about to arrive at your door. Me? Are you sure? Host, the Marquis of Zhenyuan just entered the palace, bowed his head to the floor, and begged His Majesty to grant a marriage. Go on, rack your brains and guess who. No. Impossible. Xiao Miaozu stared wide-eyed, still half-skeptical. Don't tell me they want to marry young Herr Lin to me. I'm not interested in skinny, sickly men. A burst of choking coughs immediately sounded throughout the room. The ministers were speechless. Anyone could figure it out with their toes. If someone was asking the emperor to grant Xiao Miaozu a marriage, it would be a female relative being betrothed to him. Official Xiao's brain truly seemed built differently from everyone else's. Only the Minister of Rites cast a meaningful sideways glance at the 8th prince, as though deliberately teasing him. The Minister of Rites' look seemed to say, the person in the 8th prince's dreams may soon be bringing a wife home. The system said, Host, your imagination has flown too high. It is Lin Nianian, the legitimate granddaughter of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's household. But Miss Lin has been frail and constitutionally weak from birth. Every month she has to rely on ginseng just to keep herself alive. At that, an image flashed through Xiao Miaozu's mind. A delicate beauty holding a silk handkerchief to her lips as she coughed softly, looking unbearably pitiable. So Lin Nianian is a real sister Lin. The delicate, sickly beauty type, is she pretty? According to the database analysis, Lin Nianian's appearance fulfills the aesthetic standards of the great majority of people. In short, she is an exceptional beauty. So I'm about to bring a wife home? Xiao Miaozu muttered inwardly, finding it novel. She was far more curious than genuinely interested in the prospect of marrying a wife. Lost in her own thoughts, Xiao Miaozu did not notice the atmosphere around her gradually changing. While everyone was pretending to look serious and burying their heads in official documents, she quietly slipped away from her seat. Host, where are you running off to? Going to pay respects to your future father-in-law? Xiao Miaozu rolled her eyes at the system. Pay respects to my future father-in-law, my ass. I need to pee. I'm looking for the privy. The seat beside the 8th prince was soon completely empty. The man's thick lashes trembled slightly, casting a dark shadow beneath his eyes. He truly did not want to admit it, but deep in his heart, a wave of jealousy and irritation was boiling. By the time Xiao Miaozu came out of the privy feeling refreshed, she discovered in horror that her comrade-in-arms had already slipped away early. How infuriating. He slipped off without even calling me. Xiao Miaozu asked, System, what excuse did the 8th prince use to leave early? Host, he is a majestic prince. If he wants to leave, he leaves. The emperor is his imperial elder brother. Who would dare stop him? Sob. We are in the same boat, yet our fates are worlds apart. She still had to stay rooted there and obediently work. Feeling aggrieved, Xiao Miaozu turned and asked, Minister, did the 8th prince really return to his residence? The Minister of Rites smiled. Official Xiao. His Highness had official business to attend to and left first. Inwardly, the old minister thought that the 8th prince had probably gone home because he was stewing in a sour mood. Official Xiao, the Chu Kingdom Celebration Festival is approaching. The Music Bureau urgently needs a new piece composed. Xiao Miaozu's eyes immediately lit up like torches. At last there was something she could show off at. With the storehouse of little tunes packed inside her head, composing a few pieces was something she could do with her eyes closed. Hearing her inner thoughts, the Minister of Rites smugly stroked his beard. As expected, this old man knows how to arrange things properly. Perhaps the Ministry of Rites will render another great service during this festival and have it recorded in history. The system asked, Host, aren't you going to ask for leniency for your younger brothers? Your superior is standing right here, and you just pocketed the tea money your father paid you for helping them. I only agreed out loud to get him off my back. I never swore that I would definitely intervene. Those two wonderful younger brothers shamelessly fell for the same woman and even got her pregnant. Last night, they caused such chaos that the whole place was turned upside down. If they are not thrown into jail to count the days and reflect on their mistakes, how will they ever calm down? Xiao Miaozu suddenly became curious. But whose child was in her belly? Xiao Miaoi's or Xiao Mioming's? Neither. Then whose was it? Host, it belonged to a dock porter named Xu Liu. He is built like a temple guardian, huge and muscular. Sk. Impressive. Miss Xiaoa truly is extraordinary. 1 foot in 3 boats and she still isn't afraid of sinking. Xiao Miaozu's eyes rounded. The ministers in the room quietly exchanged looks. The Xiao family's gossip was surprisingly juicy. After court was dismissed, Xiao Miaozu glanced toward the place where the 8th prince's carriage usually waited, only to see an empty courtyard. She irritably flicked her sleeve and ordered her coachman to head straight for the Bianjing prefectural prison. "My lord, please sit here. Let this humble one wipe it clean for you." The chief jailer hurried over, smiling obsequiously. His fawning attitude toward Xiao Miaozu was worlds apart from the icy expression he had shown the Xiao family the previous night. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Miai demanded, the moment he saw Xiao Miaozu. Hatred blazed in his eyes like a wild beast as he stared at both Xiao Miaozu and the jailer. In his mind, they were nothing but ungrateful dogs who bit the hand that fed them. Once he escaped this prison, he would absolutely cut Xiao Miaozu into 100 pieces. Xiao Miaozu treated his hostility like drifting clouds. She calmly crossed one leg over the other and bounced it arrogantly. Then, seemingly by accident, she pulled out the deed to the prosperous shop on 2nd Street by the West Gate. Xiao Miaoye narrowed his eyes at the writing. The 4 characters meaning 2nd Street, West Gate were unmistakable. He stared again. It really was the deed to the bustling shop there. Blood rushed to Xiao Miaoye's head, and rage nearly swallowed him whole. First that courtyard, and now this money-making shop. Why? Why did every good thing in the family have to be handed to Xiao Miaozu? Xiao Miaozu, your heart is soaked in snake venom. Eldest brother, I have always respected you and yielded to you in everything, yet the moment you came back you started seizing property and taking advantage of us. No one forced you to suffer outside all those years. Now that we have landed in prison, are you finally satisfied? Xiao Mioming stood beside him, burning with anger and clearly united with Xiao Mioi against their common enemy. He had spent an entire day and night in this foul corner. Rats bit him whenever he tried to sleep. He had tossed and turned all night, and breakfast had been stale rice and sour porridge. He was almost going mad. But Xiao Miaozu paused. Oh, I nearly forgot third brother was here too. Tell me, what does it feel like to chase the same woman as second brother? If the child had been born, should it have called you father or little uncle? She smirked and fixed Xiao Mioming with a half-smiling gaze. The destructive power of that look was 10,000 times worse than any insult. Xiao Mioming saw stars from anger and trembled all over. Stop making cutting remarks. Second brother and I were both deceived against our will. Don't celebrate too early. Xiao Miaozu rose indifferently and brushed imaginary dust from her robe. Before turning away with elegant ease, she added one last vicious remark. Chief jailer, prisoners this stubborn and unruly need a little instruction in the rules, don't they? The veteran jailer understood instantly. He glared fiercely at the Xiao brothers. Of course, my lord. Xiao Miaozu, you dare! Xiao Miaoming shouted, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. Xiao Miaoe stared at Xiao Miaozu's retreating back, and a vicious cold light flashed deep in his eyes. By the time Xiao Miaozu left the prison, it was mealtime. She had planned to find somewhere to fill her stomach, but the system insisted on taking her to see some fresh entertainment. Host, go straight. Hurry. Turn right at the intersection, then keep going. There's a brand new show ahead. Following the system's enormous bright red directional arrow, Xiao Miaozu could not help praising it as her true confidant. A crowd had gathered around several people in the street. Xiao Miaozu squeezed through the bodies and successfully claimed the best viewing position. At the center of the crowd were a plump young woman and a thin young woman, both around marriageable age, each clutching an ordinary-looking man. The plump woman pulled him toward herself with one hand. The thin woman immediately grabbed him with both hands and yanked him back. He's mine! You vixen! Let go! He is mine! You damned fatty! Let him go! They tugged back and forth, neither willing to yield. Xiao Miaozu asked, System, this obviously looks like 2 women fighting over 1 man. Why are there government soldiers here too? Because the plump woman could not accept that he had changed his heart, while the thin woman had no idea he already had someone else. When the plump woman came to her door to curse her out, she was extremely fierce, and the thin woman was no pushover either. This is already their second fight over him. So the plump woman simply reported him to the authorities and said the man was a fugitive. Recently, a notorious flower thief has also been active, so the soldiers came immediately. Xiao Miaozu noticed that the man being pulled between them looked extremely tense. Why? Why was he that frightened? System, this man is way too nervous. His face is not giving much away, but his body cannot control itself. He is sweating heavily. He is clearly doing everything he can to hide his true emotions. Haha, host. He really is a wanted fugitive. What a coincidence. What crime did he commit? Hurry and tell me the details. 3 years ago, this Zhao Erhu committed adultery with his sister-in-law. Unfortunately, his elder brother Zhao Dahu returned and caught them in the act. During the struggle, Zhao Erhu accidentally beat his elder brother to death. Afterward, he changed his name and fled to Bianjing. Relying on his glib tongue, he seduced that plump young woman from a fairly well-off family. Unexpectedly, she kept too tight a leash on him and would not let him go out drinking and fooling around. His philandering nature flared up again, so he turned his attention to the thin woman instead. That plump woman is actually blessed. Even heaven is helping her see the true face of this faithless man. Suddenly, Xiao Miaozu jumped forward and pointed straight at the man, as if she had just encountered an old acquaintance after many years. Hey Gudan, what are you doing here? All the soldiers turned at once to stare at Zhao Erhu. Zhao Erhu's face instantly turned white as paper. Zhao Erhu's whole body began trembling uncontrollably. In Bianjing, no one knew anything about his past. Yet this person who had appeared out of nowhere seemed to know him inside and out, and even dared openly call out his childhood nickname in front of so many soldiers. It's over. The enormous crime I committed has been exposed. In utter panic, Zhao Erhu used all his strength to fling away the 2 women clinging to him on either side, turned and bolted. He ran with astonishing speed. Because he was fleeing for his life in such a hurry, Zhao Erhu suddenly crashed into a young woman wearing a veiled hat. As she was about to fall, Xiao Miaozu reacted quickly and caught her. A faint, refreshing herbal fragrance drifted from the young woman. Carried by their momentum, the 2 spun once, before finally regaining their footing. Xiao Miaozu lowered her eyes toward the person in her arms. Through the thin veil she could vaguely make out a face that was pale yet extraordinarily delicate and beautiful. Miss, are you all right? Many thanks, my lord, for saving me. The veiled girl's voice was soft and melodious. The system suddenly shouted, Host, Zhao Erhu! Zhao Erhu, you absolutely cannot let him escape! Zhao Erhu was already about to vanish into the crowd when, by coincidence, a familiar figure appeared ahead. Zhao Jingxian! Xiao Miaozu pointed at Zhao Erhu's fleeing back and shouted, Quick, catch him! He is a wanted fugitive! Zhao Jingxian had just spotted Xiao Miaozu and was about to come over to chat when he heard the shout to seize someone. He reacted with extraordinary speed. Almost instantly, the sword in his hand shot out like lightning and struck toward Zhao Erhu. Zhao Erhu had no time to guard against the sudden attack. A sharp pain exploded in his abdomen. He groaned, staggered backward, and fell heavily to the ground, but he still scrambled frantically to his feet and tried to keep running. Zhao Jingxian naturally would not let him escape so easily. The 2 immediately launched into a fierce fight. Oh, Zhao Jingxian can really fight. I thought he only had an impressive title. Zhao Jingxian, keep going! Zhao Jingxian, beat him flat! Xiao Miaozu completely ignored the stares around her and cheerfully waved her arms, shouting encouragement. Her bright smile was like the midday sun. Her clear and distinctive southern accent seemed almost to lend Jingxian an extra burst of strength, making each of his blows firmer and more powerful. Ow, stop hitting me! Stop, I'll go with you, all right? Zhao Erhu finally could not withstand Zhao Jingxian's storm of attacks and obediently clasped his hands in surrender. Guard Zhao, leave him to us. The soldiers appeared to know Zhao Jingxian as well. They stepped forward, twisted Zhao Erhu's arms behind his back and tied him securely. Xiao Miaozu raised a thumb straight at Zhao Jingxian. He stared blankly, confused. What does that mean? Of course I'm praising you, you were amazing. I really misjudged you before. I never expected you to be a genuine martial arts expert. Xiao Miaozu smacked her lips as she reassessed him, completely revising her first impression. The confusion on Zhao Jingxian's face instantly vanished into a grin, showing a row of bright white teeth. He dusted the dirt from his hands and asked Xiao Miaozu what had happened. Me? I was only looking for somewhere to fill my stomach. I happened to pass by and saw a crowd gathered here, so I came over out of curiosity to join the fun. Xiao Miaozu grinned as well. That man looked suspicious at a glance. The moment he saw government soldiers, he started sweating like he had been caught in the rain. One soldier asked doubtfully, Then how did you know his name? The corner of Xiao Miaozu's mouth lifted. I guessed. In the countryside, there are plenty of people with childhood nicknames like Gudan or Ergu. I called one at random. If I happened to hit the mark, then I hit it. The soldiers could not help bursting into laughter, because someone among them really did have the childhood nickname Guden. There was an old belief that an ugly name made a child easier to raise. The moment I called out Ergu, he ran as if his life depended on it. Maybe even the name he uses now is fake. Take him back and investigate him carefully. The group of soldiers respectfully clasped their hands in farewell, then escorted the prisoner straight to the Bianjing prefectural office. Zhao Jingxin dragged Xiao Miaozu toward Drunken Moon House. The manager saw Xiao Miaozu from far away and immediately smiled so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared. Thanks to Xiao Miaozu, business at the establishment had been unexpectedly booming lately. "Brother Xiao," Zhao Jingxin asked, "why does this manager look so delighted the moment he sees you?" Xiao Miaozu glanced sideways at the manager and teased, "What? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to us." The manager instantly protested at the top of his lungs. "Oh, my mighty eldest young master Xiao, please stop teasing this old servant. My wrinkled old hide is barely fit to be stir-fried with vegetables. Then, why do you keep staring at my brother?" Zhao Jingxin continued, watching the manager warily. The manager hurried to explain while leading them upstairs to a private room. "It is all because eldest young Master Xiao was in high spirits the other day and recited a magnificent poem right here. The young master's handsome and heroic bearing that day is something many people probably cannot forget. Business at Drunken Moon House has been extraordinarily prosperous ever since. We even took the liberty of framing young Master Xiao's poem and hanging it in the main hall. Just look over there." Zhao Jingxin followed the direction of the manager's finger. Sure enough, in the center of Drunken Moon House's main hall, the poem had been carefully framed and hung in elegant calligraphy. Quite a few people below were still craning their necks to admire the celebrated verse. Zhao Jingxin stopped without realizing it and softly recited, "Among the countless things in this fleeting world there are 3 I love: the sun, the moon, and you." Just yesterday his father had been murmuring this same poem at home and praising it endlessly. He had never expected the author to be Xiao Miaozu. Zhao Jingxin suddenly turned and stared at her in complete astonishment. "Brother Xiao, did you truly compose this wonderful poem?" Xiao Miaozu awkwardly rubbed the tip of her nose. "I dreamed it." Once they entered the private room, Zhao Jingxin boldly ordered several delicacies from land and sea. A single dish cost several taels of silver. At those prices, Xiao Miaozu certainly would not have dared order recklessly. Before long, the table was covered with food. The manager even deliberately had an additional crispy fried mandarin fish brought in, worth several dozen taels, as a special treat. Before leaving, he respectfully told Xiao Miaozu that from then on, whenever she came to spend money there, she would receive a 20% discount. Xiao Miaozu could not help admiring the place inwardly. Drunken Moon House truly knew how to run a business. At the Marquis of Genyuan's residence, the Marquis of Genyuan smiled kindly at his granddaughter Lin Nianian. He knew perfectly well that his good granddaughter had only just returned from the medical clinic, where she had been studying medicine and seeing patients with her master. "Nianian, come here. Grandfather has something to discuss with you." His voice was still loud and authoritative, but it could not hide his deep affection. He waved her over to sit beside him. Lin Nianian sat gracefully at his side. "Grandfather, is something troubling you?" "No, nothing like that. Grandfather simply wants to arrange a marriage for you. Would you be willing to marry?" The Marquis of Genyuan looked lovingly at his precious granddaughter. Lin Nianian's eyes widened in surprise. It had been a long time since her grandfather had mentioned her marriage. He had always said that none of the men outside were worth relying on. She had always trusted his sharp judgment completely. "Grandfather, Nianian only wants to stay by your side and serve you forever. Or have you already begun to find your granddaughter burdensome?" Tears immediately filled Lin Nianian's eyes, and her voice carried a spoiled, aggrieved note. The Marquis of Genyuan hurriedly explained, "What nonsense are you saying? The person grandfather loves most in this world is you, but a girl grows up. I cannot keep you beside me forever. A young woman's lifelong future still means marrying and joining her husband's household." He paused, then continued. "Besides, grandfather is already old and nearing the end of his life. In the future, I may no longer be able to protect the Marquis of Genyuan's residence properly. If you marry into a good family, then as a woman traveling the long road of life, you will still have somewhere to rely on for the rest of your days." Hearing those heartfelt words, Lin Nianian looked up at her grandfather's snow-white hair and felt a wave of aching sorrow rise in her chest. She knew everything he said was practical, but how could she bear to leave him? Her grandfather adored her beyond measure. Because she had been frail and constitutionally weak from birth, he spared no expense, using ginseng every month to nourish and protect her body. He had sheltered and cherished her for a full 23 years. At her age, most daughters of other families had already married and were holding 1 or 2 children in their arms. After a while, Lin Nianian softly asked, "Grandfather, must Nianian marry? I truly only want to stay by your side and serve you." The Marquis of Zhenyuan looked at his granddaughter with heartache, equally reluctant to let her go. Yet Xiao Miaozu truly was a piece of uncut jade hiding enormous potential. His Majesty had not said it openly, but with the old minister's instincts, he was certain that before long Xiao Miaozu would be heavily relied upon. "Silly girl, grandfather is not forcing you. Just meet him once and see what you think. If you do not like him, then pretend grandfather never raised the matter." Lin Nianian seemed to soften a little. Hesitantly, she asked, "Then which family's young master has grandfather taken a liking to?" The Marquis of Zhenyuan answered mysteriously, "It is the Xiao family's eldest young master, Xiao Miaozu." Lin Nianian's brows drew together, and her expression changed at once. "Grandfather Xiao Miaozu? I have heard countless rumors about that man, all of them scandalous and lewd. Not a single one says anything decent about him." The Marquis of Zhenyuan nodded slightly, signaling his granddaughter to say everything in her heart without interruption. "Grandfather, everyone says Xiao Miaozu is not only a drunken wastrel, but also a lecherous rogue who haunts brothels. They say he is crude and knows nothing of proper etiquette or morality. Why would grandfather take a liking to someone like that? Nianian, do you know who wrote the magnificent poem you have been reciting again and again since yesterday?" The Marquis of Zhenyuan still clearly remembered how curious his granddaughter had been about its author. The moment she heard Xiao Miaozu's name, Lin Nianian could not hide her shock. She stammered for a long moment before saying, "Even if he can compose 1 or 2 poems, that does not prove anything." "That alone truly proves little," the old Marquis agreed, patting the back of her hand kindly. "But just before he composed that poem, he did something remarkable. You remember Official Li's beloved daughter, don't you?" Lin Nianian obediently nodded. At gatherings held by friendly young ladies to admire flowers, she had met Miss Li once or twice. Miss Li was a few years younger than she was and passionately loved swords and martial arts. "Didn't she just get married?" "Yes. But what you do not know is that she entrusted herself to a hypocritical scoundrel. That man already had a child before the marriage. Yet he used deceitful words to conceal it, and passed the child off under his parents' household, as though the boy were his younger brother. After the wedding, Miss Li gritted her teeth and emptied her entire dowry to buy property and hire servants for her husband's family. Even then, that bastard forbade her from continuing to practice martial arts, and even raised his hands to beat her. That foolish girl believed his sweet talk so completely that she endured all the humiliation in silence. Fortunately, Official Li discovered clues in time, personally led people to the house, brought his daughter home, and firmly supported her in obtaining a divorce. Lin Nianian grew increasingly anxious for Miss Li as she listened. Only when she heard that the divorce had succeeded did the heavy stone in her heart ease a little, but her grandfather's very next words made her fury blaze again. The Marquis of Zhenyuan cleared his throat. After the divorce, that bastard shamelessly dreamed of renewing his old relationship with Miss Li. The astonishing part is that Miss Li actually wavered. Lin Nianian was stunned, though after thinking carefully, she could understand it. Miss Li had always regarded that marriage as something weightier than Mount Tai. But what does any of this have to do with Xiao Miaozu? The other day, Official Li felt unwell after morning court. It was Xiao Miaozu who escorted him home. When he happened to hear the whole story, he immediately devised a plan and staged a show at Drunken Moon House, so that Miss Li could see that man's ugly true face with her own eyes. The poem was also recited spontaneously at that time. The Marquis of Zhenyuan finished speaking and quietly watched the changes in his granddaughter's expression. Lin Nianian had never imagined that a notorious wastrel, known for reckless pleasure-seeking, could possess such a warm, chivalrous heart and step forward to help someone like that. Still, could there be some deeper purpose behind it? Was he deliberately putting on the appearance of a gentleman to win her grandfather's favor? After all, who in prosperous Bianjing did not know that she was the precious jewel in the Marquis of Zhenyuan's palm? Marrying her would also mean gaining the rock-solid backing of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's entire household. "Grandfather, your granddaughter agrees to meet him, but it must be done my way. If I still cannot like him after meeting him, you absolutely must not force me." The Marquis of Zhenyuan burst into loud, hearty laughter. "Naturally, if you truly cannot stand the sight of him, grandfather will simply find you another heroic young man. The world is vast. How could there be nowhere to find a good man? Later, Tao Hong carefully supported Lin Nianian as they returned to her courtyard, and worriedly asked, "Young miss, do you truly intend to marry that Xiao Miaozu? Everyone says he really is a spoiled wastrel." The maid was extremely anxious. If her mistress married into a household she disliked, not only would the young lady be unhappy, but lowly maids like them who followed to serve her would suffer endless hardship and humiliation as well. "Lower your voice. Don't let grandfather hear." Lin Nianian turned and looked around. Only after making certain no one was nearby did she whisper into Tao Hong's ear, "Find a suitable opportunity. The two of us will secretly investigate Xiao Miaozu ourselves. We only need to hide our whereabouts and make sure he never sees our faces." As the night deepened, the bright moon climbed higher into the sky. A ghost-like black shadow skillfully slipped through the tightly guarded perimeter, and, without making a single sound, crept into Lin Nianian's bedchamber. In deep sleep, Lin Nianian suddenly sensed something invisible slowly approaching her bed. An unusually cold aura made a thread of vigilance rise in her heart. She opened her eyes in shock. Someone. She had just tried to call for help when she discovered in horror that her throat seemed to be clamped by something rigid. She could not make even the slightest sound. Her acupoints had been sealed. "My instinct from that startling glimpse this morning was right. You truly are a stunning beauty." Standing at the head of the bed was someone dressed completely in black from head to toe, leaving only a pair of sinister eyes exposed. The black-clad man brazenly swept a lustful gaze over Lin Nianian from top to bottom. His hoarse voice revealed naked, insatiable desire. That obscene stare made gooseflesh rise all over Lin Nianian's body, as if thousands of disgusting insects were crawling over her skin. Nausea and revulsion surged through her. A powerful sense of danger descended. Lin Nianian vaguely guessed the intruder's identity. She had probably fallen into the hands of the infamous wanted flower thief, and this one possessed deep, formidable martial arts as well. Lin Nianian struggled desperately, but her entire body was as stiff as wood and would not obey her commands at all. Helpless, she could only watch as the man in black approached her step by step. At the same time, Xiao Miaozu had just eaten her fill and was leisurely stepping out of Drunken Moon House when the system's mechanical voice exploded in her head like a thunderbolt. "Host, disaster! Your wife has been abducted by that damned flower thief." "What the hell? Who was abducted?" Xiao Miaozu doubted her own ears. "Your wife." "What wife?" "The wife His Majesty is planning to bestow on you in marriage," the system reminded her. Xiao Miaozu sobered instantly. "Doesn't the Emperor already know I'm practically impotent? Why is he still trying to arrange a marriage for me? Is he addicted to playing matchmaker?" Xiao Miaozu hurriedly climbed into the carriage and urged Fang Zheng toward the city outskirts. "Faster. There are still about 2 hours before the city gates close." She hoped they could return in time. Fang Zheng asked, "Official Xiao, did something happen?" Xiao Miaozu lifted one corner of the carriage curtain and tipped her chin toward the rooftops of Bianjing. "Fang Zheng, do you see that enormous sewer rat that just flashed over the roofs? Chase it." Fang Zheng cracked the reins, and the carriage raced straight out of the city. Xiao Miaozu stared at the black shadow, carrying someone over his shoulder as he moved fluidly across the rooftops like an agile ape. In the blink of an eye, he vaulted over the city wall and entered the woods. His toes skimmed the treetops as lightly as a dragonfly touching water. Xiao Miaozu could not judge his martial arts, but his lightness skill was undeniably excellent. "Fang Zheng, can you beat that man? If not, we can turn around and go home. Watching excitement is one thing, but my little life is more important." "Official Xiao, don't worry, his lightness skill is high but his internal strength is far below mine." "Is he from the martial world?" "He belongs to a sect of flower thieves, a group of lecherous criminals. He is using the movement art called not touching a single leaf. Famous for extraordinary lightness skill. They specialize in abducting respectable women and ruining their reputations." Fang Zheng had identified the man's school from a single glance at his movement technique. The system shouted excitedly, "Host, I told you to train Fang Zheng properly. He is your #1 assistant for chasing gossip. Anywhere you cannot climb, he can simply carry you there." Yes, my system has the sharpest eyes. Hurry and show us the way." The black-clad man flew into an isolated, abandoned courtyard and threw Lin Nianian hard onto a pile of straw. He pulled off the cloth covering his face, revealing an extremely repulsive appearance, with sores clustered around the corners of his mouth. The moment Lin Nianian opened her eyes and saw him, nausea surged all the way into her throat, though she could not vomit. The man in black rubbed his hands together like a fly and could not resist throwing back his head in a lewd laugh. Xiaozu lay flat on the roof in the best possible position to watch the scene. Seeing the predator's arrogant behavior, she muttered disdainfully, "People really do love throwing back their heads and laughing before they commit evil." The black-clad man leered at Lin Nianian. "You didn't expect this, did you? Your future husband is me. After tonight, you will be mine, and you will bear my children, legitimate granddaughter of the Marquis of Zhenyuan." Lin Nianian suppressed her revulsion. She could not allow this lecherous criminal to violate her chastity, but they were in the middle of nowhere. "What do you want? Gold and jewels? An official position? As long as you let me go, I swear I will not report you or pursue the matter. I can even pave a splendid road into officialdom for you." The man in black wavered slightly. Lin Nianian noticed his hesitation and thought she had found an opening, but the next moment he sneered. "Beauty, you are already in my hands. It is no longer up to you." With a beautiful woman right in front of him, he could not think that far ahead. If he had been capable of thinking about the future, he would never have become a flower thief in the first place. Just as the man in black was about to pounce on Lin Nianian, Xiao Miaozu finally could not watch any longer. She patted Feng Zheng on the shoulder. "Feng Zheng, I'll give you a chance to be the hero who saves the beauty." Feng Zheng flew down from the roof and landed steadily between the two of them. "You shameless lecher, how dare you commit such a wicked, immoral act?" Before he even finished speaking, he launched a palm strike. The black-clad man was shocked by the sudden arrival, but when he saw that Feng Zheng was dressed merely as a coachman, he snorted contemptuously. "A mere coachman wants to imitate a hero saving a beauty? Why don't you first see how much ability you actually have?" He raised a hand to meet Feng Zheng's palm directly. The instant their forces collided, his expression changed. He had never expected a coachman to possess such deep internal strength. He had underestimated his opponent. Yet, instead of fleeing, he prepared to attack again. Feng Zheng relied on his powerful internal strength. The previous exchange had not harmed him at all, so he continued without fear. Unexpectedly, the attacker's move was only a feint. As he struck at Feng Zheng, he deliberately aimed low and pretended to miss. In a blink, he slipped toward the doorway, turned and tried to escape. Feng Zheng simply kicked up a massive stone Buddha statue lying on the ground, weighing several hundred pounds. The huge block of stone swept dust and grit with it as it shot through the air with a howling rush. Boom! The enormous statue slammed onto the black-clad man's back and flattened him in the courtyard. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. Only after Feng Zheng checked and confirmed that the man had truly passed out did he turn toward the pile of straw. Lin Nianian was somewhat frightened when the stranger approached, but she forced herself to remain calm. "I must not panic. Grandfather once taught me that unless I have absolutely no other choice, I must never lose control of myself first." Feng Zheng kept a distance of about 3 feet. With a flick of his finger, he sent a small pebble into Lin Nianian's shoulder. She cried out softly from the sting, then immediately discovered that her body could move again. "Many thanks, warrior, for saving me." Feng Zheng remained silent. The atmosphere instantly became strange and painfully awkward. Xiao Miaozu had thought a life-saving rescue like this would spark some brilliant romance. She had not expected the atmosphere to become so stiff. She cupped both hands around her mouth like a trumpet and shouted down, "Feng Zheng, save me! I can't get down!" The two below looked up at the same time and saw Xiao Miaozu's small, stunning face peering over the roof except 2 mosquitoes were sitting squarely on her eyelids. Lin Nianian wondered whether she should tell the young gentleman. Feng Zheng, meanwhile, had assumed official Xiao had no intention of showing herself. He leapt up and helped Xiao Miaozu down. Xiao Miaozu asked, "System, why is Lin Nianian looking at me with such a complicated expression?" The system was confused at first too, until its sensors swept across the host's face. "Ah, host, there are 2 mosquitoes on your eyelids. They are drinking your blood, huh?" Ruthless as ever, Xiao Miaozu immediately swung both hands and smacked herself across the eyes. "Ow! My eyes! Why do these mosquito bites hurt and itch so much?" She looked at the dark red blood on her palms in surprise. "Why is the blood this color? Were the mosquitoes mutated? System, is something wrong with my circulation? The color doesn't look right." "Host, did you forget? You are suffering from a parasitic poison. Actually, you did not need to hit them. In another 2 blinks, those mosquitoes would have rolled over and died on their own." Only then did Xiao Miaozu realize just how poisonous her own blood had become. Lin Nianian recognized Xiao Miaozu as the same person who had helped her during the day, and a little trust rose in her heart. She looked deeply grateful. "Many thanks, young master, for saving my life again." Xiao Miaozu waved a hand. "No need to be polite. When you see injustice, you draw your blade and help. Besides, the main credit goes to our Fang Zheng's excellent martial arts. Lin Nianian turned to salute Fang Zheng, but he stepped back to avoid it. Eldest young master, how should we deal with this flower thief? A woman's chastity and reputation were extremely important. Lin Nianian certainly could not conveniently appear in public to handle the criminal herself. Xiao Miaozu thought for a moment. Tie him up for now. When we return to the city tomorrow morning, hand him over to the Bianjing prefectural office. Then she asked the system, this flower thief must have committed crimes many times. Where else has he caused trouble? Apricot Blossom Village, Widow Village, Li Family Village, Wild Chicken Village. The system rattled off place after place without stopping. He has certainly kept himself busy. Xiao Miaozu took out paper and brush and wrote down the leads, planning to have Fang Zheng submit them together with the criminal to the authorities the next day. By the time they finished, they had missed the closing of the city gates and could only wait until the gates reopened the following morning before returning. Fang Zheng lit 2 fires, one for Xiao Miaozu and one for Lin Nianian. Xiao Miaozu stuck out her backside and vigorously raked straw together until she had made 3 large piles. She clapped her hands in satisfaction and cheerfully announced, 1 each. Nobody is allowed to steal anyone else's. Lin Nianian secretly observed Xiao Miaozu. Her clothes were not coarse, and although she wore little elaborate jewelry, she clearly came from a wealthy family. Yet she seemed completely unconcerned by the miserable surroundings. The moment she finished speaking, Xiao Miaozu collapsed onto her straw pile like an exhausted puppy. In the blink of an eye, steady breathing sounded. She had fallen asleep without a care in the world. Lin Nianian, however, could not sleep at all. First, she had never slept on a bed so hard on the waist and scratchy against the head. Second, she had just endured a terrifying ordeal and was now alone in a deserted place with 2 unfamiliar men. She sighed helplessly and watched the fire flicker. Her gaze eventually settled on Xiao Miaozu's face as she stared without anyone knowing what she was thinking. She did not notice that Fang Zheng's hand was resting lightly on the concealed weapon at his waist. If Lin Nianian made even one suspicious move, he would strike to kill without hesitation. In the flickering firelight, Xiao Miaozu's sleeping face looked strangely delicate and lovely. It was the first time Lin Nianian had ever seen a man whose appearance could be described as beautiful in such a feminine way. If the other person's chest had not been perfectly flat, she might have suspected that this was a young woman in disguise. From the moment they rescued her, neither man had shown any intention of asking her identity. In truth, even if they had, Lin Nianian would only have casually invented a false name. Once she returned home, she would certainly find a way to repay this life-saving debt. As for repaying it with her body, that was something she would never consider. The next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, Xiao Miaozu went to morning court with 2 huge red swellings on her eyelids. Lin Nianian, meanwhile, was quietly escorted by Fang Zheng to the gate of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence. Just as Fang Zheng was about to leave, Lin Nianian tentatively asked, "Could you tell me the honored name of your young master?" "I am the personal maid of the young lady of the Marquis of Zhenyuan's residence," Fang Zheng replied. "My young master gave no instruction about that, miss. You need not take it to heart." Then he walked away without looking back. At court, the emperor looked curiously at Xiao Miaozu. The 2 bright red swellings were simply too conspicuous. He could not resist teasing her. "Beloved subject Xiao, what happened? How did your face end up like this?" "Your Majesty, 2 mosquitoes happened to bite me last night. They certainly knew how to choose their spots." Xiao Miaozu carefully pressed a cross-shaped mark into each large swelling with her fingernail. Perhaps it was only psychological, but it did seem less itchy afterward. Unfortunately, the swelling looked frightening. The emperor had been planning to prick up his ears and listen to Minister Xiao's inner thoughts, but Xiao Miaozu was thinking about absolutely nothing interesting. She was entirely occupied with scratching the swollen bites on her eyelids. Seeing her in such a wretched state, the emperor inexplicably found it rather amusing. "Today is the palace examination. My ministers recommend someone to accompany me in evaluating these candidates. Is there anyone you wish to nominate?" There had never been such an arrangement in previous years, but the old foxes who had survived in officialdom for more than a decade understood the emperor's meaning immediately. The Minister of Rights stepped out of line and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, this minister recommends Official Xiao." I heard that a few days ago at Drunken Moon House, Official Xiao recited the poem beginning, "Among the countless things in this fleeting world." His style was outstanding and his talent remarkable. It has already spread throughout Bianjing. "This minister agrees," the system said. Host, you're famous now. One battle and your name is known. Xiao Miaozu thought, if I tell them now that I saw that poem in a dream, will they believe me? The emperor was extremely interested. He looked at Xiao Miaozu. Beloved subject Xiao, you can compose poetry? Your Majesty, that poem came to this minister in a dream. Since things had reached this point, Xiao Miaozu could only grit her teeth and bluff. A dream? The emperor smiled faintly. Not bad. Some people compose poetry when drunk. Some think of verses while eating dongpo pork. If beloved subject Xiao dreams poems, that is not so strange. Xiao Miaozu's eyes widened slightly. He can even turn that around? The emperor truly is the emperor. His knowledge is terrifyingly broad. Then the 8th prince and beloved subject Xiao will accompany me. Yes. Xiao Miaozu followed the 8th prince out and bowed while secretly sliding him a glance from the corner of her eye. I really want to talk to the 8th prince. After the other ministers withdrew to a side hall, only Xiao Miaozu and the 8th prince remained in the golden hall. Xiao Miaozu asked inwardly, System, where did the emperor go? Didn't he say we were going to the palace examination? Everyone in this world has urgent bodily needs now and then. His Majesty went to relieve himself. Xiao Miaozu smacked down onto the floor and sat there, casually grabbing the hem of the 8th prince's trousers as she did. The 8th prince's long, narrow eyes swept over the fingers hooked into his clothing. The cold barrier that always seemed to surround him looked as though an invisible crack had suddenly appeared in it. He looked down at Xiao Miaozu from above, his gaze deep and dark. He noticed the bluish shadows beneath her eyes. She obviously had not rested well the previous night. Then he looked at her 2 red, swollen eyelids. She appeared strangely bedraggled, fragile and pitiful. Is Xiao Miaozu trying to seduce me? Your Highness, would you like to sit and rest for a while? His Majesty probably won't be back that quickly. It was an extremely clumsy excuse to get closer to him. Yet the 8th prince slowly crouched down anyway. He drew a jar of precious snow velvet ointment from inside his robe. Only 2 jars of this miraculous medicine existed in the entire realm. One was with the emperor, while the other was carried by the 8th prince. It was compounded from countless rare medicinal ingredients, and was normally reserved for emergencies and for removing scars. Who would have thought that today it would be used merely to reduce swelling from mosquito bites? Close your eyes. His low voice carried the irresistible force of an army already at the city gates. The moment he leaned closer, Xiao Miaozu caught the faint scent of pinewood lingering around the collar of his robe. She instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. In the darkness, she felt his fingertip gently caress the soft flesh of her eyelids. His touch was so gentle, and the faint trace of his breath brushed the corner of her mouth. Her mouth suddenly went dry, and she swallowed without thinking. Gulp. The system immediately said, Host, your heart rate has shot up to 184 again. Caught red-handed by the system, Xiao Miaozu awkwardly tried to turn her head away. Her cool lips unexpectedly brushed across the 8th prince's finger before he could withdraw it. Fortunately, no one knew what was running through her mind. What did you get up to last night? The 8th prince calmly replaced the lid on the ointment jar. Xiao Miaozu hurriedly swept away the faint pink bubbles floating through her imagination and enthusiastically began sharing her adventure with her princely friend. Your Highness, do you know what I ran into last night? An enormous super rat. That fellow flew right over my head. He could climb walls, and his light footwork was unbelievably good. The 8th prince quietly watched the lively little person beside him, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against each other. He stepped on the very tops of the trees, completely against common sense, as though he had no weight at all. I followed him, and only then discovered that he was a flower thief. I never expected the world to deteriorate this badly. Even flower thieves have founded their own sect now. That man's crimes are serious enough to deserve clan extermination. One side of a sheet of paper wasn't even enough to write down all his victims. But then again, I did a good deed yesterday. I happened to rescue an incredibly beautiful woman while I was at it. The system interrupted. Host, wasn't 1 page insufficient because you write your characters ridiculously huge? Don't fuss over tiny details like that. The man in front of her suddenly felt irritated. He put the snow velvet ointment away outright. He had originally intended to give the entire jar to Xiao Miaozu, but 2 swollen mosquito bites suddenly seemed far too few. Xiao Miaozu awkwardly withdrew her gaze as well. She had honestly thought the 8th prince was going to give her the whole jar. It seemed she had been imagining too much. Fortunately, she had not managed to reach out for it. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly said, Your Highness, this ointment of yours works remarkably well. It doesn't itch anymore. At that moment, the emperor and eunuch Rong were secretly hiding behind the folding screen and peeking at the two people outside. The emperor could not help sighing. My eighth brother has always worn a face as cold as frost. I never expected that in front of beloved subject Xiao, he would actually know how to show concern for another person. Eunuch Rong chimed in. Official Xiao has such a lively temperament, and he is also strikingly handsome. No matter who sees him, it would be difficult not to like him a little more and show him a little extra patience. If Eunuch Rong had lived in the modern era, he might have understood a certain saying, beautiful bodies are everywhere, but an interesting soul is 1 in 10,000. Such a person truly can be encountered only by chance. The emperor ended his eavesdropping and stepped out from behind the screen. He deliberately made a little noise, wanting to see the eighth prince's reaction. Since when did your majesty acquire this habit? The eighth prince asked abruptly. I simply found it interesting. The emperor showed not the slightest trace of guilt at having been caught. He leisurely returned to the dragon throne and sat down. Xiao Miaozu looked completely baffled. Are these two exchanging some kind of secret code? Eunuchs filed into the great hall carrying tables and chairs. The candidates entered in order, none daring to raise his head. The system said, Host, Liang Zhizu is here too. Xiao Miaozu saw Liang Zhizu dressed in coarse cloth. Lu Haran, however, was nowhere to be seen. He had evidently slipped on a banana peel and failed to make the final list. Eunuch Rong softly reminded the emperor that it was time to announce the examination topic. The emperor looked toward Xiao Miaozu. Beloved subject Xiao, what subject do you think would be suitable for today's palace examination? Sitting upright on the dragon throne, he smiled at her as though waiting for her answer. Liang Zhizhu thought the voice sounded familiar and secretly glanced over. Sure enough, it was Brother Xiao. No, that was Supervisory Official Xiao. What office did he actually hold? Why was the emperor asking Xiao Miaozu what topic should be set for the palace examination? Xiao Miaozu was surprised and puzzled. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that would not be appropriate. The emperor replied slowly. I merely want to hear your opinion. Oh, so he wants to gather opinions from everyone. The emperor really is an enlightened ruler. If he asked me, he must have his own reasoning. His Majesty keeps the common people in his heart, and the country is currently in a stage of development. Perhaps the candidates could be tested on ways to survive and on how the state can achieve sustainable development. Xiao Miaozu remembered the natural disaster the system had once mentioned. She wanted to raise the issue in advance so precautions could be prepared. The eighth prince looked surprised by the fresh line of thought in her mind. The emperor did not answer immediately. It seemed as though something was gradually taking shape in his thoughts. Development. Survival. Sustainable development. Then let us take life as the theme, the emperor finally said, and use it to test the candidates' ability to adapt as well as their foresight. Eunuch Rong quickly presented brush and ink. The emperor took up the brush and wrote the examination topic across a sheet of fine Xuan calligraphy paper in bold, sweeping strokes. After the candidates received the topic, they all fell into deep thought. Only after some time did they begin writing. The emperor ordered 2 chairs brought in and bestowed them on Xiao Miaozu and the eighth prince. Xiao Miaozu sat to one side and observed everyone's condition. Several candidates looked especially nervous. They held their brushes but could not produce a single word, sweating so heavily that they had to wipe themselves constantly. Some smeared ink across their clothes and collars and even all over their faces. Without meaning to, Xiao Miaozu's gaze drifted to the eighth prince's profile. Sunlight streamed into the great hall and fell across the side of his face, outlining his sharp, masculine features. Xiao Miaozu stared blankly for quite a while until the eighth prince turned his head and their eyes accidentally met. Startled, she hurriedly looked away and pretended to be busy observing the candidates. The system asked, Host, why were you staring at the eighth prince's face? What were you thinking? I was thinking that I want to give the eighth prince a warm family. He lives all alone in that enormous princely residence. I heard his desolate estate even has hot springs flowing through it. Every piece of fruit he eats is the freshest available. There's even a horse farm. He inherited so much jade and so many precious stones that he couldn't wear them all even if he covered all 10 fingers. Just imagine how lonely he must be. How miserable. Ah, I truly wish I could bear that painful life in his place. Someone who could hear her thoughts was rendered speechless. A life like that counts as suffering? Just then, the brush in one candidate's hand suddenly dropped to the floor, and the man himself toppled over unconscious. The emperor had been calmly sipping fragrant tea, but at the sight he frowned. In previous years, candidates fainting from excessive examination nerves had not been uncommon. It seemed this man's ability to withstand pressure was inadequate. Eunuch Rong looked toward the imperial physician standing nearby and signaled for him to examine the candidate. The physician did not dare delay. He hurried forward, crouched beside the man, and carefully took his pulse. Xiao Miaozu could not sit still either, and edged closer to watch the excitement. The candidate was so fat that his neck seemed to have disappeared, buried beneath rolls of flesh. His face gleamed with oil, bean-sized drops of sweat covered his forehead, and his lips were deathly pale. Xiao Miaozu asked, "System, what's wrong with this man? He looks like he's about to collapse." The system's teasing voice rang in her mind. "Host, there's a melon to eat some gossip, and this one even smells a little." The instant Xiao Miaozu heard there was gossip, every trace of sleepiness vanished. The emperor took another sip of tea. He had known there would be a good show sooner or later, and waited expectantly. "Host, that fat candidate does have some learning in his belly, but he is gluttonous and has an extremely bad temper. The real reason he suddenly fainted is that his bowel movement was already right at the gate." "What?" Before entering the palace, this fat fellow went to try the spiciest dish in all of Bianjing. He couldn't control his mouth and ate until he was completely satisfied. He obviously underestimated the power of Bianjing's chilies. In the end, well, you understand, it got stuck right at the exit. He was literally knocked unconscious by the burning pain from his own stool. He's truly the #1 wonder in the world of people desperately holding it in. Xiao Miaozu had to use every bit of self-control to stop the corners of her mouth from stretching all the way to her ears. She asked, "System, is he so fat because he has some kind of compulsive eating illness?" No, this fat man is already married. His wife is like most women of this age. She serves him with exceptional care and is filial to his parents. She truly deserves to be called a virtuous wife and good mother. Yet this fat man still doesn't know when he has enough. Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Whenever he is in a bad mood, he drags his wife out and beats and curses her. Worse still. In the end, he even dared go outside and fool around with other women. Yet his wife did not lose her temper at all. Every day she continued cooking delicious food and feeding him until he was stuffed. He originally weighed only about 130 pounds, but she gradually fattened him up to roughly 220 pounds. Look at his arms. Each roll looks like a risen steamed bun. Xiao Miaozu marveled inwardly. His wife is a true master at fattening pigs. What on earth did she feed him to make him swell up like dough sprinkled with yeast? Host, every day she casually adds a handful of appetite-stimulating medicine intended for breeding sows to his food. She was even thoughtful enough to ask very carefully about the dosage, so it would not amount to attempted murder. The medicine does not cause serious harm to humans, but it makes a person ravenously hungry. That is why this fat man has grown heavier and heavier, until even walking has become difficult. Naturally, he can no longer raise his hands and feet to beat her so easily. No wonder the moment Xiao Miaozu saw the candidate, she felt that he resembled a certain grunting farm animal. Serves him right. Rotten men should get a taste of women striking back. If a person has talent but rotten character, even becoming an official will only turn him into a corrupt one. A trace of satisfaction flashed through the emperor's eyes. This piece of gossip was delicious indeed. After the imperial physician determined that the candidate had fainted from extreme agitation, Eunuch Rong waved for the eunuchs to carry him outside. Time passed minute by minute. Liang Zhizhu wrote with complete seriousness. Today was not only an opportunity to change his fate, but also the day every scholar longed to reach. Before long, noon arrived. While the candidates were still taking the examination in the hall, the emperor invited Xiao Miaozu and the 8th prince to join him for the imperial meal. Xiao Miaozu's eyes lit up at once. She looked even more excited than the emperor. System, what dishes has His Majesty prepared? Could every plate be one of those tiny imperial portions that disappear after 3 bites? What if I eat too much and clear out his entire lunch? Host, I heard there are red braised meatballs, roast chicken, roast duck with tofu, stir-fried bird's nest strands, smoked duck, clear tremella soup, stewed deer tendon with meat, honeycomb cakes, stir-fried vegetables, and fragrant polished rice. With every dish the system named, Xiao Miaozu's mouth watered more. Gulp. Hurry. I want to taste imperial cuisine too. Even cattle and horses that work have to be fed grass. This emperor has finally awakened his conscience. The emperor's lips twitched in irritation. Have we ever let you go hungry? The 3 of them went to the dining chamber, where delicacies from mountain and sea covered an entire table. Every dish the system had just mentioned was there. Rich aromas drifted through the room, making hunger howl. Xiao Miaozu's eyes shone like stars, but she did not dare sit down casually. These damned rules of etiquette are such a nuisance. The eighth prince suddenly realized that whenever he looked at Xiao Miaozu, she always seemed full of life, carrying an intense brightness that made it difficult to look away. Seeing her standing there stiffly, somewhat restrained, the emperor smiled warmly. "Beloved subject Xiao, there is no need to be formal." Then he glanced toward the eighth prince, signaling her to look. Xiao Miaozu discovered that her close comrade had already been seated for quite some time, his posture perfectly upright. "Thank goodness I have a fellow official to follow." She briskly went over and sat right beside her trusted comrade. "Your Majesty, then this minister will take the liberty of setting ceremony aside." She still wanted to confirm it one more time, just to be safe. After all, the emperor and the eighth prince were biological brothers who often ate together, while she was not family. "Eat as much as you can," the emperor said. "Do not let people start rumors that an emperor like us starved a favored minister to death." How does the emperor know I was bad-mouthing him? He must be probing me. With her mouth already full, Xiao Miaozu mumbled a response and opened wide to stuff an entire red-braised meatball inside, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel's. Seeing Xiao Miaozu eat with such obvious enjoyment gave the emperor some appetite as well, and he began elegantly sampling the dishes. Anyone observant would notice that he took no more than 2 bites from most plates. Normally, he ate almost every meal alone. On the occasions when he dined with the princes, they were all extremely afraid of him. Xiao Miaozu watched with aching regret. What a waste. Such a terrible waste. Her 2 still reddened eyes widened with distress. The main reason was that the imperial chefs truly lived up to their reputation. The instant the food entered her mouth, tenderness and fresh flavor blended together perfectly. The clear tremella soup looked plain at first glance, yet it was anything but simple. It felt as though every ingredient had been carefully selected one by one. The meal was lavish to the point of extravagance and offered the utmost enjoyment. Once the meal ended, it was also time for the emperor to take his midday rest. Xiao Miaozu stood there blankly, uncertain and awkward. The emperor has gone to take a nap. What am I supposed to do now? I'm sleepy enough that my eyelids are sticking together too. I barely slept last night. The eighth prince also turned and left the dining chamber. Xiao Miaozu immediately hurried after his tall figure. "Your Highness, where are you going?" "There is a soft couch in the side hall. If official Xiao is sleepy, you may rest there at noon." The man spoke lightly. "That's wonderful." Xiao Miaozu happily skipped twice and soon found an antique wooden couch. She climbed onto it, sprawled out, and enjoyed the soft bedding. Then she suddenly remembered something. "Your Highness, aren't you going to sleep?" "I'm not sleepy." The eighth prince held a book in his hand and settled into a grand armchair, answering without even raising his head. Xiao Miaozu secretly watched his concentrated expression. He even reads to pass the time. How could a person like this fail at anything? The eighth prince's fingers lightly brushed the edge of the page. Before he had turned even 2 pages, steady breathing sounded from nearby. Not far away, Xiao Miaozu's small, beautiful face looked slightly pale, and the 2 swollen spots on her eyelids appeared especially glaring. The eighth prince put down the book, rose and strode to the edge of the couch. Looking at Xiao Miaozu's tightly furrowed brows, he inexplicably took out the snow velvet ointment again and applied another layer to her eyelids. Then, almost incidentally, he raised his hand and gently smoothed the crease between her brows. The instant his fingertip touched her smooth skin, the eighth prince's heart strangely skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, it was time to submit the examination papers. Stack after stack was collected. The first round was carefully reviewed by the senior ministers, and only the 3 finest papers were presented to the emperor. Their authors were Song Xing, Liang Zhizhu, and Zheng Hui. The 3 men stood properly in a row before the emperor. Faced with this examination theme of life, all 3 had offered distinctive interpretations. Zheng Hui's essay leaned toward theory and political analysis, with sharper and deeper insights. He had likely received guidance from a renowned teacher. Liang Zhizhu, by comparison, focused more on practical implementation and was the type of talent who valued concrete action. Song Xing's literary ability was equally outstanding. These 3 were the elite scholars who had defeated tens of thousands of other talented candidates for the chance to stand before the emperor. While the emperor was thinking, he decided to listen for a little secret information from Xiao Miaozu's mind. Why does this Zheng Hui look so familiar? He seems very much like the son of an old acquaintance. Xiao Miaozu, meanwhile, was in an excellent mood. The snow velvet ointment truly was exceptional. After only one application, she had awakened to find the swelling around her eyes almost completely gone. System, who exactly is this Zhenghui? I keep feeling that the way he looks at the Emperor is a little strange, and the way the Emperor looks at him isn't normal either. It's like one of those deeply tormented romance plots. You love me, I don't love you. After we separate, I fall in love with you, and then you no longer care about me. Host, another melon has fallen right into your lap. Not only has Zhenghui's family fallen into decline, he is also the prospective son-in-law of Lord Meng, the Vice Minister of Revenue. He came to Bianjing this time for 2 reasons. First, to take the imperial examination. Second, to find a way to appeal the injustice suffered by his future father-in-law. The Vice Minister of Revenue? Xiao Miaozu rapidly searched her memories. Since transmigrating here, she truly had never once seen that official at court. System, what happened? Why have I never seen Lord Meng appear at court? How could you? Lord Meng is currently counting the days in prison and eating prison food. The system's answer startled Xiao Miaozu. What crime did Lord Meng commit? He is said to have been convicted of embezzlement, but in reality he was only a scapegoat for someone else. He is currently being held in the imperial prison, suffering an injustice he cannot explain. His daughter has run everywhere seeking help, but no one dares step forward to clear the vice minister's name. Xiao Miaozu was utterly puzzled. Why? Could the real embezzler possibly be the emperor? Is that why Zhenghui wants to launch a grand rescue campaign for his future father-in-law? The emperor, listening nearby, occasionally found it impossible to blame himself for wanting to beat Xiao Miaozu black and blue. Wait. Something doesn't add up. How long has this been going on? 1 year? Then I understand. I'm guessing the emperor is perfectly aware that Lord Meng was wronged, but perhaps he is wary of some powerful force or trapped by some difficult situation. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and throw Lord Meng out as the sacrifice. A trace of approval flashed through the emperor's eyes. His judgment of people truly was not bad. Xiao Miaozu could indeed become an exceptionally sharp blade. Even now, plenty of ministers at court still firmly believed His Majesty intended to execute Lord Meng for the embezzlement case. The system asked, "Host, why do you think that? Isn't it obvious? Embezzlement is a capital crime. Have you ever heard of someone convicted of it sitting safely in prison for an entire year without being taken out and beheaded? So that's how it is." The system fell silent in thought. Xiao Miaozu's gaze shifted to Songjing. Of the 3, Songjing was the most handsome. He stood quietly with his head slightly lowered, his bearing gentle and refined. At first glance he seemed almost flawless. After several seconds, the system finally answered. "Host, Songjing comes from a small village outside Bianjing. After his father died, he was raised by his stepmother. He also has 2 younger sisters at home. Fortunately, he met a good teacher who occasionally gives his family some silver. The villagers sometimes contribute money as well. Strangely, whenever someone gives him money, they gather afterward and criticize him behind his back. Even so, they desperately hope he succeeds in the imperial examination. They give him money and then curse him?" Xiao Miaozu could not explain why, but an ominous feeling suddenly rose into her heart. At the same time, she began privately speculating about why the gossip system gathered so much emotional value data. Perhaps the main system wanted the data in order to upgrade and optimize later generations of systems. Across large regions, there were probably main systems and subordinate systems. Her own gossip system still did not fully understand the joy, anger, love and hatred within human emotions. At last the emperor put brush to paper and made his selections. Zhenghui was named top scholar. Liang Zhizhu took 2nd place, and Songxing became the 3rd-place scholar. Zhenghui, Liang Zhizhu, and Songxing all shed tears of excitement when they heard the imperial decree. After years of burying themselves in the classics and enduring hardship, the day they had longed for had finally arrived. Next came the ceremonial victory parade. The newly appointed top scholar rode at the front, with the 2nd-place and 3rd-place scholars mounted behind him to the left and right. Fresh flowers covered the road. Banners and parasols filled the sky, and gongs and drums thundered to clear the way. Countless young women competed to throw handkerchiefs and fragrant sachets at them, pelting all 3 until they were practically buried in flowers and gifts. Their parade happened to pass the carriage of the Prince of Saibei. The Prince of Saibei had officially appeared in Bianjing. "Your Majesty, our secret scouts report new movement on the 3rd prince's side," Eunuch Rong reported in a low voice. The emperor's gaze turned cold. Still so restless, still so foolish. Out of brotherly affection, he had refrained from acting against the 3rd prince last time. Unfortunately, some people were insatiably greedy. A few provocative words from outsiders were enough to make him arrogant and complacent again. He truly became more muddle-headed with age. Tell me, do you think he can make that man come to his senses? The he the emperor referred to was Xiao Miaozu. He had deliberately placed Xiao Miaozu where she could restrain the third prince. For a moment, Eunuch Rong could not understand how a minor 7th-rank official could possibly restrain a prince whose power reached across the court. But in this world, if the emperor wanted something done, there was always a way. The emperor clasped his hands behind his back, remained silent for a moment, then gave an order. Go do something for us. This servant obeys. Eunuch Rong accepted the command and withdrew. After changing into ordinary clothes, Xiao Miaozu had her carriage driven out of the palace. She pounded her aching lower back after the long day and called out, "Your Highness, want to come have a couple of drinks?" Today had truly broadened her horizons. She finally understood what a palace examination was like. The imperial authority the emperor radiated while seated on the dragon throne and personally naming the top scholar was genuinely intimidating. The 8th prince paused slightly. Xiao Miaozu had already lifted the curtain of her own carriage and was looking expectantly at him, her small face practically shouting, "Come on, come on!" When the 8th prince finally strode toward her, her eyes visibly brightened. Inside the carriage, the man caught a unique fragrance of peach blossom mixed with citrus, drifting faintly from Xiao Miaozu. Yet when he deliberately tried to smell it more clearly, it seemed to vanish. That barely perceptible scent continued teasing the tip of his nose. Xiao Miaozu had few hobbies. Her favorite was ordering the system to scan all of Bianjing for places with delicious food. Today she had chosen a braised meat noodle shop directly across from the Bianjing prefectural office. The system had told her it was packed with customers. Coincidentally, today was also the day the 2 Xiao brothers were released from prison. Xiao Miaozu deliberately had the carriage pass the prefectural office, only to discover that the 2 had already packed up and slipped away. What a pity. She had been planning to linger and throw a few mocking remarks at them. The braised meat shop was small, but extremely clean and tidy. The 2 had barely settled into their seats when they heard a young woman in white kneeling and sobbing outside the prefectural office. She was young and had a dignified, delicate appearance, instantly igniting Xiao Miaozu's curiosity. That young lady looks as withered as a flower about to fall apart. She couldn't be involved in some heaven-shaking injustice, could she? The system is checking. While they waited, Xiao Miaozu habitually poured a cup of hot water and rinsed a set of chopsticks. Noticing the 8th prince watching her intently, she explained, "I once wandered through the south. When people there eat outside, the first thing they do after sitting down is pour hot water over their spoons and chopsticks to clean them." The 8th prince said nothing and merely looked at her. Fine. Xiao Miaozu understood what her colleague meant. She casually took his chopsticks as well and rinsed them once in the hot tea. The system finished its search. Host, that young lady is Meng Lingji, daughter of Lord Meng, the former Vice Minister of Revenue. Lord Meng was actually framed by the 3rd prince and imprisoned a year ago. Back then, Meng Lingji was still the cherished daughter of a first-rank official, admired by everyone and living in great honor. Yet in the space of only 1 short year, while running everywhere to clear her father's name, she has been nearly bullied and violated by bad people several times. Fortunately, she found Zheng Hui. Zheng Hui values his promises very highly. After accepting Meng Lingji's token, he devoted himself to helping her gather evidence. Just then, the waiter called, "Honored guests, 2 bowls of braised meat noodles, 1 plate of dressed cucumber, and 1 pot of osmanthus wine." The waiter was quick and efficient, and in moments the food had been neatly arranged on the table. Xiao Miaozu pulled 1 bowl of noodles toward herself and continued chatting with the system. So what evidence have they found? They found an account book recording the 3rd prince's actual embezzled funds. Years ago, a corrupt official feared for his life and wanted to leave himself a way out, so he secretly wrote down every sum the 3rd prince had misappropriated in meticulous detail. Meng Lingji spent a full half-year working as a maid before she finally found that ledger. What's more, the 3rd prince has an extremely strange hobby, collecting lanterns. His room is filled with all kinds of lanterns, every one of them oddly shaped. Odd how? Xiao Miaozu's curiosity was completely aroused. Those lanterns are all made from the skin of young girls who had only just reached marriageable age. They are commonly called human skin lanterns. There are 18 of them hanging openly in his room. The system's cold tone seemed to carry an extra chill. Xiao Miaozu imagined those 18 lanterns, seemingly still breathing with the presence of human skin, perhaps even retaining the terror and despair the girls had felt while alive. Just thinking about it sent cold air racing down her spine and raised goosebumps across her skin. Only 2 words appeared in her mind. Utterly perverse. Isn't this man some grandmaster-level demonic pervert? He hangs things like that in his room and can still sleep soundly? Sitting beside her, the 8th prince heard everything. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Supreme power truly could gnaw away at a person's humanity until nothing remained. At some point, Meng Lingji had quietly made her way to the dishwashing area of the noodle shop. She clutched a steamed bun in both hands and devoured it while staring fixedly toward the gates of the Biangjing prefectural office. The bun disappeared into her stomach in no time. Then Meng Lingji rolled up her sleeves and began helping the shopkeeper wash dishes. Judging from her practiced movements, this was clearly not the first time she had done such menial work. Xiao Miaozu's eyes darted back and forth as she racked her brains for a way to pry this matter open. Her gaze finally stopped on the 8th prince. "Your Highness, look. That young lady seems to be carrying some enormous injustice." "And?" the 8th prince asked indifferently. He had already vaguely guessed that His Majesty had a hand in arranging this. The emperor clearly wanted to use Xiao Miaozu to become involved in the matter. Xiao Miaozu blinked her large round eyes. "Your Highness, we are officials. Even if we don't dare claim to be wandering heroes who uphold justice, at the very least we can't be muddle-headed officials. If we see someone carrying a grave injustice and don't even dare ask a question, wouldn't that make us useless good-for-nothings? We keep saying we want to share His Majesty's burdens, but if we shrink back and never dare do anything, what use are those words? Your Highness, you are the handsomest and most charismatic man I have ever met." The 8th prince lowered his eyes to Xiao Miaozu's ingratiating, expectant expression. With a pair of bright, moist eyes fixed so intently on him, how many men in the world could withstand it? He remained silent for a moment, then gave a faint sound of agreement. Did he just nod? Xiao Miaozu immediately became excited, rolled up her sleeves and ran over to Meng Lingji. "Meng Lingji, I have met Xinghui before. If you have suffered some injustice, why not tell us? Perhaps we can help." Xiao Miaozu cunningly borrowed Xinghui's name. Mentioning a familiar person was the fastest way to break through a stranger's defensive shell. At the sound of Xinghui's name, Meng Lingji immediately raised her head. Her eyes filled with caution and suspicion. "Can you truly help me?" Although Xinghui had now become the newly appointed top scholar, he had not yet officially received an office. He could not openly clear her father's name. She still had to endure and wait for the right opportunity, but she was terrified that her father, trapped in that dark prison, might suffer some unexpected disaster. She herself could grit her teeth and wait, but her father's body might not last. Xiao Miaozu lifted her chin. "Tell the person standing behind me every part of your grievance. His official rank is very high. Perhaps he truly has the ability to solve this matter." Meng Lingji stared at her. A moment earlier, Meng Lingji had still been submerged in her own world, seeing only the basin of dishwater and the gates of the Biangjing prefectural office. Now she followed Xiao Miaozu's pointing finger and looked behind her. Only then did she realize in shock that the 8th prince was there. She hesitated for only a moment before determination flashed in her eyes. She stepped in front of him and dropped straight to her knees. "8th prince, I beg your highness to uphold justice for this common woman. My father is Meng Tingzhou, formerly vice minister of revenue. He was framed by villains and falsely accused of embezzlement, and he has endured prison for an entire year. I possess evidence that can clear my father's name. Could your highness show mercy and allow me to see His Majesty, or submit a memorial requesting that this case be investigated again?" Xiao Miaozu cut in at exactly the right moment. "Your Highness, what do you think? This young lady speaks clearly and with absolute conviction. Is there any chance the case can be overturned?" The 8th prince answered in a low voice. "It is useless to seek this prince. You should seek him." "Huh?" Xiao Miaozu noticed that the 8th prince's gaze was fixed directly on her and suddenly felt uneasy. "He means me?" Meng Lingji was also suspicious. Was this extraordinarily beautiful young man really an official? At such a young age, even if he held office, he could only be some insignificant 7th-rank functionary. If she wanted to clear her father's name, she needed at least a 5th-rank official, before anyone would take the accusation seriously. The 8th prince calmly explained, "Official Xiao here is one of the supervisors of this year's imperial examination. He is impartial and unyielding. With his own hands, he exposed and captured the man who impersonated an imperial prince in order to sell examination questions." "Huh? In my colleague's eyes, am I really that glorious and magnificent?" Xiao Miaozu had to work hard to stop the corners of her mouth from curling all the way to her ears. Meng Lingji was stunned to learn that the person bold enough to expose corruption in the imperial examination was actually this young official standing right in front of her. At the same time, a faint spark of hope lit in the darkness of her heart. Perhaps this official truly had a way. If he had dared openly expose such darkness, then he clearly did not fear powerful people. Meng Lingji turned on her knees and bowed low before Xiao Miaozu. Her eyes were filled with desperate resolve. "Official Xiao, I beg you to show mercy and save this common woman. I will repay your great kindness even in my next life, no matter what it takes." Even if Official Xiao made some unreasonable or excessive demand, driven to the end of her road as she would have agreed. She only wanted to rescue her father from prison. "Young lady, stand up first. If you want to save your father, you must first do this, then this, and after that, do this." Xiao Miaozu leaned close and whispered an entire scheme into Meng Lingji's ear. Meng Lingji listened intently and nodded again and again. The eighth prince standing nearby tactfully pretended that he could neither hear nor seize anything. Elsewhere, the brothers Xiao Mioi and Xiao Mioming had just been released from prison. The Xiao household had received the news and rushed in a long line to wait outside the Bianjing prefectural office. Seeing the two sons looking battered and exhausted, both reeking sourly from their days in confinement, Master Xiao and Madame Xiao were heartbroken. By the time Xiao Miaozu had eaten her fill and leisurely returned to the residence, she saw servants busily cleaning and braziers burning to drive away bad luck. Ash still floated faintly in the air. "Well, look at that. They even burned peach leaves to ward off evil." She slowly walked along the corridor and, from a distance, saw a warm family reunion taking place. Laughter and lively conversation echoed through the hall. Madame Xiao fussed over Xiao Miaming with deep maternal affection, constantly piling food into his bowl. Xiao Miaoyi, meanwhile, had Master Xiao and Lu Yuanyang surrounding him, repeatedly asking whether he felt unwell, coaxing him to eat more, and lamenting how much he had suffered in prison. Only Xiao Miaozu had no place in that scene. Xiao Miaozu stood rooted to the spot in silence, taking in the noisy, cheerful gathering. The scene suddenly left the original owner's heart hollow and bitter. Perhaps that poor heart had always been asking whether these blood relatives truly loved her. If they did not, then why had they brought Xiao Miaozu into the world? Had they ever loved Xiao Miaozu at all? Perhaps once, long ago, they had. But that thin affection had been buried when she was only 5 years old. Back then, Xiao Miaozu had been the child they had long awaited and painfully brought into the world, carrying all the family's expectations, love, and limitless favor. Yet after being lost, Xiao Miaozu had endured countless hardships and suffered desperately before finding the road home. She survived by clinging to the faint memories of affection she had known at 5 years old. But on the day she finally stepped onto the ground called home, this place had long since ceased to have room for her. Xiao Miaozu gathered up those tangled emotions and raised her voice, shattering the atmosphere. "Today really is an auspicious day. Everyone is gathered together." The instant she spoke, the laughter and noisy conversation stopped. Xiao Miao stared at her with dark, venomous hatred, wishing he could charge forward and tear her body into pieces. During his days in prison, he had suffered endless humiliation, and a jailer had injured his leg badly. Even worse, the moment he walked outside, he learned that he had failed the imperial examination. Xiao Miaozu must have secretly sabotaged him. With a belly full of classics and such extraordinary talent, even if he had not taken first place, second place should have been easy for him. Xiao Miao deliberately pushed the leg Liu Yuanyang was bandaging farther into view. The thick, exaggerated bundle of bandages was impossible for Master Xiao to miss. His expression immediately darkened. On the way home, Yer had already complained in detail that Xiao Miaozu had never intended to rescue him from prison. At first Master Xiao had only half believed him, but after carefully questioning Xiao Mioming as well, he became convinced that his eldest son truly had a vicious heart. "You still have the face to come back to this house? Your younger brothers suffered so much before they could leave prison. As their eldest brother, you did not even know enough to go welcome them home. I ordered you to take care of them, yet you were cruel enough to take care of Yer, until he ended up like this. His leg is badly injured. Do you know that? You unfilial wretch!" Xiao Miaozu did not panic in the slightest. She calmly walked straight toward Xiao Miaoe. The moment she came close, she abruptly slapped her palm down onto his injured leg without the slightest mercy. "Ah!" Xiao Miaoe let out a piercing scream. Xiao Miming had been about to rush forward and demand justice for second brother, but the sight frightened all the color out of his face. He immediately shrank his neck and backed away. No one had expected Xiao Miaozu to act this crazily. "What the hell are you doing?" Xiao Miai roared. "Oh, it's only a tiny scrape? What a pity. Why didn't the whole leg just fall off and save everyone the trouble?" After landing that blow, Xiao Miaozu put on an innocent, blameless face. "Second brother, I was only being kind and checking your injury for you. If you aren't grateful, then forget it." Although Xiao Miaoya's bandages were rather exaggerated, the bone-deep pain was real. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Grinding his teeth, he forced out, "Father, forget it. Rebellious child, you rebellious child." Master Xiao's anger blazed, heart-attack mixed with fury as he coldly ordered, "If Ye's injury was caused by you, then from today onward you will be responsible for caring for him until he has fully recovered. Only when his leg can walk normally again, may you return to your bamboo courtyard." Xiao Miaozu stared deep into Master Xiao's eyes. In those clouded eyes there was not the slightest trace of familial affection, only extreme coldness and disgust. "Fine, if I'm so easy to discard then so be it." No one expected the normally arrogant Xiao Miaozu to agree so readily today. Everyone stared at her in surprise, unable to adjust. Xiao Miaozu walked to Xiao Miaoyi's side, grabbed him by the collar and hauled him upright. Then she turned and gave Xiao Miaoming a strange smile. "Third brother, would you like eldest brother to go to the trouble of taking care of you as well?" Xiao Miaoming shrank back and hid behind Madame Xiao. Startled, Madame Xiao spread her arms protectively in front of her precious son and glared at Xiao Miaozu with eyes full of vigilance and hatred. "That Jinx really is a disaster. Every time he comes home, nothing good ever happens in this household." The system could not hide its astonishment. "Host, why are you suddenly so merciful? Are you really planning to take care of Xiao Miaoe?" "Of course. Haven't I always been famous for my kind heart?" Xiao Miaozu replied. "System, convert all my remaining life points into strength for both arms, understood?" Once her strength had been boosted, the kind-hearted Xiao Miaozu grabbed Xiao Miao by the back of the neck and dragged him all the way to his room like a dead dog. His mouth was clamped shut, leaving him unable to voice his misery. As he was dragged along the ground, his injured leg repeatedly knocked against things on the left and right. Every accidental impact sent bone-deep, gut-wrenching pain through him. Xiao Miaoi's body convulsed uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from him like water. Finally, with a heavy thud, Xiao Miaozu tossed him into the room like a sack of garbage. The servants in the courtyard were terrified into silence and did not dare make a sound. Even so, a few of the more quick-witted ones saw that disaster was brewing and ran at full speed to secretly report to Master Xiao and Lu Yuanyang. "Xiao Miaozu, I don't need you to take care of me." By now, Xiao Miao had begun to sense true terror closing in. Sending Xiao Miaozu to care for him had been an enormous mistake. Before he even had time to devise a way to torment and retaliate against her, he felt as though she was already preparing to skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Xiao Miaozu strolled around and inspected Xiao Miaoi's room. It was spacious and comfortable, filled with so many fine things that they could hardly be counted, and even occupied one of the best positions in the entire residence. If she did not go mad and turn this place upside down today, she would truly be doing them an injustice. Xiao Miao stared at her increasingly unsettling expression as a terrible premonition struck his heart. Tsk, tsk. This red sandalwood folding screen is quite nice. Every carving looks alive. It must have cost a fortune. Crash! The screen toppled over with a deafening sound. One exquisite carved corner was completely destroyed by her accidental slip. Xiao Miaoi's heart nearly broke. Before he could even open his mouth to scream for her to stop, Xiao Miaozu had already leisurely wandered over to an ancestral Ru-ware porcelain vase belonging to the Xiao family. "Stop! Stop right now! I'm telling you to stop!" When Xiao Miaozu turned around, somehow her sleeve accidentally caught the wooden stand. The Ru-ware vase began to sway, then shattered into 8 pieces right before Xiao Miaoi's bulging eyes. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Xiao Miao screamed helplessly like a madman. That was the treasured vase he loved most in the world. "Goodness, why are you shouting so loudly? You nearly scared me to death." Xiao Miaozu pretended to be frightened and hunched down while covering both ears. Then Xiao Miaozu opened Xiao Miao's wardrobe. Inside were many silk garments. Many of the garments were embroidered with glittering gold thread. Compared with Xiao Miaozu, who owned little besides her court robes and 2 changes of clothing for bathing and daily wear, Xiao Miao looked far more like the Xiao family's true eldest young master. She tore through the clothes with gusto, and in moments garments and scraps of fabric lay scattered everywhere. Xiao Miao was so furious he nearly fainted. but now was not the time to lose consciousness. He knew perfectly well that if he closed his eyes and collapsed, Xiao Miaozu might do something even more outrageous. Liu Yuanyang arrived one step ahead of Master Xiao and rushed into the room. She hurriedly threw her arms around Xiao Miaowei. Mother and son secretly exchanged a look. Before Liu Yuanyang could even speak, tears were already streaming down her face. Master. Only then did Master Xiao clearly see the scene inside. Torn pieces of clothing covered the floor, and the room was a complete mess. He could guess with his eyes closed that the rebellious Xiao Miaozu had been bullying his heir again. Master Xiao's eyes widened with rage. Rebellious child. What madness are you causing now? How dare you bully your younger brother again? Xiao Miaozu clenched both fists, the corners of her eyes turning red. Standing alone in the wreckage, she spoke in a mournful yet stubborn voice, as though some divine actor had possessed her. If I told you none of this was done by me, father, would you believe me, Xiao? Miaozu had always been proud and unruly. Seeing this rare display of weakness, the tiny scrap of fatherly conscience inside Master Xiao seemed about to awaken. Liu Yuanyang inwardly cried that something was wrong. No one understood Master Xiao better than she did. She herself had always relied on pretending to be pitiful in order to win her husband's sympathy. That was her supreme rule for survival. Now Xiao Miaozu's show of weakness was clearly making the master waver. This could not be allowed to continue. Liu Yuanyang's tears fell on command. Master Miaozu has truly gone too far this time. Yer has always respected him as an elder brother and yielded to him again and again. Yet not only does Miaozu constantly make things difficult for Yer, now that he has done wrong he refuses to admit it and even dares argue. I fear that mother and son will no longer be able to survive in this Xiao household. She burst into sobs. After hearing Liu Yuanyang cry, the faint hesitation that had just risen in Master Xiao's heart instantly hardened again. Remembering all of Xiao Miaozu's supposed misdeeds, he shouted furiously, "You still dare argue? Men, bring the family punishment!" Several burly servants immediately advanced menacingly, intending to drag Xiao Miaozu away for a beating. The instant Master Xiao's expression changed, Xiao Miaozu knew the old man was once again going to protect the schemes of Liu Yuanyang and Xiao Miaoye. System, what will the weather be like today? Cloudy. There will be spring thunder later. Host, what do we do? Your father really looks like he intends to beat you. The system sounded anxious. If it had known this would happen, it would have tried to stop her a little earlier. It's fine. As long as I never lower myself into the position of a weak victim, no one can bully me. Xiao Miaozu continued inwardly. System, in a moment, cooperate with me and force some of that poisoned blood out. The system had no idea what she was planning. Normally it was the one that cleaned away and neutralized the host's toxic blood. Even so, it obediently agreed. Xiao Miaozu then looked at Master Xiao. Father, even when His Majesty pronounces a sentence, he gives the accused a chance to defend himself. Are you unwilling to give me even that much? She put on an expression of deep, devastated disappointment, while secretly puffing out her chest with pride. Her mind was packed with dramatic scripts. Xiao Miai immediately adopted a sweetly hypocritical tone. Father, please hear eldest brother's explanation first. Perhaps Fax accidentally offended him. Perhaps I misunderstood eldest brother. Xiao Miai was not afraid in the slightest. The physical evidence was all right here before them. Hearing his well-behaved son seemingly swallow his grievance and offer to forgive Xiao Miaozu made Master Xiao's heart lean even farther toward him. That jade vase, those clothes, that folding screen, and Yer's injured leg, which one of them is not obvious evidence of your guilt? A bleak sadness filled Xiao Miaozu's eyes. Whatever Xiao Miao says, father believes. Since you trust every word said by that mother and son so completely, then fine. If he says I did it, we'll treat it as though I did. Liu Yuanyang and Xiao Miaoye exchanged glances. Was that all? They had thought Xiao Miaozu was about to unleash some earth-shattering move. It seemed they had overestimated her after all. This Xiao Miaozu was like plain water. Even boiled, she was still useless. The fierce-looking servants pressed Xiao Miaozu down hard. Just as the rattan cane rose high and was about to lash down across her body, Xiao Miaozu suddenly threw her head back and burst into wild laughter. Ha! Ha ha! The laughter rang through the silent courtyard with shocking abruptness, as though mocking the bitter injustice of the world, yet also sounding like a helpless sigh at her own tragic fate. Heaven! Open your eyes and look. I am the legitimate eldest young master of the Xiao family, upright and honorable. I have backbone, and I have talent. Yet today I am forced to suffer this humiliation, slandered by villains and subjected to every kind of grievance, without a single person willing to believe me. Does justice no longer exist in this world? Villains run rampant while loyal and upright people suffer false accusations. Under this bright and boundless sky, is there truly no place left for an innocent person? I beg heaven itself to distinguish the loyal from the treacherous. The instant she finished speaking, a mouthful of dark red blood streaked with black suddenly sprayed from her lips and splattered across the ground, forming a foul-smelling, horrifying pool. Everyone in the Xiao household cried out at the same time and instinctively staggered backward, terror plain on their faces. Had Xiao Miaozu gone mad? Her voice still seemed to echo through the air, carrying endless despair like a sharpened sword, determined to pierce all the darkness beneath heaven. Boom! At that exact moment, a deafening clap of thunder exploded overhead. Blinding lightning illuminated the entire courtyard as bright as day. It even created the illusion that the furious bolt was about to strike directly down upon them. A cold chill raced along everyone's spine, raising goosebumps across their bodies. Xiao Miaozu's cry of grievance had actually received an answer from heaven. If word of this spread outside, the consequences would be impossible to predict. Xiao Miaozu swayed several times before finally going limp and collapsing to the ground. This was, of course, the perfect angle from which to faint. She had measured and calculated it long ago. Master. Eldest young master coughed blood and fainted. One servant stammered, trembling. He had not even brought the cane down yet. This absolutely could not be blamed on him. The master was clearly the one who had ordered the beating. Xiao Miaozu lay with both eyes tightly shut, her face as pale as paper, a trace of blood still drying at the corner of her mouth. She looked extraordinarily miserable and pitiful. In ancient tales, a wronged woman could make snow fall in the 6th month. Now the eldest young master of the Xiao family had appealed to heaven and summoned thunder to distinguish loyal from treacherous. Master Xiao was now trapped in an impossible position, unable either to advance or retreat. What kind of son had the Xiao family brought back? He could not beat the boy, and he could not even scold him successfully. Helpless, he ordered the servants to very carefully lift Xiao Miaozu and carry her back to Bamboo Courtyard. The 8th prince has arrived. Master Xiao had only just begun to relax when his heart instantly tightened like a drawn bowstring. The Xiao family and the 8th prince had always stayed out of each other's affairs and had never maintained any personal relationship. Why would the 8th prince suddenly honor the Xiao residents with a visit? Could it be that His Highness has taken notice of Ye's talent and has come to promote and support him? As expected, Ye is outstanding. One glance was enough to catch the eye of a noble patron. Master Xiao turned toward Xiao Miaye, his voice holding both reproach and delight. Ye, have you also managed to attach yourself to the great ship that is the 8th prince? Why didn't you tell father in advance? I prepared nothing to receive him today. What are we supposed to do now? Xiao Miaye opened his mouth, intending to say something, but no one gave him the chance. Your Highness, your arrival at this humble residence brings our poor home extraordinary honor. Master Xiao hurried out with the entire household to welcome the 8th prince, his wrinkled face twisted into a flattering smile. Ye, why are you still standing there? Hurry and serve tea to His Highness. Xiao Miaye limped quickly to the table, deferentially picked up the teapot, and poured a cup. The 8th prince waved him away coldly. No need. This prince came today to find official Xiao. The moment Master Xiao heard that, his mind began racing. That rebellious Xiao Miaozu must have caused some enormous disaster again. Why else would the mighty 8th prince personally come to the door? His Highness's expression looked especially unpleasant as well. Your Highness, did that rebellious son of mine eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall and cause trouble outside again? Please rest assured. Punish him however you wish. Even if you break his arms and legs, it does not matter. To receive your Highness's personal discipline would be his good fortune. The 8th prince replied coldly. This prince left an item with him today. I merely stopped by to retrieve it. This, Master Xiao stammered awkwardly. Xiao Miaozu was still lying unconscious. How could any of them know what belonging of the 8th prince was currently in her hands? The 8th prince's gaze turned cold. What? Could it be that even something belonging to this prince has stirred your greed? Master Xiao and Xiao Miao accidentally met those deep dark eyes and immediately felt a freezing chill climb their spines. Both began trembling despite the warmth. Xiao Miao hurriedly said, Your Highness, eldest brother is unwell today. I'm afraid he cannot even get out of bed to greet you. His temperament has always been stubborn like this. Desperation made him quick-witted. He invented an excuse on the spot and conveniently used it to smear Xiao Miaozu again. Master Xiao was extremely pleased by his son's fast reaction. Fortunately, Ye was here to hold things together. How bold, the eighth prince said lightly. His tone was so calm that no emotion could be heard, yet the pressure it carried was terrifying. No one could tell whether he meant that the Xiao father and son were bold enough to deceive him, or that Xiao Miaozu was bold enough to sleep in and refuse to rise to receive him. Why are you still standing there? Lead the way. If you delay His Highness's official business, none of you can bear the consequences. The steward beside the prince barked loudly. The Xiao father and son did not dare utter another word. On one hand, they hurriedly sent a servant ahead to Bamboo Courtyard to see whether Xiao Miaozu had regained consciousness. On the other, they bent their backs and lowered their heads, obediently leading the eighth prince straight there. Along the way, Xiao Miaozu's eyes flickered constantly, jealousy and suspicion boiling inside him. He could not understand no matter how hard he thought. Why would this lofty eighth prince deliberately come looking for Xiao Miaozu? The eighth prince strode directly into the room and swept the bed curtain upward. Xiao Miaozu lay there with a face as white as paper. The man's index finger lightly brushed the vivid trace of blood still clinging to her pale lips. Xiao Miaozu is injured. A cold displeasure flashed instantly through his eyes. Master Xiao and Xiao Miaoe were frightened into complete silence. The eighth prince's oppressive aura was genuinely terrifying, as though the temperature of the entire room had dropped below freezing. Xiao Miaozu was lying there, holding her breath and pretending to be deeply unconscious. Suddenly she smelled a familiar, pleasant incense scent. Instinctively, she rubbed herself closer to the man's firm chest, and one hand unconsciously grabbed his sleeve tightly. The eighth prince remained perfectly still and did not pull away. His sharp voice cut through the room. Official Xiao does not look as though he is merely asleep. Why does this prince feel he is about to stop breathing and pass into the next world? Could the Xiao family be attempting to murder an official of the imperial court? With every question the man asked, the knees of Master Xiao and Xiao Miao grew weaker until they collapsed to the floor. Your Highness, please investigate clearly. We have been wronged. We absolutely never laid a hand on him. We do not understand what happened today. He was perfectly fine, then suddenly coughed blood and fainted. Xiao Miai hurriedly inserted another poisonous suggestion. Could it be that eldest brother grew greedy for your Highness's possession? Then panicked when he heard your Highness had sent someone to retrieve it, and frightened himself into this state. My heart hurts. I worked so hard to spit out such a huge mouthful of blood, and they still won't let me rest properly. How many stewed hens will I have to eat to replace all that blood? The instant the eighth prince heard Xiao Miaozu's lively inner voice, the freezing aura around him immediately receded. Official Xiao is presently holding something of mine. This prince intends to take him back to the princely residence. I assume there is no objection? No objection. Absolutely none. How could they possibly dare object? The steward moved forward as though to carry Xiao Miaozu, but the eighth prince raised a hand and stopped him. The old steward stepped aside in astonishment, and watched as the eighth prince himself bent his broad back. By the time Xiao Miaozu reacted, she was already lying securely against the man's warm, wide back. If she dared crack her eyes open even slightly, the strong line of his neck and the faint blue veins along it would be only inches away. That alluring curve was practically soul-stealing, tempting her to reach out and touch it. Tisk, tisk. I really want to see what His Highness looks like crying. Master Xiao and Xiao Miai were still kneeling to one side, hardly daring to breathe. Both stared wide-eyed at the scene, their pupils shaking violently. A prince of such exalted status was personally carrying Xiao Miaozu on his back. It was so absurd they could scarcely imagine it. Deep in their hearts, father and son arrived at the same suspicion. Father, do you think Xiao Miaozu secretly climbed into the eighth prince's bed? With eldest brother's seductive face, forget women, even men could be tempted. Master Xiao's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. That shameless, rebellious child truly was corrupting morals and disgracing the family. Inside the carriage, Xiao Miaozu not only shamelessly kept her eyes squeezed shut, but her hands also wandered restlessly and openly wrapped around the eighth prince's firm waist. What a pity all these layers of clothing are in the way. I can't even imagine how happy I would be if I stripped them off. Let me count how many abdominal muscles he has. 1, 2, 3, 6, and there are 2 more hidden beneath the belt. Oh my. The eighth prince raised a hand and rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Perhaps he should not have carried Xiao Miaozu back to the princely residence. He could not allow Xiao Miaozu to become this obsessed with him. The man lowered his eyes toward the small person in his arms. His gaze unconsciously stopped on Xiao Miaozu's slightly upturned lips, where a dark red trace of blood still remained. Somehow, all the intentions he had just formed were suddenly shoved into some forgotten corner of his mind. Xiao Miaozu was injured. He could wait until she recovered before slowly teaching her how to behave properly. Naturally, news that official Xiao had coughed blood and collapsed reached the emperor almost immediately. A beautiful man in my arms. Bah! Who could have predicted I would make such a huge scene? That enormous mouthful of blood scared them half to death. In the palace, Eunuch Rong reported, Your Majesty, according to the secret scouts, official Xiao caused quite an uproar at home. He even coughed up blood. It is said he was overwhelmed by the grievance of being falsely accused, with anger attacking his heart and driving him into extreme despair. Strangely, when he appealed to heaven for help, a tremendous clap of thunder actually sounded. It was astonishing. The emperor replied calmly, That brat coughed up black blood because the parasitic poison in his body was acting up. We should already thank heaven that he does not anger other people until they cough blood. On this subject, His Majesty truly spoke from painful experience. With the handsome man still nearby, Xiao Miaozu said inwardly, System, did you see their faces when the thunder exploded? They looked as though they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. I bet none of them will dare doubt my divine foresight now. Ha ha ha! Back in the palace, Eunuch Rong asked doubtfully, Your Majesty, could official Xiao truly have controlled that earth-shaking thunder? The emperor replied without much interest. Spring thunder is perfectly ordinary in this season. Anyone who pays even a little attention can notice the signs. Eunuch Rong immediately understood, or thought he did. In reality, the emperor's mind was perfectly clear. He knew this trick had been caused by that system. How could an ordinary person calculate the exact instant thunder would sound? The moment the carriage reached the 8th prince's residence, Xiao Miaozu accidentally woke up with exceptionally perfect timing. Your Highness, why am I here? This prince heard you coughed blood and fainted, so I brought you back for the residence physician to examine you. Cough, cough. Thank you, Your Highness. So which room am I staying in? Xiao Miaozu raised her bright face and gave the 8th prince an ingratiating, radiant smile, delighted like an obedient puppy greeting its master. She showed not the slightest politeness about accepting the arrangement. Official Xiao, a guest room has already been prepared for you. It is directly beside His Highness's room. Right next door? Next door is wonderful. Xiao Miaozu cheerfully followed the prince's steward to the guest room. He gently pushed the door open, and a faint, pleasant fragrance drifted out. The furnishings were tasteful and elegant, every object neatly arranged, and everything one might need already prepared. The steward smiled and pointed toward the clothes rack beside the bed. A set of court robes had been draped there, the exact clothing Xiao Miaozu would need to wear to morning court the next day. Clearly, this capable steward had prepared everything down to the smallest detail. Before long, the residence physician hurried over and carefully took Xiao Miaozu's pulse. After examining it with a serious expression, the elderly doctor frowned, shook his head, and sighed. Young master, your pulse is badly disordered and clearly shows signs of complicated poisoning. This toxin is beyond this old physician's knowledge. Do you know what poison you were exposed to? Thank you, doctor. An imperial physician has already explained my condition to me before. You have lost too much blood, and your pulse is weak. You must eat well and replenish your strength. Worried that prescribing medicine might accidentally interfere with the treatment plan of the Imperial Medical Bureau, the residence physician reluctantly refrained from writing a prescription and recommended nourishing foods instead. Xiao Miaozu knew her own condition perfectly well. It could not possibly recover overnight, but she was not about to die either. Right now, what she wanted most was a proper bath. She had barely finished bathing when someone knocked at the door. A servant had brought her chicken soup. System, look, the 8th prince truly is worth looking after and befriending. The system firmly refused to offer any opinion. It simply could not keep up with the host's way of thinking. The next morning, whispers spread among the officials. Did you hear? Something happened at official Xiao's residence last night. Did official Xiao really cough blood? Keep your voices down. Official Xiao is here. The civil and military officials stared as Xiao Miaozu came to court wearing a face that should have been pale and sickly, yet now looked rosy and radiant. What exactly had happened? There had clearly been a major uproar in official Xiao's residence the previous night. How could he now stroll into morning court looking as though nothing had happened? Driven by curiosity, many ministers had deliberately arrived early just to hear a first-hand explanation. Finally, someone could no longer hold back. Official Xiao, are you all right? Official Xiao, has your health recovered? Gossip spreads far too quickly. Xiao Miaozu cupped her hands toward them. Many thanks, my lords, for your concern. This humble official rested and recuperated extremely well last night. Fortunately, the 8th prince was there to help. The 8th prince last night? There was definitely something interesting last night. The more casually Xiao Miaozu spoke, the more fiercely their curiosity burned. Unfortunately, even by the time the emperor arrived, Xiao Miaozu's inner voice revealed nothing more about the previous night. Outside the palace, the carriage of Prefect Cheng of Bianjing slowly stopped before the prefectural office. The moment Prefect Cheng stepped down, Meng Lingji rushed toward him as though turning 100 steps into 3. My lord, I beg you to save my father. My father has suffered a terrible injustice. She threw herself to her knees before Prefect Cheng, tears streaming down her face. Recognizing her, Prefect Cheng could not suppress a sigh. Young lady, go home. Your father's case was personally decided by His Majesty. There is nothing this official can do. Meng Lingzi refused to give up. She shuffled forward on her knees and clutched the hem of Prefect Cheng's robe with both hands. Prefect Cheng, my father could never have embezzled public funds. You are an upright and incorruptible official. I beg you to hear this case again. No one knew what a young attendant whispered into Prefect Cheng's ear, but his expression changed several times. In the end, he swallowed his refusal and said instead, if that is so, do you dare beat the grievance drum? Anyone bold enough to strike it must first endure 20 strokes of the heavy rod. Can a young woman of the Meng family withstand that? Official Xiao was right yesterday. As long as I come to the prefectural office and go through the complete legal procedure, there is at least a 50% chance of turning this around. Tears filled Meng Lingji's eyes as she bowed hard before Prefect Cheng. This common woman dares. Thank you, my lord. She understood better than anyone that a petitioner who struck the grievance drum first had to grit her teeth and endure those terrifying 20 blows. But whenever she thought of her father and brothers still suffering in prison, none of it mattered. Meng Lingji wiped away her tears. With a determined expression, Meng Lingji stood before the great drum and brought the mallet down hard. Boom, 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 boom. The pounding sounded like thunder and reverberated throughout the courthouse. My lord, this common woman has suffered injustice. My father was framed by villains and condemned to the imperial prison. I possess evidence proving my father's innocence. I beg you to reopen the embezzlement case of former Vice Minister of Revenue Meng Tingzhou. Her voice, rising between the drumbeats, sounded all the clearer. Who is that young woman? She actually dares strike the grievance drum. Can a woman like her survive that many blows? You don't know? I heard she is the beloved daughter of the former Vice Minister of Revenue. Her father was supposedly involved in corruption and got thrown into prison. And she still has the nerve to strike the grievance drum? Her father stole so much money. She must have enjoyed plenty of the benefits herself. Meng Lingji ignored the pointing and whispering townspeople behind her and continued striking the drum again and again. In the palace, after a eunuch's announcement, a figure slowly approached from the distance. Here he comes. He finally came. Who is coming? The ministers could not help filling with questions. The instant Xiao Miaozu saw Prefect Cheng enter the great hall carrying evidence, she let out a breath of relief. Meng Lingji really gritted her teeth and made it through. If it were me, I'd probably confess everything after the very first blow. And while I was at it, drag a few other people down with me to share the punishment. Listening to Xiao Miaozu's thoughts, a few ministers who had not known who Meng Lingji was remained puzzled for a moment. With the evidence she had gathered, the Meng family's injustice finally had a chance to be cleared. So she was the daughter of the former Vice Minister of Revenue. The emperor looked over the evidence Prefect Cheng had submitted, and his expression immediately darkened with imperial fury. What do my ministers think of the former Vice Minister of Revenue's embezzlement case? Chancellor Bai stroked his beard and said, Your Majesty, if Lord Meng's case contains this many unresolved doubts, this minister believes it should be investigated again from the beginning. We must not allow a loyal official who devoted himself to the court to suffer an injustice. This minister agrees. Other officials voiced their support one after another. After listening, the emperor considered the matter for a moment. In that case, who is willing to take charge of the investigation? The civil and military officials looked at one another. After pushing forward several possible scapegoats, some recommended veteran officials with extensive investigative experience. Others boldly proposed that the newly appointed top scholar take the case so a newcomer could gain practical experience. The emperor seemed dissatisfied with every suggestion. His brows remained furrowed, and he gave no sign of approving anyone. The supervising secretary stood quietly to one side and cautiously watched the changes in the emperor's expression. His Majesty seemed to consider everyone, yet refused to choose anyone. Why? Suddenly, the supervising secretary appeared to remember something. His gaze shot toward the back of Xiao Miaozu's head. Your Majesty, this minister recommends Official Xiao. Official Xiao does not bow before powerful authority, and his mind is exceptionally quick. He is an extremely suitable choice. The moment he finished speaking, Official Li stepped forward. Your Majesty, this minister volunteers to take the case. Official Li was a military official, and Xiao Miaozu had once helped his beloved daughter. He owed her a tremendous favor, so he was the first to step out and try to shield her. Deliberately pushing Xiao Miaozu to the front of this storm would have been terribly unkind and could make enemies for her everywhere. Besides, the former Vice Minister of Revenue had, after all, been a first-rank high official. The moment he was thrown into prison, it became obvious that this muddy water was deep beyond measure. How could a tiny 7th-rank official like Xiao Miaozu possibly handle it? The emperor waved a hand. This case will be placed entirely under beloved subject Xiao's responsibility. Prefect Cheng and the newly appointed top scholar will assist him. Investigate it thoroughly. This minister obeys. Xiao Miaozu had never dreamed that after only a few exchanges of words, she would suddenly be handed an entire criminal investigation. She felt a little excited and a little lost at the same time. Chancellor Bai gave her a meaningful glance. There was still another important matter today. That evening, the palace would hold a banquet to welcome the Prince of Saibei's. System, there's another banquet tonight. So much food to eat. There'll probably be songs and dances, too. I'm really looking forward to it. Host, palace banquets usually bring many handsome young men and beautiful young women from official families. They're extremely lively. Xiao Miaozu's eyes instantly lit up. Right, the social circle she moved in was different now. She had finally squeezed into the world of the powerful and noble. She was now an officially registered beast of burden for the court, with a salary far better than that of ordinary people. The only downside was that if she handled something badly, she could lose her head in an instant. Lord Wu, standing nearby, gave a cold snort and swept Xiao Miaozu with a contemptuous glance. While Xiao Miaozu was still absorbed in her thoughts, she suddenly sensed an unfriendly look passing over her. Host, you saw that, didn't you? I did. Why does Lord Wu look so unlucky and sour? Lord Wu had never expected a single sideways glance to be caught by Xiao Miaozu and turned into a topic of discussion. His expression grew even uglier. Oh, host, there's a show. There's a show involving Lord Wu. This system knows why he looks so miserable. What happened? Why does Lord Wu look as if he's carrying some enormous grudge? The other ministers remained perfectly still and silent, merely pricking up their ears to listen. They all knew Lord Wu well. He always presented himself as dignified and proper. Lord Wu is worried sick over his son. His son isn't his biological child at all. The older the boy gets, the less he resembles Lord Wu. His skin is very dark, while both Lord Wu and Madame Wu are fair-skinned. The difference is obvious. Everyone in the clan has been whispering that Lord Wu is wearing a green hat that his wife cuckolded him. This morning Lord Wu had a huge argument with Madame Wu and was especially cold and rejecting toward the boy. Does Lord Wu know the child isn't his? Of course he knows. More than that, he personally agreed to the arrangement. Years ago, Lord Wu and Madame Wu could not have children. Lord Wu urged his wife to find a strong man and secretly conceive a child, hoping only that she could produce a son to continue the family line. Unexpectedly, the plan succeeded perfectly, and she gave birth to both a son and a daughter. The daughter inherited Madame Wu's fair complexion. The son, unfortunately for Lord Wu, inherited the exact dark complexion of the biological father who had never publicly appeared. Even the emperor, seated above, could hardly believe Lord Wu had once been daring enough to approve such an arrangement. But if Lord Wu had always known the boy was not his, and knew exactly where the child came from, why was he now so harsh and rejecting toward him? System, how did Lord Wu explain himself? His exact reasoning was that outsiders could tell at a glance the boy did not resemble the Wu family. Madame Wu dotes on him, and now Lord Wu finds fault with her in everything. He has also become increasingly harsh toward the boy. Whenever relatives gather, they point at the child and mock him, asking why he is so dark and why he did not inherit any of Lord Wu's fair complexion. After hearing it again and again, Lord Wu's resentment built up in his chest until he could no longer bear it. No, that makes no sense. Then why did Lord Wu agree to let Madame Wu sleep with another man in the first place? Because Lord Wu is impotent. His reproductive vitality is exhausted, and he cannot father children. No wonder. Wouldn't that mean his bloodline ends with him? The ministers suddenly understood. Lord Wu nearly choked. He had never imagined that his greatest private secret would be stripped bare by Xiao Miaozu in front of the entire court. At the same time, he became convinced that Madame Wu must have leaked the secret outside, humiliating him and destroying his dignity. Resentment surged in his heart. Then Lord Wu's behavior now is even more likely to make everyone misunderstand. Anyone who doesn't know the full story will think Madame Wu cheated on him and made him wear a green hat. How does he still have the nerve to despise her? Madame Wu put herself at risk and endured countless dangers to continue his family line. 2 children were born safely, and now he wants to throw off responsibility and put on a show? Exactly. Lord Wu is even trying to drive Madame Wu out so he can swallow her entire dowry. Shameless. Do Lord Wu's parents know about his condition? Has he never told them? No one knows. To protect Lord Wu's pride, Madame Wu has gritted her teeth and endured everything in silence without saying a word. Lord Wu himself would rather die than confess it. Xiao Miaozu truly could not understand him. He would rather let outsiders point at him and laugh that he had been cuckolded, while throwing all the blame onto Madame Wu, than expose his own difficult secret. The ministers sighed inwardly in amazement. A moment later, every ear perked up again. Then who is the children's biological father? The system immediately placed a name into Xiao Miaozu's mind. It's him? Xiao Miaozu exclaimed inwardly, full of astonishment. Who is it? Why does she always stop talking at the crucial moment? The emperor's hands practically itched. He almost wanted to have Xiao Miaozu beaten a few times just to make her finish the thought. The children's biological father will also attend tonight's palace banquet. Wow. Now that's exciting. At that point, the civil and military officials became even more eager for the evening banquet. When court ended, Lord Wu left the palace with an icy face and hurried steps. He did not want to remain beneath those needle-sharp, mocking gazes for even another moment. Xiao Miaozu did not hurry back to the residence. Instead, she deliberately lingered and looked around at her colleagues as though waiting for someone. Before long, Chancellor Bai came into view. Xiao Miaozu quickly followed him in a properly respectful manner. Official Xiao, why have you not returned home yet? Chancellor Bai asked. Chancellor, I had a feeling you had something you wished to say to this junior. Did you? Chancellor Bai asked with a slight smile. Earlier, you gave me a very meaningful look. I assumed you must have some advice for me. Chancellor Bai was quite satisfied. The young man was observant and clever. Still, he did not speak immediately. Xiao Miaozu had to ask first. Chancellor, I truly do not understand why His Majesty placed the Ministry of Revenue embezzlement case in my hands. I'm only a minor 7th rank official. I know exactly how much ability I possess. During the examination affair, she had thought she could climb along so smoothly, only because the 8th prince was supporting her from behind. This time, she seemed to be alone, with nothing to lean on. Chancellor Bai kept walking at an unhurried pace, his gaze resting on Xiao Miaozu. His Majesty naturally has his reasons, but this case truly will not be easy. Have you decided where to begin? The confusion on Xiao Miaozu's face gradually cleared under the Chancellor's hint. I have. I should personally go meet Lord Meng. He will understand the Ministry of Revenue's accounts far better than I do. Chancellor Bai stroked his beard and laughed softly, his voice carrying a trace of deeper meaning. His Majesty had already quietly cleared the path. The only problem was that Xiao Miaozu was still too young to understand it immediately. Chancellor Bai said nothing more. He merely waved a hand, climbed into his carriage, and slowly departed. Xiao Miaozu remained where she was for a long time, watching the carriage disappear before she finally came back to herself. A former first-rank minister and central pillar of court authority who had been imprisoned would naturally be held under the strictest confinement in the imperial prison. The prison in Bianjing was heavily guarded, twisting through layer after layer of stone and iron defenses, like an impregnable fortress. The mere thought of how much effort the matter would take made Xiao Miaozu feel lazy again. She trudged toward her own carriage only to discover that the 8th prince had not left yet. She edged toward his carriage. Your Highness, did you stay here waiting for this humble official? The 8th prince gave only 2 indifferent words. Let's go. Xiao Miaozu looked confused. We're not returning to the residence? Where are we going? Were you not planning to go to the imperial prison? The 8th prince really had stayed to wait for her. Where else could she find such a considerate companion and confidant? She herself had needed someone to point it out explicitly before realizing she should visit the imperial prison, while the 8th prince had understood immediately. His mind truly stood at the very top of the pyramid. His intelligence was extraordinary. With the 8th prince's personal token, the guards at the imperial prison immediately bowed deeply and respectfully opened the heavy prison doors. The moment Xiao Miaozu crossed the threshold, a nauseating mixture of dampness, filth, and decay struck her nose. From far away came faint cries and miserable wailing. In the dark, moldy prison, those echoes made the place feel even more eerie and terrifying. His Majesty has ordered the embezzlement case of the former Vice Minister of Revenue reopened. Take this official to see Lord Monk. Xiao Miaozu put on an imposing air as she ordered the jailer to lead the way. The jailer did not dare delay. He bowed repeatedly and hurried ahead. Through cold iron and wooden bars, Xiao Miaozu saw prisoners with hair tangled like dead grass, bodies wasted into gaunt shadows, foul smells clinging to them, and eyes dull and empty without the slightest vitality. The sudden appearance of a serving court official seemed to wake them from a dream. They turned stiffly toward her, dragged themselves to the bars, and stretched skeletal hands desperately through the gaps. Their mouths moved with confused, indistinct pleas, begging Xiao Miaozu to show mercy and take them away from this living hell. System, are all these people corrupt officials? Xiao Miaozu asked silently while carefully observing the other prisoners in each cell. Cell 1 holds a man who amassed bribes and sold official posts. His crimes are piled high. Cell 2 holds a man who abused his authority, oppressed commoners, and seized other men's wives and daughters. His evil deeds are countless. He was so vicious that people could almost say he used other people's bones to pave his road. Cell 3 holds an official who supervised a government construction project. When his residence was confiscated and searched, investigators found roughly 800 measures worth of valuables extorted from the people. The system continued identifying prisoners as they passed. Cell 8 was Lord Meng's. The charge that had sent him to prison was embezzling state grain. Lord Meng's appearance was gaunt and haggard. His beard had grown wild, and his hair at both temples was already flecked with gray. Although he had endured an entire year of imprisonment and suffering, a trace of stern official authority still remained deep in his eyes. Xiao Miaozu clasped her hands and explained why she had come. Lord Meng slowly raised his head and studied her intently. Too young. Even the fine down on her face seemed not to have completely disappeared. Why would His Majesty entrust such a major case to someone so young and inexperienced? At that moment, no matter how hard Lord Meng thought, he could never have imagined that this very inexperienced 7th-rank official standing before him would personally undo his shackles and lead him out. Lord Meng, Miss Meng Lingji came to find me yesterday. To search for evidence, she disregarded her own safety and willingly lowered herself to work as a maid so she could secretly investigate the enemy. After more than half a year of enduring that life, she finally found the crucial evidence. That is why we now have a chance to reopen your case. Xiao Miaozu recounted everything Meng Lingji had gone through from beginning to end for Meng Tingzhou. When he heard that his daughter had risked her life for his sake, bitterness and emotion surged in his heart. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms, then slowly loosened them again, as though forcing himself to suppress the turbulent feelings inside. So what? Lord Meng's voice was low, carrying helplessness and unwillingness. A lowly creature like an ant or shrimp cannot shake a towering tree that blots out the sky. Is the person pulling the strings from behind really someone a young official can easily bring down? Why does Lord Meng sound like an aggrieved lover having a quarrel? Xiao Miaozu muttered inwardly, but she understood his feelings. Lord Meng had always served the emperor loyally and conscientiously, only to be rewarded with a prison sentence. Anyone in his place would feel resentful. Lord Meng, it is only natural for you to resent His Majesty a little. If it were me, I would resent him too. Meng Tingzhou was utterly astonished. He had not expected Xiao Miaozu to be bold enough to discuss the emperor this way right in front of both him and the 8th prince. Who exactly was Xiao Miaozu? How could she act with so few scruples? What earth-shaking changes had happened outside during the year he had been confined here? Lord Meng, let us analyze this calmly. Have you never wondered why His Majesty only imprisoned you back then, instead of imposing a heavier punishment at once? That shows he had difficulties of his own. Now the time is ripe. I may be the opportunity that allows you to walk out of here openly and honorably. Lord Meng's expression finally eased somewhat as he reconsidered her words. When he had first been imprisoned, he had truly despaired and bitterly blamed the emperor for being muddle-headed. Looking back now, perhaps His Majesty really had been forced by circumstances. Imprisoning him may only have been a delaying tactic. Xiao Miaozu struck while the iron was hot. Lord Meng, cooperate with me. Only after you leave this place will you have another chance to continue serving the court. The world outside is not peaceful now. Signs of unrest are already beginning to appear. You have no idea how many ministers have even had enemy agents infiltrate their own households. If pillar ministers like you do not step forward and help His Majesty shoulder his burdens, would that not be like taking away one of his arms and making every step far more difficult? The 8th prince had remained silent beside them, watching Meng Tingzhou's reaction. A doubt suddenly crossed his mind. He glanced at the other officials imprisoned nearby. Why could none of them hear Xiao Miaozu's inner thoughts? They were all court officials. What was different? Wait, so that was it. The man clasped his hands behind his back, his deep gaze resting on Xiao Miaozu while half his face remained hidden in the dim shadows. Everyone here had already been dismissed from office. Only officials who currently held office could hear her inner voice. The 8th prince stepped forward. Lord Meng, the court urgently needs a loyal and capable minister like you. Meng Tingzhou had always been devoted to the court. Hearing this, he hesitated no longer. How should I cooperate with official Xiao? Tell me everything you know from beginning to end. Only then did Xiao Miaozu fully understand why Meng Tingzhou had become the scapegoat. The person sent to collect the grain had been his own younger brother. The conspirators had carefully laid a trap to lure Lord Meng's brother into participating, deliberately or otherwise binding him to their criminal scheme. Once his younger brother took that wrong step, he immediately became a sharpened arrow aimed straight at Lord Meng. When everything came to light, no one was willing to step forward and prove Meng Tingzhou innocent. Madame Meng had always favored her youngest son. She even knelt and begged Lord Meng to shoulder the crime, threatening to remain on her knees forever if he refused. For some reason, an ominous feeling rose in Xiao Miaozu's heart. Even if they found enough evidence, the final outcome might still be far from happy. That evening, the banquet began. Xiao Miaozu was seated directly beside the 8th prince. System, who is that lady who looks like Zhou Zhiro? Her presence is incredible. Host, that is Madame Wu. What a coincidence. Madame Wu looks so refined and dignified. I can't believe she ended up married to a useless man like Lord Wu. The ministers nearby quietly glanced toward Lord Wu. He really did seem useless in this matter. He had been blessed and still did not know how to appreciate it. Lord Wu ground his teeth and endured the ridicule. He told himself that the moment he returned home after the banquet, he would seek protection from the master he had chosen to support. Once that master successfully ascended to the throne, Lord Wu would naturally become a meritorious supporter who would help the new ruler rise, a man standing above countless others. When that day came, he swore he would spare none of the people laughing at him now. Host, stop making yourself angry. Try the Mandarin duck 5 delicacy slices in front of you first. It is a specialty personally prepared by an imperial chef from Jiangnan. Even Hong Qigong would sneak into the palace for a bite if he came back to life. Wow, this is unbelievably good. Being emperor really is wonderful. Xiao Miaozu practically radiated bubbles of happiness as delicious food soothed her entire spirit. Host, that whole roast pig is exceptional too. 4 stars. This pig was specially raised on a kind of delicious fruit. Once roasted, the meat becomes extremely flavorful and carries a mellow, fruity aroma. Xiao Miaozu took a bite and flavor seemed to explode across her mouth. Crisp on the outside, soft and tender within, the heat and timing were perfect. Host, what do you think of the meat? One bite makes me feel as if I've turned into a wild boar galloping through a deep forest, every muscle in my legs hardened by years of non-stop running. She took another bite of roast pork and followed it with a mouthful of out-of-season vegetables from the 5 pungent vegetable platter. Absolutely perfect. The civil and military officials pricked up their ears as Xiao Miaozu described the food and almost spat out their wine. Who in the world compared herself to a wild boar? Yet at the same time, they unconsciously followed her example, taking a piece of roast pork and then a bite of the vegetables. Even the emperor could not resist lifting his chopsticks. Sure enough, the vegetables cut through the richness and made the appetite surge. The Prince of Saibei and the military man accompanying him sat on the right. They had been convinced that among so many ministers, there would surely be fierce, open, and covert struggles, with everyone scheming and clashing against one another. They could not understand why these officials instead gave him such an oddly harmonious impression. It was completely different from the intelligence their spies had sent back. After thinking it over, the prince decided the officials had to be acting. This court was surely already rotten to the core. Otherwise, why would a loyal minister like the Vice Minister of Revenue have been thrown into prison? The spies had not been wrong. The court was on the verge of crisis. Only after eating his fill did Xiao Miaozu finally begin sizing up the guest of honor, the Prince of Saibei. His eyes are pretty deep-set, but he's nowhere near as handsome as the 8th prince. His nose is hooked like an eagle's, not tall, straight, refined, and smooth like the 8th prince's. The civil and military officials fell silent in unison and turned toward the 8th prince. The prince remained perfectly composed. He raised a jade cup to his thin lips and took a light sip, then swept everyone with an indifferent glance. The officials instinctively pulled in their necks and looked away. Xiao Miaozu turned instead to the young masters from official families. Every one of them was dressed as though attending a fashion show. Their clothing was tasteful, and it was obvious they had carefully groomed themselves. At a banquet hosted by the emperor, anyone who performed brilliantly and displayed genuine talent was certain to receive a generous reward. The Prince of Saibei suddenly raised his voice. "Your Majesty, this subject is the son of the King of Saibei. Today, on behalf of my father, I respectfully offer this sacred deer to your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy robust health, long life, and enduring blessings." When he finished, a servant slowly led in a huge deer with fur as white as snow. Its body was enormous, its entire coat pure white, and its wet eyes made it look like a divine beast that had walked out of an immortal paradise. Everyone's eyes lit up. That deer is enormous. It looks incredible too. System, can this sacred deer really bestow blessings? According to recorded legends, several hundred years ago a sacred deer appeared in the northern borderlands and guided northern tribes who had become lost, leading them out of danger. From then on, a people arose who revered the sacred deer as an object of faith. The King of Saibei has been very thoughtful. A smile rested on the emperor's lips as he continued. I heard the King of Saibei suffered a fright several days ago. The Prince of Saibei had clearly prepared his answer in advance. That day, father was afflicted by a nightmare and disturbed by evil influences. We had to summon a physician to treat him, and he remained in bed recuperating for some time. System, is the King of Saibei really ill? Not at all. That old King of Saibei secretly went out at night to fool around with a widow and caught a chill. He merely told outsiders that he was slightly unwell. The emperor hurriedly pressed down the corner of his mouth, which was threatening to curl upward. With Xiao Miaozu present, lying convincingly truly was difficult. The Prince of Saibei continued, Your Majesty, this sacred deer can bless a person who shares a destined bond with it. If such a person merely places a hand upon its forehead, that person will receive its blessing. The emperor showed curiosity. The Prince of Saibei grew smug, thinking the fish had willingly taken the bait. As long as the emperor dared approach. System, I keep feeling something is wrong. Host, your guess is correct. The Prince of Saibei was sent here by his father to assassinate the emperor. Presenting the deer is merely a convenient pretext. Once the emperor approaches, they will immediately provoke the giant deer into charging him. That enormous deer obeys his commands? What if the emperor refuses to come down? Then they will order a musician who has already been planted here to play a piercing frequency that will terrify the deer and make it attack people. Isn't the Prince of Saibei afraid of dying in Bianjing? Why would he be? The King of Saibei never intended for this son to return alive in the first place. His best plan is to borrow the emperor's hand to kill the Prince of Saibei. The prince himself already guessed his father's scheme, so he prepared another corpse in advance. When the time comes, he intends to fake his death and escape by shedding his shell. Hearing this, the emperor quietly gave the hidden guards an extremely discreet hand signal. Xiao Miaozu was just about to speak a warning. But when she raised her head, she saw that the guards beside the emperor were already packed around him so densely that there was hardly any open space left. Since when have there been so many people around the emperor? Host, I think there have been that many all along. Then there's no rush. Let's watch tonight's performance first. The emperor smiled and did not move even an inch from his seat. Instead, he ordered the talent contest to begin. The Prince of Saibei was not surprised. What emperor would fail to be cautious? He rose and said, Your Majesty, I heard that the imperial examination a few days ago produced many outstanding talents. As it happens, 3 unusual experts from the north accompanied me. Why not let them exchange skills with your newly selected talents? Very well. Whom do you wish to challenge? The Prince of Saibei signaled to the man beside him. A huge, powerfully built man rose with heavy steps. His fierce eyes bulged, muscles rippled across his body, and his imposing aura made him resemble a savage beast preparing to pounce. He clasped his hands and spoke in a booming voice. I am Ada from the north and am highly skilled in wrestling. Today, I wish to challenge this year's newly appointed top scholar. I ask your Majesty to grant permission. Shameless. One look was enough to tell that this brute was a wrestling expert. Yet he had deliberately chosen Zheng Hui, a civil scholar. Zheng Hui looked slender and refined. The difference in strength between the two was enormous, so the northerner's intention was obvious. Zheng Hui had not expected his own name to be called. Unease rose in his heart. The huge man looked anything but easy to handle, and Zheng Hui truly had no confidence that he could avoid a crushing defeat. Host, why does that giant insist on choosing Zheng Hui? He's so thin. Because if the newly appointed top scholar loses, it will be the same as publicly slapping the emperor in the face. It would show that all the talent in the state of Chu amounts to nothing but weak little shrimp. The system immediately understood. System, look up what Zheng Hui used to like doing. Does he have any unusual hobbies? The system rapidly searched its records and soon produced an answer. Xiao Miaozu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Zheng Hui to have that kind of hobby. Then this is easy. The only problem is how to pass the trick to him. The civil and military officials were dying of curiosity. What hobby? Why did she always leave her words hanging at the most important point? While Xiao Miaozu was still searching for an excuse, the emperor spoke. Beloved subject Xiao, this newly appointed top scholar can presently be considered your subordinate. Do you have anything you wish to instruct him? Her subordinate? That could barely be counted as true. His Majesty had ordered Zheng Hui to follow Xiao Miaozu's directions while assisting with the investigation of Lord Meng's case. Ordinarily, the newly appointed top scholar's first office would be at least 6th rank. The emperor had not yet formally conferred Zheng Hui's permanent post, probably because he intended to wait until the Meng case was completely concluded before rewarding him. The Prince of Saibei glanced at Xiao Miaozu. Her face was delicate and far too young, so he did not take seriously at all. If she had been an elderly veteran official, perhaps he would have shown a little caution. Xiao Miaozu strolled over to Zheng Hui. Are you confident you can win? Zheng Hui answered truthfully. Official Xiao, I truly have no confidence at all. Xiao Miaozu leaned closer. Her lips moved slightly as she patted his shoulder, then casually smoothed the wrinkles along his sleeve while whispering something no one else could hear. Have you memorized it? Zheng Hui's eyes brightened. There was actually a method like that? I have. Thank you, Official Xiao. Zheng Hui and the huge northerner stepped onto a circular carpet together. Begin. The big man looked down arrogantly. Zheng Hui was a full head shorter, and undisguised contempt filled the northerner's eyes. The Prince of Saibei's party laughed openly at Zheng Hui's slender build. Host, are you really certain Zheng Hui can win? Before the Zheng family declined, Zheng Hui was a wealthy young master. Being raised as a rich young master isn't easy either. There are plenty of things one is expected to learn. More importantly, the Zheng family has a health-preserving boxing method passed down through generations. It was only meant to strengthen the body, but he has practiced it for more than 25 years, until the movements became instinctive. Add the 6-word secret I gave him, and there is absolutely no way he can lose. He will definitely win. What 6 words had Xiao Miaozu whispered that could make her so certain of victory? Everyone was burning with curiosity. The instant the contest began, Zheng Hui seized the right moment and caught his opponent's arm. Borrowing the other man's force, he pivoted and turned his back to him in one fluid movement. In the blink of an eye, he locked the big man's wrist and twisted it viciously. The huge northerner, nearly 11 feet tall, was hurled far away and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The newly appointed top scholar Zheng Hui wins! Several women covered their mouths and cried out, captivated by the graceful movement he had just displayed. Host, Zheng Hui really won! Excellent! Xiao Miaozu clapped enthusiastically. Those 6 secret words truly had worked. The ministers did not openly clap and cheer, but the radiant smiles at the corners of their mouths cut deeply into the Prince of Saibei's pride. Relying on his astonishing memory, the 8th prince replayed every movement Xiao Miaozu had made while speaking to Zheng Hui. The scene seemed to slow inside his mind. The hand hidden in his sleeve shifted almost imperceptibly. Energy circulated around his palm, stirring invisible currents no one else could see. In only a few breaths, the man grasped the underlying principle, soft, yielding movements that borrowed and redirected force, following the circular principles associated with Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams. The technique was incomplete. He guessed there had to be more beyond what he had reconstructed. But to deal with today's reckless challengers, this much was more than enough. Ada is a famous northern wrestler, the Prince of Saibei said, his expression ugly. Official Xiao did not secretly use some improper trick just now, did he? Winning through deception would hardly be honorable. He glared at Xiao Miaozu. How dare he glare at me? Let's see who's afraid of whom. Xiao Miaozu immediately glared straight back. Offending her meant kicking an anthill full of fire ants. Of course not. I only went over and gave him 6 words of advice. What 6 words? You ask and I'm supposed to obediently tell you. That is a secret art handed down through my family, an ancestral method that cannot be leaked outside. Surely a dignified prince won't lose one match and immediately turn hostile? Xiao Miaozu lifted her chin almost to the sky, wearing an expression so smug it practically invited a beating. The Prince of Saibei nearly choked. This man from Chu was outrageously arrogant, actually daring to provoke him without leaving him even a sliver of dignity. Prince of Saibei, do not blame beloved subject Xiao, the emperor said, appearing to mediate. He relies on his talent and is still young and impetuous. His manner of speaking can be rather direct. Outwardly, the emperor was smoothing things over. Inwardly, there was nothing to be done. His own minister naturally had to be protected and indulged by him. The Prince of Saibei could only see his anger. Your Majesty, for the second contest, how about archery? He intended to recover his lost face in the next round. This time he deliberately named Song Jing, the third-place scholar who came from a remote rural village. Their spies had thoroughly investigated him. He was a genuine farmer who had never even handled a bow and arrow. System, they chose Song Jing because he doesn't know archery, right? Host, you guessed correctly. According to the records, Song Jing worked himself to the bone every day and never had a chance to touch a bow. They really intend to be shameless all the way to the end. Host, Song Jing has never used a bow, but he taught himself to use a slingshot. He often took it into the mountains to shoot birds and bring home extra food. The system suddenly understood what Xiao Miaozu was thinking. Xiao Miaozu immediately proposed, Your Majesty, setting an object in one place and shooting arrows at it is too boring. Why not have someone throw targets into the air and see which side can hit more? There is no need to restrict them to bows and arrows. As long as they hit the target, it counts. The emperor pretended to think for a moment. Finding the suggestion rather interesting, he nodded and approved it. The Prince of Saibei sent out a burly expert archer. The man held a powerful bow and wore a completely confident expression. Song Jing stood to one side, staring at the array of weapons without knowing what to choose. Seeing this, Xiao Miaozu leaned over and whispered several words into eunuch Rong's ear. A short while later, a young eunuch brought an object to Song Jing. He stared at it in surprise, then looked toward Xiao Miaozu. She smiled in response, and only then did he feel somewhat reassured. He stepped into the courtyard holding not a powerful bow, but a crude slingshot with an elastic band. The contest began. A young eunuch tossed an object into the air. The Saibei archer reacted instantly, drew his bow and fired, striking the target cleanly. Then it was Song Jing's turn. He took a deep breath, pulled out a small stone, stretched the slingshot and fired. He hit the target just as steadily. Over the next several rounds, the two remained evenly matched. Then the young eunuch revealed the final difficulty. He released live sparrows into the air, small, quick and agile. Night had already fallen. This test required not only exceptional eyesight and shooting skill, but also the ability to predict the birds' changing flight paths. The Saibei archer could no longer calm himself enough to aim properly and gradually grew impatient. One arrow skimmed past a bird and he struggled before finally managing to hit one. Song Jing, however, was looking at familiar food. His hands holding the slingshot remained extraordinarily steady. Whiz, whiz. Small dark shapes dropped from the air. Song Jing clenched the slingshot in excitement. He had succeeded. The Prince of Saibei's face turned livid. He had never expected this country bumpkin, who looked as though he had never practiced archery, to hold his own against his best subordinate. Little brothers on the other side, you still need much more practice. Xiao Miaozu poured herself a cup of wine and casually raised it toward them. Excellent! Excellent! The emperor laughed heartily several times. The opposing side truly did need more training. The matter did not end there. The Prince of Saibei was clearly becoming angry and competitive. For the final round, he pointed directly at Xiao Miaozu. Your Majesty, for this last contest, we wish to challenge official Xiao in poetry. In his eyes, Xiao Miaozu was nothing more than a spoiled wastrel. Obtaining a tiny 7th-rank post was already the blessing of 3 generations and the protection of his ancestors. Surely he possessed no genuine talent. The proposal left everyone present stunned. A poetry contest? The emperor asked. What does official Xiao think? Xiao Miaozu's previous poem had indeed already spread widely. The man the Prince of Saibei had brought this time was obviously their most accomplished poet. Looking at the elderly scholar with white hair and beard, one could tell he had deep literary learning. Xiao Miaozu, of course, did not know how to compose classical poetry herself, but she did know how to memorize famous lines. Your Majesty, this minister is naturally willing. Why not decide victory with a single poem? One poem? Very well. One poem. The Prince of Saibei turned to the elderly man beside him. I will trouble Elder Qi. Elder Qi nodded slightly. Xiao Miaozu clasped her hands toward him. Elder Qi, shall we each compose a poem praising His Majesty? What do you think? The moment she finished, the entire hall sank into silence. The ministers felt their hearts tighten with worry. Official Xiao, of all possible subjects, why choose the emperor? They had not expected Xiao Miaozu to be this bold. If the poem was poor or contained even one improper word, it could be treated as disrespect toward the sovereign, and she might lose her head. While everyone was still alarmed, the emperor suddenly spoke. A poem about me? That sounds interesting. I permit it. With the emperor's approval, Elder Qi also nodded. Very well. Xiao Miaozu continued. Since I am the junior, may I go first? She nearly added that she wanted to finish first because she needed to use the restroom, but stopped just in time. A cold wind of collective speechlessness seemed to sweep over the ministers' heads. Xiao Miaozu picked up a brush, but hesitated for a long time without putting it to paper. The Prince of Saibei assumed she could not squeeze out a single word, and a contemptuous smile rose at the corner of his mouth. He deliberately mocked her. Official Xiao, can you not write anything? If you are out of words, there is no need to grit your teeth and force it. Admit defeat honestly, and this prince will still regard you as a man of courage. Xiao Miaozu's thin lips curved slightly. I'm only worried that once my poem is written, none of you will have any room left to perform. Such arrogance. The Prince of Saibei clearly did not believe her. Elder Qi also wore an expression of contempt and displeasure, offended by what he saw as Xiao Miaozu's arrogant disregard for literature. Xiao Miaozu turned a pair of exceptionally gentle eyes toward the 8th prince and spoke in a clear voice. Your Highness, could I trouble you to write it for me? Several officials from the Ministry of Rites immediately understood. They exchanged glances and struggled to keep the corners of their mouths from twitching. They had seen Xiao Miaozu's handwriting before. Whenever official Xiao put brush to paper, each character ended up at least as large as the sole of a shoe. The 8th prince could not suppress his amusement. A faint smile lingered on his lips as he rose and walked toward Xiao Miaozu. His tall figure seemed almost to carry a protective presence. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Miaozu smacked her lips, stepped aside to give him the seat, and mentally awarded him a good person card. The 8th prince sat down gracefully and picked up the brush. A trace of warmth from the person who had just left still lingered on the handle. His gaze shifted almost imperceptibly before settling back into calm. Then Xiao Miaozu began to recite. And the 8th prince wrote for her. Majestic is our sovereign, faithfully carrying on the inherited legacy. Bright and manifest is heaven. August is heaven above. May auspicious blessings long unfold and favor us without bound. Elder Qi's cloudy eyes suddenly widened. The praise in the poem was extraordinarily clear and strikingly direct. Before the final line, Xiao Miaozu drew a deep breath. Her chest rose slightly as she looked straight at the emperor, as though her gaze could pierce layer after layer of imperial robes and reach the deepest part of his heart. Then she declaimed the classic final line in a ringing voice. Mandated by heaven, may his reign be long and ever prosperous. The 8th prince's brush paused. He could not help staring intently at the figure standing tall in the center of the banquet hall. Those 8 brief characters carried extraordinary force, their power seeming to explode beside everyone's ears like thunder. For an instant, those present could almost see a sovereign seated high upon the dragon throne. His tall and majestic figure, looking down upon a million-strong army and the people of his realm. Below, his subjects raised their heads with tears in their eyes, filled with deep reverence and faith in their ruler. Dark clouds covered the sky. War drums rolled and echoed like thunder. Their sovereign stood where sea and sky seemed to meet and spread his arms wide. His voice rang like a bronze bell. My subjects, some of you may die on the battlefield. Some of you may be forgotten by the river of history. But the brave do not need applause to pave the road ahead. You will change this world, the sun and moon, the mountains and rivers. Rise. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. At that moment, everyone present was so stirred that goosebumps rose across their skin. Their throats trembled, and they could barely suppress the urge to let out a low roar of emotion. Whether Zhenghui or Songxing, both now looked at Xiao Miaozu with admiration and longing. They admired her exceptional literary talent, and longed even more for the carefree, unrestrained way she seemed to move through the court. They had believed their own literary ability was enough to place them among the finest of tens of thousands of scholars, and had considered themselves geniuses. Yet the tiny seventh-rank official Xiao Miaozu was the one who had truly hidden extraordinary talent. If official Xiao had taken the examination beside them, how badly would they have been defeated? What they had believed was the summit of genius might, in truth, only have touched the threshold of the realm they yearned to reach. Even the emperor seemed infected by the surging emotion. Without realizing it, he murmured the final line again. Mandated by heaven, may his reign be long and ever prosperous. Good, good, excellent. He praised it 3 times in succession, and suddenly rose to his feet. Everyone's gaze turned toward him. At that moment, the figure in the bright imperial robe seemed more dazzling than ever. The emperor had not expected Xiao Miaozu to praise him so extravagantly. If he failed to reward her this time, that brat would probably complain about him in her thoughts until the day he died. Elder Qi's aged face had gone pale. He had never expected to witness such a commanding masterpiece being born before his own eyes. Mandated by heaven, may his reign be long and ever prosperous, Elder Qi murmured to himself. His expression caught between laughter and tears. In this lifetime, he feared he would never be able to write words with such overwhelming momentum. Elder Qi remained stunned for a long time before finally speaking. This old man concedes defeat. Official Xiao truly possesses extraordinary talent. Elder Qi, you haven't even put brush to paper. Why surrender already? The Prince of Saibei protested. Elder Qi raised a hand to silence him. Your Highness, my learning cannot compare with his. Green, red, purple, yellow, and every other shade of humiliation seemed to flash across the Prince of Saibei's face. The Emperor announced that everyone who had performed that evening would receive rewards. We thank your Majesty for your grace. Then the Emperor turned toward Xiao Miaozu and deliberately said nothing. Ah, His Majesty is about to call my name, right? Call me, hurry up and call me. Hearing that impatient, delighted chant echoing through his mind, the Emperor smiled slightly. Beloved subject Xiao, I reward you with a golden belt. Thank you, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. That particular blessing somehow sounded best when it came from beloved subject Xiao. I knew my good fortune was coming. I wonder whether this belt is made of solid gold. Is it set with gemstones? If it's covered in jewels, I absolutely have to hug it to sleep every night. She was perfectly willing to bear the terrible burden of being blinded by countless glittering gemstones. The glitter of vanity, the glitter of smug satisfaction, the dazzling glitter of freedom, and the brilliant sparkle of throwing money around without restraint. Ha 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 ha. If Xiao Miaozu had possessed a tail, it would probably have been wagging so violently that the 8th prince standing behind her might have caught a chill from the wind. In truth, the Emperor's golden belt was woven from exquisite gold thread produced in Suzhou. It was indeed set with several gemstones, but the reason it was called a golden belt was that the Emperor himself had endowed it with a unique symbolic meaning. It seemed he would have to send eunuch Rong later to explain that meaning carefully to the money-blinded Xiao Miaozu. At that exact moment, the musician planted by the Prince of Saibei caught his signal. The rhythm of the music suddenly changed. The enormous snow-white deer began struggling violently, broke free from the attendants restraining it, and charged madly toward the Emperor. The ministers cried out in alarm, and the banquet hall instantly descended into chaos. The Emperor was surrounded even more tightly by elite guards. Protect His Majesty. The 8th prince reacted in an instant and quickly shielded Xiao Miaozu. Ah, why didn't the system warn me in advance? You nearly scared me to death. Xiao Miaozu obediently burrowed into the 8th prince's arms. She tried to crane her neck out to see what was happening, but a large, steady hand immediately pressed her head back down. She had no choice but to remain still inside his protective embrace. The Prince of Saibei's expression became extremely ugly. With an ambush this sudden, why were there still so many experts hidden around the Emperor? The musician had already been seized, but the giant deer still charged fiercely forward, its front hooves lifting as it reached the Emperor. Its enormous body looked terrifying when it reared up. At the critical instant, a powerful military figure stepped in front of His Majesty, creating a space occupied by only one man and one deer. System, who is that block of charcoal? Why have I never seen him before? Host, that is the child's father Hu Qingming. What? That's him? He's just as dark. The complexion is exactly the same. Fortunately, only the boy inherited his skin tone. If it had been the daughter, she might have cried herself dry for the rest of her life. The ministers who had already scrambled to safety still pricked up their ears for gossip. They looked at Hu Qingming, then at the child hiding behind Madame Wu. Understanding dawned across their faces. That dark complexion really could not be mistaken. Everyone secretly nodded in agreement with Xiao Miaozu's assessment. Hu Qingming frowned in confusion. Who was rambling like that? In such a noisy, chaotic situation, how could he hear the voice so clearly? He had returned to the capital on the old general's orders and happened to arrive just as His Majesty was holding a banquet, so he had planned to come in, eat his fill, and leave. He had not expected to hear such absurd nonsense. Saying he had a son was completely ridiculous. When he was young, he had suffered a near-fatal wound on the battlefield. An imperial physician had long ago diagnosed him as incapable of fathering children. He had never cared much about it. He had simply lived alone and gone wherever he wished, intending someday to die gloriously on the battlefield, wrapped in horsehide. System, did Madame Wu bring her son? Yes. He is the young man standing in front of Madame Wu and shielding her. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Hu Qingming glanced toward the young man. The instant he looked, he froze. Compared with other boys of the same age, this youth really was noticeably darker, especially while standing beside Madame Wu, whose skin was pale as polished jade. What in the world was going on? Why did the boy look vaguely familiar? Could he really be of his blood? That indistinct sense of familiarity surged violently through Hu Qingming, and his heart began pounding like a drum without his realizing it. Lord Wu's expression, meanwhile, had become uglier than ever. But he could not openly explode. He had not originally intended to let Madame Wu appear today. Yet if he refused to bring her out among the crowd, would that not seem to confirm all those filthy rumors slandering her? Gritting his teeth and suppressing the fury in his heart, he had no choice but to let Madame Wu and those two bastards appear here, only to suffer humiliation and lose face. Madame Wu was also thoroughly fed up with this husband of hers. Recently, the two of them had been arguing without end. The heart of the matter was simple. He despised the fact that the child was not his own flesh and blood. If she had known from the beginning that he was infertile, why would she ever have married into his household and endured all this suffering? For the sake of preserving her husband's reputation, she had gritted her teeth and endured all the rumors, true and false, circulating outside the household. Yet now he acted as though he alone stood on the moral high ground and turned around to criticize and torment her. Tonight he had not even bothered to bring her, his lawfully wedded wife, to the palace banquet. If she had not been forcing herself to endure for the sake of her sons, she would have written him a letter of divorce 8 lifetimes ago. Hu Qingming possessed astonishing strength. He easily blocked the giant deer's attack, but even he could not immediately subdue it and make it calm down. System. Is there any way to make that giant deer stop? Host, you can use your own blood to lure it over. Your body has nourished that parasitic toxin for almost 25 years. To this divine deer, you are practically a living medicinal herb, fragrant enough to make it drool. Damn it, you would be better off keeping your mouth shut. Can I use the 8th prince's blood instead of mine? Host, does your conscience not hurt? The 8th prince is still risking his life to protect you. Sometimes the 8th prince truly wished he could split open a certain little head and see what on earth was packed inside it. I'm afraid of pain, Xiao Miaozu protested inwardly. Besides, you know perfectly well that once this body starts bleeding, it is hard to stop. It is a classic clotting disorder. Just when everyone had assumed that the timid Xiao Miaozu would freeze up and hide, the sleeve around her hand had already been soaked bright red. The giant deer cried out. Its 2 front hooves immediately braked to a halt, and its wet nose twitched repeatedly, so fragrant. The scent was enough to make it ravenous. To everyone's surprise, the animal truly did calm down. It became obedient and slowly walked toward Xiao Miaozu. Lord Xiao, be careful! It's fine. Let it come closer. Xiao Miaozu put on a composed expression. I just made a calculation with my fingers. It seems this deer and I share a little fate. The assembled officials fell completely silent. No one dared say a word. Every one of them was tense to the extreme. It would have been a lie to say Xiao Miaozu was not nervous. At some point, one of her hands had already seized the corner of the 8th prince's robe. Don't be afraid. His low, warm voice fell over her with a faintly soothing note. The 8th prince raised one arm protectively around Xiao Miaozu, while his other hand remained ready to strike at any moment. If the deer showed even the slightest abnormality, he would kill it immediately. The giant deer lowered its head and rubbed its plump cheek against Xiao Miaozu's blood-soaked sleeve, as though searching for food. The system could not resist teasing her. Host, did you not once boast that no force could make you bend? The corners of Xiao Miaozu's eyes reddened. With one hand, she struggled to push the deer's head away. Nothing can happen to His Majesty. If something happens to the emperor, the whole country will fall into chaos. I don't know how to fight wars, so I can only contribute this tiny bit of strength. Boo-hoo. I feel as if I'm going to bleed dry and die here, and this deer keeps rubbing and licking me. My gold belt has not even been awarded to me yet. Does getting hurt and losing this much blood count as a workplace injury? I want leave to recuperate. At that moment, the 8th prince suddenly noticed something. A strange glimmer seemed to flash across the deer's forehead at the instant. It touched the blood on Xiao Miaozu's sleeve. He immediately shifted his tall body to one side, and cleverly blocked the phenomenon from everyone else's view. A few seconds later, everything returned to normal. The giant deer now obediently drooped its ears and pressed close to Xiao Miaozu, looking entirely unconcerned, as though the wreckage and chaos behind it had nothing at all to do with it. The emperor's expression was dark, his gaze sharp as a blade. He lifted a hand and ordered coldly, "Guards!" The moment his voice fell, imperial guards rushed forward and pinned the Prince of Saibei firmly to the floor. Your Majesty, spare me!" The Prince of Saibei was terrified and struggled desperately. "I have been wronged. None of what happened tonight has anything to do with me. I cannot understand why that deer suddenly went mad, and that musician must have been bribed by someone to frame me deliberately," he wailed pitifully. "Your Majesty, my father has always been loyal and devoted to you. He constantly taught me to remember your Majesty's profound grace. How would I dare commit such a rebellious act and harm your Majesty?" The emperor lowered his eyes and looked at him indifferently. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He merely raised 2 fingers. A man whose appearance resembled the Prince of Saibei by 70 or 80% was immediately thrown into the center of the hall like a piece of refuse. The Prince of Saibei's eyes widened. He looked as if lightning had struck him, and his whole body turned rigid. "What is it? Are you very surprised?" The emperor's voice sounded almost like that of a demon from hell. "Or has your plan to fake your death and escape finally shattered?" The Prince of Saibei's face instantly turned white as paper. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. No matter how hard he thought, he could not understand how a supposedly flawless plan had been seen through so easily. "Your Majesty, please investigate clearly." His voice had already broken into sobs. "This is all a misunderstanding. Drag him away." "System, is His Majesty amazing or what? You should record him in your database, and that aura." He only had to lift a finger, and the evidence of the prince's fake death scheme appeared. Her attention immediately wandered again. "And look at those guards from just now. Every one of them is built like a warrior. Just look at the way they carry those sabers. Their muscles are practically straining beneath their clothes. That masculine energy is overflowing. Looking at them makes me want to fall straight into the net of love." The 8th prince's brows drew together slightly. His tall body shifted with perfect timing, blocking Xiao Miaozu's line of sight toward the guards. Her view abruptly darkened. Instead of the distant guards, an angular male profile appeared before her eyes. A sharply defined jaw, a flawless line along his chin. Her gaze accidentally slid downward to the man's Adam's apple as it moved slightly. Xiao Miaozu's heart violently skipped a beat. "Host, your ears are bright red. A mosquito bit me." There was one more extremely important matter. The emperor was exceptionally generous. He bestowed the divine deer upon Xiao Miaozu, saying that she and the animal were clearly fated. Xiao Miaozu was overjoyed. From the first moment she had seen this sacred-looking deer radiating pure white brilliance, her heart had already been pounding with excitement. That spotless pale coat, paired with those soft golden-tinted antlers, would be absolutely perfect for pulling a carriage. A few bells around its neck would chime as it ran. Just imagining the sight made her feel incomparably majestic. The civil and military officials had assumed Xiao Miaozu would respectfully worship and care for the divine deer. Who would have imagined that she was already plotting to use it to pull her carriage? The innocent deer still had no idea that it was about to be demoted from a divine deer to a divine steed. It could run 100 miles at full speed on a single drop of blood. After that night, Xiao Miaozu's extraordinary talent and poetry spread through every alley of the capital almost overnight. Some people had originally remained skeptical, but after personally seeing the flawless, snow-white divine deer, they respectfully gave her a new nickname, the Little Deer Immortal Official. Rumor claimed that she was an immortal descended to the mortal world, and that the divine deer had come down from heaven specifically to assist her. General Hu was now completely certain that the clear voice echoing beside his ears was Lord Xiao's inner voice. There was no mistaking it. Her voice always carried the gentle, lilting cadence of the South. How should one describe it? Even when she was swearing, it sounded almost as melodious as singing. "Lord Xiao, Did you hear any strange voice just now? General Hu walked over and asked directly. He had always been straightforward by nature. Xiao Miaozu looked at him in bafflement. General Hu, what voice are you talking about? Then she asked inwardly, System, was there some strange sound just now? No. What nonsense is General Hu talking about? The conversation between one person and one system existed only inside Xiao Miaozu's mind, yet the surrounding atmosphere instantly sank into a strange silence. A few breaths later, the emperor cast a casual glance in their direction. The ministers clustered around Xiao Miaozu immediately understood. They rushed forward, seized General Hu under the arms, and dragged him away. Hey! What are you all doing? Lord Xiao, your hand is injured. You should have an imperial physician bandage it immediately. General Hu, we have a few matters of state that require a private discussion with you. Do you have a moment? Without waiting for General Hu to refuse, they forcibly hauled him away. They had come quickly and vanished just as quickly. Xiao Miaozu watched them go. General Hu seems to have surprisingly good relations with everyone. If I get a chance, I should probably remind him about that matter. In a corner Xiao Miaozu could not see, several ministers had General Hu surrounded. My lords, why exactly did you drag me over here? General Hu asked suspiciously. Although he served at court with these civil officials, they had never been close. Why were they suddenly acting so enthusiastic today? It was deeply uncomfortable. Where had their usual arrogant expressions gone? Were these not the same men who constantly curled their lips and called him a crude brute who knew nothing but swords and sabers? One of them demanded, General Hu, what exactly were you about to ask Lord Xiao? The ministers stared at him fiercely. I only wanted to ask whether Lord Xiao could hear that strange voice. Could it be that all of you can hear it too? Correct. But His Majesty has issued an oral decree demanding absolute secrecy. Under no circumstances may Lord Xiao discover this. General Hu, now that you know the whole situation, you must not let even half a word slip. Otherwise, you will be defying an imperial order, and that is a capital offense. An elderly official stroked his beard and warned him with great seriousness. Only then did General Hu understand. No wonder they had reacted as though facing a mortal enemy. All right, I understand. The officials exchanged looks and nodded before finally releasing him. General Hu smoothed the creases from his robe and turned back toward the main hall, calculating inwardly. Xiao Miaozu had just exposed that he supposedly had a child living outside his household. Could that actually be true? Once he blended back into the crowd, General Hu acted as if nothing had happened and slowly edged toward Madame Wu. Madame Wu suddenly felt a burning, undisguised gaze fixed upon her. When she clearly saw General Hu's face, her body stiffened. This man looked almost exactly like the man from that night. Far too similar, but that made no sense. 15 years ago, the strong laborer she had met had been poor and humble. How could he have become such an imposing general now? Madame Wu sighed softly and looked at the side of her son's face. Truly, the boy's dark complexion was unique in the entire Wu household. Mother, why are you suddenly sighing? Are you feeling unwell? The young man beside her asked with concern. Madame Wu shook her head and forced a smile, indicating that she was fine. Lord Wu sat not far away. Seeing this, he gave a cold snort and cursed inwardly that the shameless woman was flirting with men again. The banquet did not stop because of the dangerous upheaval that had just occurred. Everything seemed to remain firmly within the emperor's control, and the atmosphere soon became even livelier than before. Although an imperial physician had wrapped Xiao Miaozu's right hand in so many layers of bandages that it looked swollen like a pig's trotter, her mood was not affected in the slightest. A magnificent song and dance performance by 12 peerless beauties still awaited, along with displays of talent from the daughters of noble families. A few young ladies were even secretly hoping to use the occasion to ask the emperor for a marriage decree. As elegant music floated through the hall, 12 beautiful dancers turned and glided into the center like immortals, descending to earth. Layer upon layer of skirts and sleeves billowed around them like 12 flowers blooming at once. One dancer half covered her face with a sheer veil. With a turn of her wrist, a brilliant red silk sleeve swept lightly across Xiao Miaozu's cheek. Ah, I'm going to die. What kind of heavenly life is this? This beauty is far too skilled. I almost fell straight into her love trap. And that beauty is generously endowed too. Just one look tells me she's extremely considerate and understanding. Oh my, and there is that young lady over there as well. Whether intentionally or not, several dancers kept twisting closer to Xiao Miaozu's seat. After witnessing her legendary ability to compose poetry on the spot, how could such a talented and charming young gentleman fail to make beautiful women cast flirtatious glances her way? The reason was simple. During the assassination attempt, Her wooden table had been split in two, so the eighth prince had kindly told her to move over and share his table. The table had originally been arranged with enough space for a husband and wife to sit together. Even with two men seated there, it was still extremely roomy. Yet for some reason, the fiery beauties who had crowded close to Xiao Miaozu moments earlier now scattered far away. Not one dared approach. System, why aren't those ladies coming over here to dance anymore? Am I somehow less fragrant and attractive than those old ministers who have not bathed for days? Ladies, you're making a terrible mistake. The officials, burdened with a grievance they could not explain, immediately darkened in the face. What did that brat Xiao Miaozu know? Their scent was called the deep, mature fragrance of masculinity. The system replied, "Host, perhaps they were frightened away by the person sitting beside you." Xiao Miaozu turned to look at the eighth prince. His thin lips were pressed together, and a bone-chilling coldness seemed to radiate from his entire body. Sitting there motionless, he looked like a refrigerator carved from thousand-year-old ice. Could her colleague be allergic to perfume and face powder? Was that why his expression looked so unpleasant? Perhaps all those different fragrances from the dancers had mixed together and assaulted his nose until they became unbearable. The more Xiao Miaozu thought about it, the more reasonable the explanation seemed. She hurriedly picked up a chopstickful of fresh green vegetables and placed them on the eighth prince's plate. "Your Highness, try some vegetables. They'll cut through the richness." The eighth prince glanced coolly at the untouched greens. In his hand was a small dagger, which he used with smooth, elegant movements to cut slices from the fragrant roast lamb. When he finished, he pushed a plate piled with a small mountain of meat toward her. Xiao Miaozu immediately felt delighted. Her eyes filled with cheerful amusement. "Thank you." The eighth prince merely gave a faint acknowledgement through his teeth. So this colleague of hers knew how to return a favor after all. If I kissed him right now, would he return the favor and kiss me back? The emperor had just taken a sip of fine wine. He nearly spat it straight out. He shot an extremely meaningful, entertainment-seeking glance toward the eighth prince, who was still sitting there with the aloof air of an immortal untouched by worldly affairs. Even if someone beat the emperor to death, he would never believe his eighth brother was deaf and had heard nothing. The eighth prince suddenly regretted the impulsive little sound of acknowledgement he had made moments ago. Xiao Miaozu, however, was in an excellent mood. She picked up a large lamb rib and stuffed it into her mouth. Still not satisfied, she wrapped a sizzling piece of meat in a crisp lettuce leaf and pushed the entire bundle between her lips, her cheeks bulging as she chewed. Finally, she lifted a cup of warmed wine, took a satisfied sip, and released a contented breath. System, with delicacies and fine wine like this, it feels a little bland without some entertainment. Give me a bit of gossip to go with the wine. Host, do you remember the official who was staggering and trembling earlier? He nearly rode a crane straight into the afterlife. His name practically flashed twice in the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death. A few days ago, the entire Shu household almost got wiped out by a single person's actions. Xiao Miaozu craned her neck toward the row of tables opposite her. She saw a somewhat puffy, middle-aged man sitting there. He was none other than Lord Shu, a fifth-rank official. Why does Lord Shu look so nervous and frightened? Is he actually a corrupt official who exploited the common people, and now some enemy has come to seek revenge and scared him out of his wits? System, hurry up and expose the whole story. The moment Lord Shu heard the words corrupt official in Xiao Miaozu's thoughts, every bone in his body seemed to crack. He swayed and nearly fell straight off his chair. His face turned completely bloodless, finished. He was truly finished. He feared his life might end right here tonight. Lord Su lowered his head until it nearly touched the table. He did not dare raise it even an inch. He could clearly feel countless eyes of every description stabbing into him, as though they were examining and interrogating him. It made him feel as if he were sitting on burning coals. Madame Shu had no idea what was happening. Seeing her husband's face suddenly become so ugly, she frowned in concern. "My lord, are you all right? Has your health still not fully recovered?" Lord Shu forced himself to remain calm and shook his head. No matter how stifled and miserable he felt, he did not dare say a single word. The system said, "Host, don't be fooled by Lord Shu's somewhat plump middle-aged figure. That's just what happens when a man fills out with age. His integrity score is as high as 85 points. Really? Then he actually is a good official who cares for the people. What is he so terrified about? Host, be patient and listen. This story begins with old Madame Shu. She was born into a desperately poor farming family and spent her entire life saving every grain and every coin. Even after she came to Bianjing to enjoy her son's prosperity, she kept the habit of working the fields with her own hands. Whenever she looked at harvested grain piled high, she felt an enormous sense of accomplishment. But old Madame Shoes is elderly now. Lord Su worried about his mother and strictly forbade her from going into the fields herself, afraid the sun and dew would exhaust her and ruin her back and bones. One day, old Madame Shu went into the kitchen to inspect things and discovered that half a storeroom of old rice still remained. The rice already showed signs of dampness and mold. But how could a woman who had pinched and saved all her life simply close her eyes and throw away half a storeroom of precious grain? Old Madame Shu had muttered sorrowfully, "If we don't eat it, heaven's bounty will go to waste." She ordered the servants to wash the moldy rice 5 to 7 times and cook it into soft, fragrant rice. At mealtime, she kept the truth from Lord Su and personally carried the tray to the table. Since the meal had been prepared with so much effort by his own mother, Lord Su and his wife naturally had to demonstrate filial piety. They ate energetically and praised the rice as excellent. They had barely set down their bowls and chopsticks. Less than 4 hours later, all 8 members of the Su household were clutching their stomachs and writhing in misery, poisoned and suffering relentless diarrhea. Fortunately, old Madame Su had eaten only a little and escaped without serious harm. Unfortunately, old Master Su had wanted to be an exemplary husband and indulge his wife, so he had eaten until he was full. By that same day, the old man was bedridden and could not even lift his head, so ill that he soiled the bed. Only after several doses of medicine did the household finally stabilize. Once they recovered enough to investigate, they discovered that the half storeroom of moldy rice had caused everything. Lord Su immediately begged his mother to stop feeling reluctant about it and ordered servants to dig a pit and bury all the old rice. Everyone thought the matter was finally over. But while the servants were filling in the pit, old Madame Su came rushing over in alarm. Xiao Miaozu's ears practically stood up. She was listening so intently that her soul seemed to float away. Without even noticing what she was doing, she reached out, picked up the 8th prince's cup of wine, and drank from it happily. The man's gaze slid across Xiao Miaozu's thin lips, now wet with wine. The 8th prince was about to open his mouth and remind her, but it was already too late. He glanced toward his respected imperial brother and saw the emperor leaning forward because he was so absorbed in the gossip that he was almost falling out of the dragon throne toward their table. The 8th prince could only shake his head helplessly. Old Madame Su had thought, all of this is precious rice. Ordinary people outside would call it 7 generations worth of blessing just to have thin gruel to drink, yet we're burying good grain alive. If heaven sees this, lightning might strike the whole Su family dead. So she ordered the servants to dig the rice back up and feed it to the rabbits at the family estate instead. The next morning, the rabbits were sprawled everywhere, each one barely alive, with every breath looking as though it might be their last. When the steward rushed over in panic to report what had happened, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through old Madame Shu's mind. The system said, "This old lady really is extraordinary. That brain of hers is impressive, but absolutely should not be allowed to put its ideas into practice." At that moment, Xiao Miaozu noticed her wine cup had somehow been filled again. Without questioning it, she tilted her head back and drained it in one gulp, then released another satisfied breath. The palace servants really are observant. The 8th prince stared silently at the wine pot that had just been poured and was already empty again. He had no words. The person beside him was so engrossed in the gossip that she had completely forgotten her own cup sitting beside her injured left hand and was casually helping herself to the cup on her right. Old Madame Shu reasoned that she herself had eaten the rice the previous time and survived. Rabbits ate all kinds of things, so perhaps their bodies had somehow drawn out the poison. She had endured famine and hardship as a child and had eaten every sort of miserable thing. What could a few grains of questionable rice possibly do to her? This time, she was extremely careful. She personally supervised the servants and made them scrub and wash the rice another 5 times. But the rabbits were already on the verge of dying. Dead or alive, food still could not be wasted. So old Madame Shu ordered every rabbit slaughtered and stewed into nourishing soup for the household. The result was disastrous. The soup had barely gone down before old Master Su, who was still flattened in bed from the previous incident, heard the entire household once again, clutching their stomachs and rolling in pain. Their cries seemed loud enough to reach the heavens. This time even old Madame Shu suffered the twisting agony in her gut. She vaguely sensed death approaching, finally realized something was terribly wrong, and weakly ordered someone to hitch up his trousers and run for the physician. The unfortunate doctor had to race back to the Shu residence with his medicine chest yet again. The instant he crossed the threshold, he saw Lord Shu and every member of the family, old and young, sprawled across beds with faces drained of color and bodies drenched in sweat. The old physician shook his head over and over in disbelief. Ordinarily, once people were poisoned by something, they remembered the lesson and avoided it forever. Yet this entire household had somehow managed to poison themselves twice in succession. It was a wonder for the ages. Children, youths, adults, and tottering elders had all participated. Their constitutions really were as hard as copper and iron. An ordinary household probably would not have survived this degree of torment. Some might have died of exhaustion before even finding the strength to reach the chamber pot. The officials at the banquet all turned toward Lord Shu's family and silently nodded. They truly did carry the desolate air of people who had just returned from the gates of death. No wonders Lord Shu's face had looked swollen and puffy these past few days. Cold sweat was now pouring from his forehead. He wiped it again and again while groaning inwardly. He had wondered why his luck had been so terrible lately. Mother, please? He had nearly lost the chance to see another sunrise. From now on, even if the old lady threatened to die, he would grit his teeth and refuse to let her wander anywhere near the household's food or drink again. Even sitting on a chair now made his backside burn painfully from what he had endured. After swallowing several enormous pieces of gossip, the emperor could not help letting out a quiet laugh. He had never imagined the secrets of his officials could be so absurd and bizarre. There were even people too lazy to bathe. He distinctly remembered that the regular bathing holiday existed precisely, so these men could return home and wash themselves thoroughly from head to toe. The empress, seated beside him, happened to notice his reaction. She could not help feeling both surprised and curious. What had put His Majesty in such a wonderful mood? An assassination attempt had just taken place, but for people standing at the pinnacle of power, dangers of this kind were almost commonplace. The mastermind had been caught, but that alone should not have made him look this entertained. While the empress was secretly guessing, the emperor suddenly asked, "What do you think of that Lord Xiao? Xiao Miaozu?" Why had His Majesty deliberately asked about her? Did he intend to support and promote the young official? Following the emperor's meaningful gaze, the empress looked toward Xiao Miaozu a short distance away. One of the young official's hands was wrapped so thickly in bandages that it resembled a pig's trotter, yet an open, dazzling smile still hung on that exceptionally handsome face as she murmured about something with the cold-faced 8th prince beside her. The empress had heard a little about her. Supposedly, the child had wandered outside the household for more than 10 years before finally being recognized and brought back to the Xiao family. When the Xiao family first returned to the capital, the household had caused more than one embarrassing spectacle. It was rather unexpected that the young official possessed such outstanding talent. More than that, the empress had also heard Shen Feiyan speak about her. The young official's temperament was unexpectedly upright and uncompromising. She had not shown Shen Feiyan even the slightest deference. The empress naturally knew the temperament of her young imperial relative. Shen Feiyan was somewhat spoiled and domineering, but she was still a commandery princess of the imperial clan. A little childish temper was hardly a serious flaw, especially with His Majesty behind her. Yet Xiao Miaozu had somehow managed to make Shen Feiyan behave with remarkable obedience. The empress cautiously tested the waters. Lord Xiao has an elegant bearing, and tonight he has shown extraordinary talent. I imagine his character cannot be bad either. Does Your Majesty intend to grant him a good marriage? There happen to be several unmarried younger relatives in my own family. The emperor stroked his beard without answering immediately. Empress, take a look at Lord Wu's family over there. What do you think? What did that mean? What exactly was His Majesty trying to say? The empress could not understand why, even after reaching middle age, she still could not guess what the man sharing her bed was thinking. Could he have secretly been flirting with women outside? No, that was impossible. His Majesty was a work fanatic who could go an entire month without taking even a single day to rest. The emperor glanced at her and instantly knew her thoughts had wandered in a ridiculous direction. He patted the back of her hand. "Yunsu, don't imagine nonsense. It is not what you think." "Then what is it?" "Your Majesty, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me." The emperor looked at the rare coquettish expression on the empress's face with amusement. "Look carefully at the young man standing beside Madame Wu. Who does he resemble? If a child does not resemble his father, Who else could he possibly resemble? The Empress turned toward the youth beside Madame Wu. He stood straight and tall. His facial features resembled Madame Wu somewhat, but his complexion was much darker than hers. That child's skin is rather dark. Looking at him, he almost resembles. The Empress abruptly stopped speaking. As realization struck, she hurriedly covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief, eyes widening. That young man's complexion was almost identical to the military official sitting over there. She immediately turned back and questioned the Emperor with her eyes. The smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. He knew she had guessed correctly and gave a small nod. Exactly what you're thinking. The Empress's eyes instantly brightened. Sure enough, listening to gossip could refresh the spirit and make a person glow. Your Majesties, you really are unfair. You have been enjoying this good show alone all evening and only now decided to tell me. Does Lord Wu know? He knows perfectly well. General Hu, on the other hand, has been kept completely in the dark. The Emperor deliberately made the matter sound mysterious. The feeling of knowing the entire truth while someone else remained clueless was unexpectedly delightful. The Empress blinked in confusion. How could that be? The sons are already so grown. So the Emperor briefly told her that Lord Wu was incapable of fathering children, and had therefore arranged for another man to father a child in his place. The Empress's dignified, elegant mask immediately cracked. Her stunned expression was almost adorably vivid. Your Highness, look, Xiao Miaozu murmured, as she tugged the 8th prince's sleeve. Are His Majesty and the Empress secretly digging up someone's scandal? Without noticing when it had happened, she rested her chin on the 8th prince's solid shoulder. She had only been listening to gossip for a little while, yet she was already thoroughly drunk. The man lowered his eyes toward her. Xiao Miaozu's pupils had narrowed slightly and a wine-red flush colored the corners of her eyes. You're drunk, am I? Xiao Miaozu lifted her eyes and met his gaze. In those deep pupils she saw her own face reflected with flushed cheeks. She muttered, I think I really am. She shook her head, trying to make herself more alert, but the wine only surged through her more fiercely. Her small chin rubbed back and forth across the 8th prince's shoulder. He continued sitting upright and motionless. He did not reach out to push her away, simply allowing her to misbehave. Xiao Miaozu's gaze gradually became hazy. Slowly, she leaned closer to the 8th prince's handsome face. His body stiffened slightly. He could clearly feel her warm breath spilling into the hollow of his neck. Without realizing it, a strange ripple rose in his heart. He drew a quiet breath. What do you want to say? Xiao Miaozu's words were already slurred. Your Highness, why has the court still not paid our salaries? I feel as if I've been working as an errand runner for 1,000 years. The 8th prince was speechless. You leaned this close just to say that? Xiao Miaozu pursed her lips. What else? If an official doesn't look forward to his salary, am I supposed to live on air? Besides, I'm planning that once I receive my first month's salary, I'll properly treat you to a meal. A tiny 7th-rank official's salary, and she wanted to invite him to dinner with it? The 8th prince suspected that amount would not even fill the gaps between his teeth. If she truly paid for the meal, someone was likely to starve before it was over. He was about to answer when his shoulder suddenly grew heavy. Xiao Miaozu had fallen asleep. The 8th prince tightened his hand, then slowly relaxed it again. With cool restraint, he lowered his gaze and watched her slide little by little from his shoulder to his thigh. In the end, she boldly used his lap as a pillow, found the most comfortable position, and fell peacefully asleep. As her warm, even breathing continued, every muscle in the 8th prince's body grew tighter. Perhaps from the beginning, he should have stopped all of her outrageous behavior. Or he should have ordered a young eunuch to carry her away to rest. How had he allowed matters to develop into this state? When the Emperor glanced over again, Xiao Miaozu had completely disappeared from view. All he could see beneath his 8th brother's table was a strip of robe sticking out. The Emperor sent the 8th prince an extremely meaningful look. The 8th prince lowered his eyes and continued drinking, calmly ignoring his imperial brother's obvious desire to watch the show. His elder brother had always found great amusement in seeing him lose his composure. The 8th prince gently turned the rim of his jade cup to a different position before drinking from it. Drinking this way could not really be considered sharing the same cup, could it? Many daughters of official families performed their talents that night, but unfortunately a certain person was already dead drunk and missed everything. The Emperor also took the opportunity to bestow a marriage upon one well-matched couple. More importantly, he deliberately raised his voice and announced another matter. Tomorrow is the court's regular bathing holiday. My beloved ministers should pay a little more attention to personal cleanliness. When the ruler of the realm went out of his way to emphasize something like that, it did not take much thought to guess whether the people neglecting their baths were a tiny minority or an alarmingly large group. By the time Xiao Miaozu woke from her long sleep, broad daylight had already arrived. System, how did I get back to the residence last night? I have this strange feeling as if I was floating through the clouds in a sedan chair. Sedan bearer. My foot. You almost rode home on top of the 8th prince's head. You're exaggerating. My drunken behavior is excellent. Excellent? Then this kind system will replay the memory for you so you can admire it yourself. The system began with the end of the palace banquet. Many officials had drunk too much. Those whose servants came to fetch them were carried directly home. Those with no one waiting for them collapsed over the tables and lined up for palace carriages to deliver them back to their residences. Xiao Miaozu had been lifted into the 8th prince's carriage by the prince himself. During the journey, she was unexpectedly obedient and quiet. Unfortunately, the moment they arrived at the prince's residence, Xiao Miaozu became impossible to shake off, clinging to the 8th prince like an adhesive bandage. She even staggered around his room several times, drunkenly, showing off and causing chaos. When the 8th prince prepared to wash his face and rinse his mouth, Xiao Miaozu lunged over and wrapped both arms around his thigh. She poked his shin with one finger. Your Highness, do you feel lonely and cold? Are you terribly empty and lonely inside? She kept insisting that she was afraid the 8th prince would be too lonely, grow miserable, and die young, leaving such an enormous residence abandoned. With one huge human tail hanging from his leg, the 8th prince had no choice but to grit his teeth and shuffle step by step to wash his face. Afterward, he ordered servants to help Xiao Miaozu change clothes. But the moment the young male attendants approached, they met fierce resistance. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Xiao Miaozu clutched both arms tightly across her chest. Don't even think about touching me. I'm not the sort of person who takes my clothes off anywhere and everywhere. 2 attendants tried to restrain her and failed completely. Although Xiao Miaozu was thoroughly drunk, her subconscious was screaming that she must protect the secret of being a woman disguised as a man. No flaw could be exposed. With all 4 limbs flailing beyond control, her resistance was harder to manage than a pig being held down for slaughter. In the end, the 8th prince had no choice but to squat down personally and drag the stubborn pig meant for New Year's slaughter out of the corner where she had curled up. The pig was still muttering, "Can't bathe. Not safe. Too dangerous." Once the 8th prince understood the fragmented words, his brows drew together. He could see the extreme anxiety beneath her drunkenness. He waved the servants away. Then he personally picked up a clean cloth, dipped it into warm water, wrung it out, and placed it over Xiao Miaozu's dirty face. His movements were unexpectedly gentle. The rising warmth brought a rosy flush to Xiao Miaozu's smooth skin. She rubbed her face against the 8th prince's palm, then frowned and pouted when she felt the rough calluses on his hand. Don't bully me, all right? She seized his sleeve and tugged it several times. In her muddled state, the gesture carried an unmistakable touch of spoiled pleading. No one is bullying you, the 8th prince said seriously. Xiao Miaozu raised her flushed face and stared in his direction. Her lips moved as though she wanted to say something, but in the end she merely gave him a foolish, delighted smile. Xiao Miaozu had assumed the system's memory replay was finished there. Unfortunately, the system kept talking. Host, once you got onto his bed, you were extremely restless. What? I may flirt around and act unserious normally, but I absolutely do not have the shameless habit of crawling into other people's beds. On this point, Xiao Miaozu remained extremely confident. Host, to be fair, you did not crawl into his bed. The 8th prince personally carried you and put you there. But you wrapped your arms around his waist and refused to let go when he tried to leave. That happened too? Why don't I remember a single thing? The system suddenly wore a thoroughly wicked expression. That was not all. You kept reaching around and rubbing his waist, digging through his clothes while shouting that he had hidden your gold belt. You spent all night searching for it. At this point, Xiao Miaozu completely believed the story. After all, she really was somewhat greedy for money and fond of gold. She rubbed her aching arms. No wonder they hurt so much. So she had spent the entire night wrestling with someone. System, last night no one secretly watched me and noticed anything suspicious, right? Host, don't worry. Absolutely not. I kept my eyes wide open and stood guard all night. Good. Until I have planned a perfect escape route, this earth-shaking secret can be known only by heaven, earth, you and me. "As you command, great host." Xiao Miaozu had only just washed, rinsed her mouth, and tidied herself when she saw Eunuch Rong leading an entire procession of eunuchs and palace maids into the 8th prince's residence, their hands full of imperial rewards. "Lord Xiao, hurry and prepare to receive the decree." "Eunuch Rong, with my hand like this, do I still need to kneel?" Eunuch Rong smiled warmly. "Lord Xiao, His Majesty has shown you special grace. You may receive the decree without kneeling." Xiao Miaozu sensibly bowed instead. By mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. She did not hear a single word of the long, elaborate formal language that followed. Her ears caught only the important point. His Majesty was awarding her a belt made of gold. The ornate gold-studded belt was placed into her hands. Oh, that wonderfully heavy, cool sensation. The silk was smooth, the gold genuine, and the object clearly priceless. "Eunuch Rong, can I take this gold belt to a pawnshop and exchange it for silver?" Xiao Miaozu asked casually. "Oh heavens, Lord Xiao!" Eunuch Rong nearly broke into a cold sweat. "This belt is an imperial gift. You must never casually sell it or pawn it." He hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No wonder His Majesty had repeatedly instructed him to emphasize the profound meaning of the belt. The emperor had clearly foreseen the death trap waiting right here. "Lord Xiao, His Majesty's gift of this pure gold belt is an extraordinary honor." Eunuch Rong launched into an earnest explanation until his mouth was nearly dry. "Understood, Eunuch Rong. I was only teasing you." As she spoke, Xiao Miaozu gritted her teeth against the stab of pain in her heart, pulled a banknote from her sleeve, and pressed it into Eunuch Rong's hand. "Eunuch Rong, this is only a small token of appreciation. Please use it to buy some good tea to soothe your throat." Eunuch Rong accepted the banknote with remarkable speed. He smiled until his eyes narrowed into two thin lines. At first he had thought this brilliant young Lord Xiao was a complete blockhead when it came to the unwritten rules of dealing with people. Apparently, she understood them perfectly well after all. "Since Lord Xiao is so thoughtful, I will shamelessly accept it. As for this gold belt, you must keep it very carefully. Who knows? It may prove important someday." After seeing Eunuch Rong off, Xiao Miaozu immediately reverted to her true nature. Like a starving monkey that had just stolen an ear of corn from the mountain, she hugged the gleaming gold belt tightly, squatted on the stone steps outside the door, and examined it from every angle. She kept turning it toward the sun until the light reflected from it in dazzling flashes, bright enough to blind a dog. Oh, the filthy golden glow of money, how decadent! The belt was surprisingly easy to match. Whether she wore it with formal court robes or ordinary clothes, it would make her look twice as imposing and heroic. The clothing designers and craftsmen of ancient times really knew what they were doing. Xiao Miaozu was still happily directing and starring in her own private performance of self-admiration when a gate guard hurried over. "Lord Xiao, there is a man outside the prince's residence who says his name is Song Hang. He has come specifically to see you." "Song Hang? Why would he suddenly come looking for me?" After thinking for a moment, Xiao Miaozu dusted herself off, stood, and went outside. The young man waiting at the gate had a modest, gentle bearing as polished as jade. He wore simple everyday clothes and held the reins of a swift horse behind him. He looked as though he were preparing for a long journey. Xiao Miaozu quickened her steps. "Brother Song, you came all this way to see me today. Is something important? Judging by your clothes, are you preparing to leave the capital?" Song Hong cupped his hands in salute. A faint smile rested on his refined face. "Lord Xiao, I will not hide it from you. I am planning to return to my hometown for a visit. After thinking it over, I decided I should come in person to thank you before leaving." "Thank me?" Xiao Miaozu was genuinely surprised. "For what?" "For stepping forward to help me at last night's palace banquet," Song Hong said. "If not for you, I would certainly have lost that competition miserably." "Oh that, it was nothing. I barely had to lift a hand." Song Hang solemnly cupped his hands again. "Then allow me to thank Lord Xiao for that effortless little favor." Xiao Miaozu waved him off. "There is no need to be so formal. You are now the third-ranked laureate. Your future is bright. Before long, you may be doing far better than I am." "Ah, right. When will you return from this trip home?" Song Hong gazed toward the distant horizon, a carefree note entering his voice. "Very soon." Xiao Miaozu slapped him heartily on the shoulder. "Excellent. I will wait for you in the capital. Come back quickly, and then we can serve as officials together. It is a long journey, so take good care of yourself on the road." Song Hong searched inside his robe and brought out an exquisitely made brocade bookmark. He respectfully offered it to her. "Lord Xiao, your poetry and calligraphy are both exceptional. Please accept this small bookmark as a token of my gratitude." Xiao Miaozu had been fully convinced he was about to offer her silver as a bribe. When she saw that it was only a bookmark, her enthusiasm visibly dimmed, but she still accepted it. Then her eye caught the delicate sachet hanging from Song Hong's waist. She immediately teased him. "You are hurrying home so quickly. Do not tell me you are going back to see the woman in your heart. You placed third in the palace examination and even dared refuse His Majesty's marriage arrangement. I am absolutely certain you must be rushing home in glory to marry your sweetheart." Song Hong gently stroked the sachet at his waist. "My younger sister embroidered this for me. Her stitches are still rather rough." Every time he mentioned his little sister, his eyes filled with warmth. Xiao Miaozu clicked her tongue. "You two siblings must be very close." Song Hang smiled and nodded. Then he formally cupped his hands in farewell, turned smoothly, vaulted onto his horse, and urged it into a gallop toward the city gates. Xiao Miaozu remained where she was, watching his figure shrink into the distance. For a moment, she was lost in thought. Song Hang truly was a sensitive and thoughtful person. Whenever anyone showed him even a little kindness, he never forgot it and kept it close to his heart. At the imperial palace, Eunuch Rong announced, "Your Majesty, the 8th prince has arrived." The emperor gave a quiet acknowledgement. The 8th prince entered the hall and respectfully saluted. The emperor waved a hand casually. "That is enough. There are no outsiders here. Say what you came to say." Although the emperor spoke so informally, the 8th prince never neglected the proper etiquette between ruler and subject. He straightened and reported that Xiao Miaozu was preparing to make a move against the 3rd prince. The emperor looked up. "You heard something?" "A little," the 8th prince replied. 18 new lanterns recently appeared in the 3rd prince's residence. By remarkable coincidence, exactly 18 young women have mysteriously disappeared from the capital in recent days. Not one family has dared go to the authorities to report them missing. A thick drop of ink fell from the emperor's brush onto the fine paper before him, spreading into a dark stain and ruining the entire sheet of calligraphy. He no longer had any interest in practicing his writing. He set down the brush. "Say it plainly." The 8th prince answered slowly. "Those 18 young women were turned into lanterns and are now hanging in his bedchamber." Heavy silence descended over the hall. The emperor's expression did not visibly change. He calmly picked up a cloth and wiped the ink from his fingers, then glanced at the ruined calligraphy on the imperial desk. Eunuch Rong immediately understood. "I obey." He swiftly cleared the ruined sheet away and carefully withdrew. Only the 2 brothers remained. "Play a game of chess with me," the emperor said. The 8th prince took the black pieces and the emperor the red. After several pieces had been placed, the emperor's low voice finally broke the silence. First, he embezzled public funds. Then he treated human lives as worthless grass. I suppose his next step will be to take my life and sit on this throne himself. The 8th prince said nothing. He did not need to. A man who could so cruelly prey upon defenseless women and children today might dare raise a blade in rebellion tomorrow. On the chessboard, the 8th prince's black pieces advanced step by step toward the emperor's red line. The emperor picked up a red pawn. A pawn that crosses the river can become as dangerous as a chariot. He moved the piece beyond the dividing line. A cold draft suddenly swept through the room. Beginning today, the little pawn named Xiao Miaozu would officially reveal the sharp edge of her blade at the prince's residence. "Host, what are we doing today?" the system asked, full of curiosity. "Inviting the enemy into the trap, of course." The corner of Xiao Miaozu's mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. She was just about to leave when someone called after her, "Lord Xiao, please wait." She turned and saw the steward of the prince's residence hurrying toward her. A young servant followed close behind, carrying an intricately carved wooden tray. "Steward, what is this?" The steward gestured, and the servant immediately stepped forward and removed the lid. A rich fragrance spread through the air. "Lord Xiao, this is a bowl of chicken soup that has been simmering for a long time. The kitchen has only just finished it. Please drink some before you go out. His Highness personally ordered it prepared for you." The old steward's face was bright with amusement. Who would have expected 2 colleagues in the dangerous world of officialdom to become so considerate toward each other? After all the blood Xiao Miaozu had lost the previous night, she truly did need nourishment. It would be a pity to let all that blood have been shed for nothing. As Xiao Miaozu noisily drank the hot soup, a happiness she could not quite control flickered in her eyes. Perhaps it was because she could feel another person's sincere goodwill. Perhaps it was because the 8th prince, usually as cold as a drifting iceberg, had finally begun to soften. Or perhaps something really had changed. System, Check whether the third prince has been paying unusual attention to any young woman recently. Host, please wait. It did not take long for the system's extraordinary gossip-gathering ability to uncover a lead. There is one pitiful young woman named Li Wu. Her parents are both dead, but she is quite pretty. She and her elderly grandfather depend on each other to survive. Every day she goes into the mountains to cut firewood and earns just enough for them to eat. The system continued. The unmarried ruffians in her village secretly pray that her grandfather will die soon, so one of them can bring Awu home as a wife. Xiao Miaozu's expression darkened. One day, Awu's grandfather slipped and broke his leg, making it difficult for him to walk. Since then, Awu has had to carry firewood to the market by herself, and that was when she had the bad luck to catch the third prince's eye. He shamelessly stared at her all the way down the street. Awu finally ducked into a narrow alley and managed to escape. Then let us go find poor Awu. If Xiao Miaozu's guess was right, the third prince was probably growing restless and would soon send his men to abduct the girl in secret. The system asked, "Why do you need Awu?" To put on a play. But one actor could not stage the whole performance alone. Xiao Miaozu needed another dependable partner. She immediately thought of Zheng Hui and trotted off in the direction indicated by the system. Greetings, Lord Xiao. No need for ceremony. You are this year's top palace examination laureate. Once His Majesty formally assigns you a post, it should be at least 6th rank. By then, I may be the one bowing to you. Zheng Hui looked a little nervous and awkward. The emperor had issued an order for him to assist Lord Xiao. He would never dare be careless about it. Xiao, Miaozu patted his shoulder reassuringly. You do not need to be so tense. Then she leaned close and quietly explained her plan. Meanwhile, the third prince had deliberately sent men to investigate the beautiful girl he had happened to notice. It turned out, she was nothing more than a lowly firewood gatherer. Both parents were dead, and the only person in her household was a decrepit old grandfather who seemed to have one foot in the grave. The third prince could not help laughing in satisfaction. That makes things easy. He only had to say the word, and countless lackeys beneath him would compete to handle the matter neatly. Not long afterward, a matchmaker appeared outside the Li family's crumbling bamboo fence. Her hair was piled high and decorated with gaudy red flowers, and she wore brilliant red clothes from head to toe. She minced forward with a delighted expression, loudly smoothed her fine garments, then began pounding on the door. Bang, bang, bang. She struck it so violently that it sounded as though she meant to tear the house down, shouting loudly enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. Old man Li, are you home? We have come to collect the bride. Hurry and open the door. His Highness is waiting outside himself. The matchmaker's shrill voice could not hide her impatience or greed. If she completed this arrangement, the silver reward from the prince would certainly be enormous. Whether the girl was stepping into a blazing pit meant nothing to her. How could powerless commoners possibly contend with powerful officials? Inside the house, Old Man Li and Li Awu huddled together in terror. Their teeth chattered. Awu pressed close behind her grandfather, trembling so hard she could not stop. The people outside did not feel like a joyful wedding procession at all. They felt like a savage beast baring its fangs and claws, waiting only another moment before smashing through the door and swallowing grandfather and granddaughter alive. Grandfather, Awu whispered. I do not want to marry the third prince, Awu sobbed. He is almost 50 and I am only in my teens. Her tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string, soaking the front of her thin clothes. My poor Awu, why has fate treated you so bitterly? Old Man Li's weathered face twisted with grief. His rough, calloused hands gently patted the back of his granddaughter's hand, as though that helpless gesture might offer her a little warmth and comfort. In that moment of despair, a faint possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. There was no good choice left. Awu, what if grandfather takes you to shave your head and become a Buddhist nun? Would you agree? His eyes were bloodshot as he forced out the words. Awu trembled in shock. After a long silence, however, she slowly and firmly nodded. Grandfather, if my future truly means selling myself to an animal like the third prince, then I would rather leave the secular world and take refuge in a Buddhist convent. Her determination made Old Man Li's heart ache even more. His Awu had suffered from childhood. He had struggled so hard to raise her until she reached marriageable age, believing she would soon marry, settle down, and have a little home of her own. Instead, it had come to this. Fine. Even if I have to risk my life, old as I am, I will help you reject this cursed marriage. Old Man Li turned toward the courtyard and raised his voice. Go back. My granddaughter has decided to become a nun and take refuge in Buddhism. Please return to the prince's residence. The vicious matchmaker outside was not so easily dismissed. She pressed her fleshy face toward a crack in the door, her tiny eyes glaring inward, and shouted arrogantly, "Today that wretched girl will marry whether she wants to or not. His Highness has taken a liking to your granddaughter. That is a blessing your family must have earned over 8 lifetimes." The third prince was still sitting outside with one leg crossed over the other, waiting by the sedan. He cast the matchmaker a sharp, impatient look. His patience had clearly been exhausted. The matchmaker shrank her neck in fright and began hammering on the wooden door even more wildly. When it still did not open, she cursed inwardly. What an ungrateful little firewood girl. She actually dared make the third prince wait this long. Wealth and splendor were right in front of her. Yet she did not know enough to reach for them. If the matchmaker herself were 30 years younger, she would already have leaped into the bridal sedan to enjoy a lifetime of luxury. The third prince gave a deep, cold snort. He had lowered himself enough to come to this remote backwater only because a passing whim had made him curious about the novelty of a rustic girl. Who would have thought a lowly firewood gatherer would dare refuse him? Her resistance only stirred his desire to conquer this wild prey. He signaled to one of his trusted lackeys. The man immediately understood. He led 5 large, powerfully built household servants forward. They smashed through the bamboo fence, stormed into the yard, and kicked the Li family's front door. A deafening crash rang out. The already crooked, fragile wooden door could not withstand the force. It shattered, sending splinters flying while dust rolled through the room. Old Man Li and Awu clung to each other in terror, almost believing the entire thatched house was about to collapse over their heads. Yet there was one unexpected figure inside. Apart from the trembling grandfather and granddaughter, a passerby had stopped to ask for a drink of water and, while there, to watch Xiao Miaozu. "Old sir, what trouble have you encountered? How can that third prince behave so arrogantly? Is there no way to go to the local office, beat the grievance drum, and seek justice?" Old Man Li released a long, helpless sigh. "Young master, there is something you do not understand. That third prince is a beast wearing human skin. Any young woman unlucky enough to catch his eye might as well have stepped into the realm of death. None has ever been heard to return home." He lowered his voice. "I have never heard of anyone brave enough to file a complaint against him. But we common people are not fools. There must be terrible things hidden behind it all, things little people like us cannot possibly touch. We normally walk carefully and stay as far away from powerful men like that as we can. But perhaps this is simply our fate." Old Man Li looked at Xiao Miaozu anxiously. "Young master, take this chance and leave quickly. You are so exceptionally handsome that if those people see you, I fear they might seize you too." The grandfather and granddaughter were sincerely worried that this kind young stranger would be dragged into their disaster. Xiao Miaozu waved a hand. "Old sir, let me take Miss Awu's place and ride in the bridal sedan." Old Man Li's face changed in shock. He shook both hands frantically. No, absolutely not. Would that not be pushing you straight into danger? Please do not worry. I asked you for a bowl of water today. Let me repay that kindness this way." Xiao Miaozu smiled as freely as a spring breeze. "It is settled. Just listen to me. I have my own way of dealing with this and will not allow myself to suffer." A short while later, Xiao Miaozu had removed her ordinary clothes and changed into Awu's worn women's garments. She lightly touched the ends of her brows with reddish rouge. As her bright eyes shifted, they seemed to carry 1,000 traces of captivating charm. Old Man Li and Awu stood frozen, mouths open. Where had the heroic young gentleman from a moment earlier gone? In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a fairy descended from heaven. Xiao Miaozu studied herself, and still felt something was missing. She stared into the tarnished bronze mirror, then suddenly had an idea. Taking up a brush, she dotted a bright red cinnabar beauty mark between her brows. That single finishing touch seemed to bring the whole image to life. Even dressed in coarse, poor clothing, her extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. It had been a long time since Xiao Miaozu had worn women's clothing. The sensation felt strangely unfamiliar. Outside, just as the servants prepared to force their way in completely, the broken door slowly opened from within. Creak. The old wood groaned heavily. The matchmaker lifted her chin in triumph. So the girl had resisted so stubbornly only to surrender the moment they frightened her. What was the point of pretending to be so proud? Then the door opened fully. A breathtaking young woman appeared before them. Her beauty was brilliant as the midday sun, so dazzling that everyone seemed unable to look away. The world around them seemed to freeze, as though everything had stopped moving. No one remembered how to react. "Who are you?" the young woman demanded in a clear, melodious voice. "Why did you break into my home without permission?" Kah, kah, kah. One man suddenly choked so badly that the sound dragged everyone back to reality. He had been staring so intently that he forgot to swallow and nearly sent his own saliva up his nose. One crafty lackey immediately ran outside to report, "Your Highness, that miserable hut of Old Man Lee is hiding an absolutely stunning beauty." "Truly? I swear on my head that it is true, then I will see for myself." The third prince swept up the hem of his robe and strode toward the bamboo-fenced yard. As he walked, he growled, "If you dare deceive me, you had better watch that worthless head of yours." The lackey bent nearly double. "Your Highness, even if I had 10,000 times the courage, I would never dare deceive you. I saw her with my own eyes. Her beauty could topple a city, and her waist is as slender as a willow. I swear that if every noble young lady in prosperous Bianjing stood together, not one could compare with her. With only one glance from her, I felt my entire life had been worth living." The moment the third prince crossed the threshold, he saw the beautiful woman standing in the center of the yard, surrounded by his men. Their greasy, lustful gazes crawled over Xiao Miaozu like green bottle flies swarming a plate of honey, rudely raking over her from head to toe. Beside such dazzling beauty, the dirt-streaked firewood girl hiding behind her grandfather immediately faded into the background. That was not because Awu was ugly. It was simply difficult for ordinary prettiness to survive beside beauty this overwhelming. "Who gave you the courage to bully my cousin so arrogantly?" Xiao Miaozu spread both arms before the Li grandfather and granddaughter, shielding them like an eagle protecting chicks. "Cousin?" The third prince's delight immediately surged. So this peerless beauty was the firewood girl's older cousin. "My lady, please do not misunderstand. I came here today with betrothal gifts to propose a marriage." His manner changed instantly, his oily face breaking into a flattering smile. "But the woman I now want to lift into the bridal sedan and take back to my residence is no longer your cousin." His eyes fixed on Xiao Miaozu. "It is you." "Do you know who I am?" Xiao Miaozu snapped. "I am the woman in the heart of this year's newly crowned top palace examination laureate. If you dare behave improperly toward me, then no matter how lofty your title as a prince may be, you must still bow before the law of Chu." She deliberately emphasized the words, "woman in his heart." "Be careful that the new top laureate does not mobilize troops to seize you, chain you up and make you answer for your crimes." She glared viciously at the third prince. Unfortunately, the hatred in that sidelong look only made the depraved man opposite her even more excited. "Dear host," the system said in disgust, "I think this third prince is seriously twisted." It hated the hungry expression on the human scum's face as he stared at its host so much that even the imagined box of buttered popcorn it had been munching from suddenly lost all its delicious flavor. Xiao Miaozu thought, "Of course he is twisted. What decent person collects a whole group of lanterns made from people and hangs them in his home?" The third prince burst into loud laughter. "The law? You think a wet-behind-the-ears new examination laureate can punish me?" He seemed to enjoy the helpless struggle of prey far too much. "My little beauty, you are still too naive. Today I will show you what the real law looks like in this place." He barked an order. "Men, tie her up and carry her back to my residence. Tonight I will officially take her as my 56th concubine." The matchmaker immediately unleashed a stream of ingratiating congratulations. "Congratulations, Your Highness. What a joyous day. Congratulations on taking your 56th concubine." Xiao Miaozu was bound by the servants and thrown into the bright red bridal sedan. One servant saw the beauty frown and tried to sound kind as he advised her. "My lady, please stop struggling. I already left the ropes somewhat loose. If you sit quietly, you will suffer less." Xiao Miaozu did not answer. She had never imagined that the first time she experienced riding in a bridal sedan would happen under circumstances this absurd. There was none of a bride's joyful excitement in her heart. Instead, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap out and smash someone's skull. "System, wait for my command. When I need it, put every available life point into my lion's roar." The system stared blankly. "What use is increasing your voice volume? Just obey me." "Yes, host." The gloomy wedding procession had only just passed beyond the gates of Bianjing when the rapid thunder of galloping hooves came from the distance. The servants reacted instinctively, forming a tight circle around the red bridal sedan. "My dear, your husband has come to save you." The rider charging toward them was none other than Zheng Hui. He drew his sword with an imposing flourish and shouted, "I am Zheng Hui, this year's newly crowned top palace examination laureate. What bandits are you? How dare you abduct the woman I love?" The surrounding commoners heard the uproar and immediately gathered in curious groups at a distance, staring eagerly at the unfolding spectacle. The third prince's face darkened until it was as black as the bottom of a pot. He roared, "A mere wet behind the ears top laureate dares block my road? Truly the ignorant know no fear." Men beat him to death. Surrounded and attacked, Zheng Hui still struggled desperately. He shouted like a madman who did not fear death. "You are nothing more than a prince with an empty title. Is that hollow title greater than His Majesty's authority? You openly seize a common woman in the middle of a public road. You are trampling the laws of Chu beneath your feet." He raised his voice even higher. "Even the emperor must answer to the law if he breaks it. Why should you be any different from an ordinary commoner? Beat him. Beat him harder." The third prince snarled. "Do not stop until that brat has only half a life left." He hated anyone who dared suggest he was inferior to the emperor. For decades, he had swallowed humiliation and endured the hollow role of a prince. Why should he always bend his back and remain beneath another man? Inside the bridal sedan, Xiao Miaozu's eyes lit up. Finally, it was her turn to take the stage. She flung aside the curtain and sprang from the sedan, rapidly scanning the crowd. Excellent. Plenty of spectators had gathered. The audience quota was more than sufficient. She immediately ran toward Zheng Hui with all her strength. Unfortunately, before she could reach him, the prince's fierce servants blocked her less than half a meter away. The two could only stare helplessly at each other across that tiny distance. Xiao Miaozu instantly unleashed her acting skills. Her face twisted with tragic emotion as she stretched both hands desperately toward Zheng Hui. "Oh, what cruel fate! I am the wind and you are the sand. We stand only inches apart, yet it feels as though 10,000 miles separate us, all the way to the ends of the earth. Zheng, my love, save me. I do not want to be forced to marry that filthy balding old man who weighs about 220 pounds. The third prince's face twitched. Xiao Miaozu continued at full volume. "He is filthy beyond belief. His breath reeks, his feet stink, and he has a diseased habit of constantly breaking wind that smells like spoiled pickled vegetables." The crowd fell silent. "He cannot even control his bowels. He soils his clothes and smears filth all over his bedding." Xiao Miaozu poured all her strength into the anguished cry. Her booming voice swept across the entire street and echoed in every direction. Every single person nearby heard every word with perfect clarity. Before even an incense stick had finished burning, that demonic voice had drilled itself into the minds of the spectators. Only one sentence seemed to echo through everyone's head. The third prince could not control his bowels and soiled his own bed. And that was not all. In broad daylight, he had openly abducted a common woman from the street. And the woman happened to be the beloved of the newly crowned top examination laureate. The peerless beauty had been forced to cry for help in the marketplace because she could not bear the third prince's disgusting habits. What a tragedy. "Did you hear?" One middle-aged woman whispered to another. "The third prince cannot control himself when he goes to the privy." "That is not even the worst of it," the second woman whispered back, her eyes shining with gossip. "They say he constantly breaks wind too. Sour, terrible wind." She waved a hand dramatically in front of her nose as though she could already smell it. "I wonder whether his underpants have a hole cut in them, just to let it out." The women burst into laughter. "But the poorest person is that beautiful young lady," another woman sighed. "A lovely girl was simply seized and dragged away to become a concubine. What a sin. I heard she would be his 56th concubine." 56th? How many women does he keep collecting? Strangely enough, his residence never seems crowded. That silenced several people. "Where do you think all those women went?" someone asked quietly. Another woman immediately warned, "Lower your voice. Do not let the third prince hear you. Several households have lost daughters recently for no apparent reason." Perhaps? Her voice faded. She only tilted her chin subtly toward the third prince. Everyone understood at once. They stole glances in his direction. His face had gone green with fury. He had never expected this woman to be so beautiful and yet possess a mouth capable of destroying his reputation the moment it opened. "Why are you idiots still standing there?" he shouted. "Drag her back to my residence." His servants immediately seized Xiao Miaozu under the arms and tried to stuff her into the bridal sedan. She grabbed the sedan door with both hands and spread her arms and legs wide like the character for Big, refusing to cooperate. "My love, you will come save me, will you not? You will ride a 7-colored cloud and carry a shining purple sword to rescue me, will you not? I will wait for you." The household servants could not understand where this apparently delicate beauty found such ox-like strength. No matter how many times they shoved her inside, she somehow struggled back out. "Knock her unconscious. Gag her," the third prince screamed, nearly coughing blood from rage. "Do not let that wretch say another word." Azu, stop talking, the system pleaded. You do not have enough lives to keep playing this recklessly. Xiao Miaozu reluctantly stopped. She had not even enjoyed herself enough yet. Do not come any closer, Before she could finish, Xiao Miaozu threw herself down inside the sedan and fainted dead away. The servants stared at one another. None of them had touched her. Was this beauty truly that fragile? Only after seeing her unconscious did the third prince finally release a breath. Tonight, he decided viciously, he would make her face into the most beautiful lantern of all. Zheng Hui knelt sprawled on the road, one cheek swollen like a bulb of garlic. He reached after the red bridal sedan as it receded into the distance, grief surging across his face. My Linger! My Linger! Inspired by Xiao Miaozu's performance, Zheng Hui had somehow learned to improvise. He beat his chest, stamped his feet, and slapped the ground as though his soul had been torn away. The surrounding commoners could no longer bear to watch. They helped the newly crowned top laureate, whose two bruised black eyes made him look like a raccoon, back to his feet. Only a few days earlier, he had ridden through the streets in boundless glory. Now a prince had openly stolen away the woman he loved, leaving him to weep in the marketplace. Sir, please stop crying, a kind old man advised. The man who ordered you beaten was the third prince. How could you possibly fight someone like him? It would be better to give up. Zheng Hui wiped his muddy tears with his sleeve and gritted his teeth. No, I will never give up. This world is too unjust. I am one of the emperor's own examination laureates, and I ranked first in the palace examination. How can I simply stand by and let myself be bullied like this? He straightened. I will report this directly to His Majesty. The enlightened emperor will surely investigate and give me justice. I only fear you may be stopped before your memorial ever reaches His Majesty, the old man warned. Thank you, elder. I understand the danger. Zheng Hui looked at him gratefully and remembered something Xiao Miaozu had once said. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. I will submit memorial after memorial until my grievance reaches His Majesty's ears. Fully committed to his desperate role, Zheng Hui staggered back to his residence to write an urgent memorial. Meng Lingji was currently staying at the top laureate's residence while recovering from her injuries. The moment she saw that the man of her dreams had gone out only once and returned with his face swollen almost like a pig's head, tears immediately filled her eyes. Zheng, who hit you? How did you end up like this? She hurried forward to support him. Zheng Hui endured the pain and maintained the act all the way back to the residence. Only after reaching his study did he slump into a chair. Meng Lingji carefully wiped the dirt from his face with an embroidered handkerchief, then gently applied ointment. Linger, I am fine. Your own injuries have not healed yet. You should not be moving around so much. Meng Lingji shook her head. The 20 strokes she had received looked frightening, but Prefect Cheng had clearly ordered the men to hold back. Her muscles and bones had not truly been damaged. Of course he had. Prefect Cheng had already sensed that those above intended to reopen the Meng family's case. If he did not know enough to leave himself a way out and offer timely help when it mattered, all his years in office would have been wasted. Zheng, you still have not told me what happened. Meng Lingzi's voice was soft. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on him while her hands continued gently applying medicine. Looking at his attentive, caring future wife, Zheng Hui felt warmth rise in his heart. He smiled. Linger, this was actually a trap carefully arranged by Lord Xiao. Meng Lingji's hand paused. Her delicate brows drew together as she rapidly considered why Lord Xiao would do such a thing. She was exceptionally intelligent. After only a moment, she understood Xiao Miaozu's intention. Lord Xiao entered danger personally and used himself as bait to help save my Meng family. Then she suddenly asked, Zheng, should I not have been the most suitable bait for this plan instead? Zheng Hui immediately grew tense. Linger, Lord Xiao said a woman's reputation is extremely important. He only borrowed the character Ling from your name, so in a sense you participated in the plan too. The only problem is that people may now spread rumors that the top laureate's heart belongs to a woman named Ling. Would that bother you? What sort of narrow-minded woman do you think Meng Lingji is? She pouted and lightly punched him in the chest. The atmosphere between them immediately became charged with flirtatious intimacy. Meanwhile, the bridal sedan was carried smoothly into the third prince's residence. Xiao Miaozu had pretended to remain unconscious the entire way. The bridal chamber had been decorated to look festive, yet something about the deep red decorations carried a chilling, unnatural air. The color was so saturated it seemed almost black. Maidservants and older female attendants guarded the door as though afraid the new bride might sprout wings and fly away. Xiao Miaozu pulled the dark red bridal veil from her head. The instant she saw what hung above her, she sucked in a startled breath. 18 red lanterns hung neatly from the ceiling. They seemed ready to drop onto her face at any moment. A foul, unidentifiable odor drifted from them. Cold ran down Xiao Miaozu's spine and gooseflesh rose over her skin. The sight was no different from 18 hanged ghosts swaying in the room. When she forced herself to look up, 36 legs hung overhead, appearing and disappearing in the wavering light. Amitabha Buddha! Host, I am terrified. The system trembled, and the bag of popcorn in its arms spilled all over the floor. Stop shaking. You are filling my whole brain with popcorn. How can a system like you be afraid? I do not know. I think I can feel fear now. I recently exchanged an emotion data package with another system. You really know how to keep up with the times. That is good. There is never anything wrong with being eager to learn. Night fell. The third prince staggered through the door reeking of alcohol. He even released a heavy, foul burp. In an instant, the entire bridal chamber seemed filled with an unpleasant stench. Host, this man smells worse than those old ministers who never bathe. Accurate. It is as though the third prince is rotting from inside his bones. Ah, disgusting! Host, I found an enormous piece of gossip about him. Tell me. He was in the room next door just now, treating himself to a hot pot. There was only meat in the pot, not a single vegetable, and while he ate, he kept laughing so eerily that it made your hair stand on end. That meat was one of your own kind. Stop. I am going to vomit. Nausea instantly rose into Xiao Miaozu's throat. Worse, the filthy man was moving closer and closer, steadily shrinking the space around her. Host, danger! Extreme danger! The third prince's face twisted with sinister pleasure. He clearly enjoyed the process of hunting frightened prey. In this very bridal chamber, 18 young women, each with a different appearance, had once stood just as helplessly, like lost fawns facing a merciless hunter while still naively begging for compassion. How terribly naive they had been. Host, hit him! Beat him to pieces! Kick him flat! I would love to, but my physical condition score is -65. What exactly am I supposed to fight with? The scent in this room is making my whole body weak. I have no strength left. Boo-hoo, host, you are not going to report to the king of hell here, are you? Please do not die. Xiao Miaozu frantically looked around the room. Her gaze darted around for anything she could use as a weapon to escape this deadly situation. In the end, she was forced to admit something humiliating. Her most useful weapon was still her mouth. Xiao Miaozu adopted a graceful expression and lightly waved an embroidered silk handkerchief toward the third prince. With delicate steps, she circled the round table, carefully maintaining a safe distance. Your Highness, I know you are impatient, but there is no need to rush. Let us take our time and get to know each other first. The third prince looked at the beauty before him, then at the deliberate distance she maintained. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. Get to know each other, my little beauty, are you afraid of me? He chuckled. Do not be afraid, the night is long, we have plenty of time. That was true, at least in his twisted mind. Fine delicacies deserved to be sampled slowly. The appraising look in his eyes made Xiao Miaozu's skin crawl. She quickly changed the subject. Your Highness, why are there so many lanterns in your room? They look very strange. Strange? He raised his eyes toward the ceiling, pride and satisfaction filling his gaze. I find them extraordinarily beautiful. Then his lascivious eyes returned to Xiao Miaozu's pale skin. Host, he is measuring you with his eyes, the system cried. He is planning what to do with you. He wants your skin. The system practically wished it could grab its host and hide her inside its database. Xiao Miaozu blinked innocently. Your Highness, can you tell me what makes them so beautiful? Her curious, harmless tone pleased the third prince. He graciously decided to explain his masterpiece. Bodies of this quality are difficult to find. The material for each lantern was taken when each woman was young, radiant, and at her most beautiful. He smiled. Every piece is unique. Then he turned back toward Xiao Miaozu and enunciated slowly. You are unique too. Xiao Miaozu cursed inwardly. I really have to thank all 18 generations of your ancestors. Outwardly, she only asked, Your Highness, if you have brought so many beauties into your residence, why does the inner courtyard still feel so empty? She fluttered her lashes, deliberately trying to distract him. The third prince lifted his chin proudly and began boasting about his achievements. How could it be empty? Are they not all hanging directly above your head? Xiao Miaozu immediately displayed exactly the terror and despair he wanted to see. The reason he revealed everything so openly was simple. He enjoyed watching prey struggle in hopeless fear before death. It satisfied the most perverse desire buried in him. He began edging closer. Xiao Miaozu immediately ran around the round table. She fled. He chased. She circled again. He followed. Once, twice, then again and again. Xiao Miaozu had not expected the barrel-shaped man opposite her to possess such astonishing stamina. Her own strength gradually ran out. At last her weak legs gave way and she fell to the floor. "My little beauty, you will never escape me," the third prince said. "Why not die obediently in my arms? After your fragrance fades and your jade-like body is gone, you can even have the honor of becoming part of me. See how deeply I cherish you?" The twisted cruelty on his face was now completely exposed. At the imperial palace, a loud cry rang through the corridors. "Your Majesty, I have an urgent memorial." Zheng Hui had crawled on his knees all the way from the southern palace gate toward the imperial study. The hard stone slabs had already torn the skin over both knees. Blood marked the path behind him, and every movement brought piercing pain. Yet he showed no intention of retreating. This was the only chance to help overturn the wrongful case against the Meng family. Everyone who saw the newly crowned top laureate holding an urgent memorial understood that a storm was about to break. "Let him enter." A steady, authoritative voice came from within the imperial study. Zheng Hui struggled upright and limped inside with his swollen face. The emperor showed genuine surprise. He had seen the handsome young laureate only the previous day. How had the young man become so battered in less than 24 hours? Zheng Hui did not care how he looked. He dropped heavily to his knees and raised the urgent memorial above his head with both hands. "Your Majesty, I submit a memorial accusing the third prince of openly abducting a common woman in broad daylight. Many people in Bianjing witnessed it with their own eyes today." The emperor studied him with a commanding gaze. "Do you know what relationship the third prince has to me?" Zheng Hui's heart tightened. Fear remained, but his hands did not lower. He gritted his teeth and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, I know that the third prince is your own brother. But when a prince breaks the law, he must be punished like a commoner. That is the discipline and law established by our dynasty." The emperor's eyes deepened. "Well said. If a prince breaks the law, he is punished like a commoner. Then how do you want me to handle this?" "I beg your Majesty to send soldiers and rescue that young woman from the den of wolves and snakes." Silence filled the imperial study. Then one word sounded. "Granted." Zheng Hui excitedly cowed again. "Your Majesty is wise and mighty." The emperor gave a faint nod and immediately summoned Eunuch Rong. "Eunuch Rong, take an elite force and ride directly to the third prince's residence. Rescue the woman who was seized. You will go personally." "I obey." Eunuch Rong understood perfectly. The emperor had decided to move against the third prince. He took the golden command token and an entire unit of elite imperial guards followed close behind. Back at the third prince's residence, a dark figure suddenly dropped from above. "Fang Zheng!" Xiao Miaozu shouted. A palm struck directly toward the back of the third prince's neck. His eyes rolled upward and his massive body began to collapse. Xiao Miaozu reacted instantly. She flattened herself to the floor and rolled aside just in time to avoid being crushed beneath his enormous weight. "Fang Zheng, you finally made it." Another moment and I really would have gone to meet the King of Hell. Fang Zheng reached down and pulled her to her feet. His expression clearly disapproved of her decision to enter such danger alone. Avoiding the numerous secret guards stationed throughout the third prince's residence had taken him time. The prince was terrified of death and had hired many top martial experts for protection. Xiao Miaozu asked, "Can the two of us break through the encirclement and get out?" "I can," Fang Zheng said. "You cannot." Her mouth drooped. "Fine. I was only asking." Fang Zheng drew his sword and stood protectively in front of her. Experts were gathering outside in alarming numbers. If he had to drag Xiao Miaozu along, even he could not guarantee escape. Suddenly frantic pounding sounded from beyond the room. "Your Highness! Disaster! The entire residence has been surrounded by elite soldiers." Xiao Miaozu immediately signaled Fang Zheng with her eyes. He circulated his internal force and struck the third prince's acupoint, waking the heap of flesh curled on the floor. The third prince opened his eyes groggily. The first thing he saw was Xiao Miaozu curled pitifully in a distant corner, looking weak and terrified. The next thing he heard was his lackeys shouting in panic. "What happened? Why am I on the floor?" He struggled upright in fury. "What are you screaming about? Surrounded? It is only one squad of soldiers." "Your Highness, Eunuch Rong personally brought them. It is not one squad. A whole detachment of imperial guards has surrounded the residence." The third prince's chest jolted. A bad feeling rose in him. A servant hurriedly guided him toward the main hall and pointed to the commotion outside. "Your Highness, look! The top laureate we beat yesterday came with Eunuch Rong." The third prince's brows pulled together. The moment he entered the main hall, he saw his household servants forced to the ground beneath the imperial guards. They did not dare speak, although traces of their usual arrogance still remained. He turned toward Eunuch Rong. "Eunuch Rong, what is the meaning of this?" Eunuch Rong answered calmly. "Your Highness, the newly crowned top laureate submitted a memorial accusing you of openly seizing a common woman in broad daylight. The matter has reached His Majesty's ears. His Majesty was furious and specifically ordered me to investigate thoroughly." Only then did the third prince look toward Zheng Hui. This wet-as-in-the-ears brat had actually dared submit a memorial against him over a woman. He must truly be tired of living. Zheng Hui glared back with hatred. The group had been able to enter so smoothly only because the Imperial Guards were highly skilled. With so many martial experts packed into this residence, an ordinary person brought in here would have had no chance of escaping. The third prince forced a confused expression. "Eunuch Rong, surely you are joking. How could I ever abduct a common woman by force? There must be some misunderstanding. Whether there is a misunderstanding will become clear after an investigation." The third prince's face darkened. This was the residence of an imperial prince. How could a eunuch simply search it whenever he pleased? Outrageous. "This is my residence. Let me see who dares search it." Zheng Hui's anxiety grew. The third prince did not seem afraid at all. He could not help worrying about Xiao Miaozhu. Had something happened to her? But the third prince had forgotten one thing. In this realm, His Majesty had the final say. Eunuch Rong was not merely a palace eunuch today. He represented the emperor's authority. At exactly the right moment, Xiao Miaozhu seized her chance and charged boldly into the center of the main hall, as if she had stormed through 5 passes and cut down 6 generals. With a skillful long slide, she shot forward with a whoosh, her soft body flopping directly at Eunuch Rong's feet. Her clothes were disheveled, and blotchy red marks covered her neck. "Eunuch, please have mercy. Save me and take me away from this demon's den. It is terrifying. The entire courtyard is full of bodies." Eunuch Rong instinctively wanted to step back. Then he recognized the beauty clinging desperately to his leg. It was Xiao Miaozhu. He had no choice but to pretend not to know her. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Ah, so Eunuch Rong understood and intended to cooperate with the performance. What an experienced old fox. He saw through everything and did not expose it. Xiao Miaozhu immediately looked terrified beyond measure, while her mouth remained astonishingly quick. "I am a relative of old Uncle Li's family." In broad daylight, the third prince revealed his vicious nature. He coveted my appearance, abducted me to his residence, and forced me to become his 56th concubine. His 56th concubine, and only a concubine at that. I come from a decent family. How could I willingly accept such a thing? The prince's residence has taken in so many proper young women, yet the rear courtyard is completely empty. I became suspicious and asked the third prince where they had gone. He told me they were all dead. He strangled them to death with his own hands. After they died, he had their skin made into lanterns, and he even ate their flesh. Zheng Hui's face went white. Could such a monster truly exist in this world? The third prince told me all of this because he planned to turn me into the 19th lantern. I resisted with everything I had and finally survived long enough for help to arrive. The third prince looked completely unconcerned. "You say that, and therefore it is true? Where is your evidence? You dare speak nonsense and slander me. Think carefully about the consequences." Xiao Miaozhu immediately acted terrified and pulled up the edge of Eunuch Rong's robe to hide half her face. "The 18 lanterns hidden in your bedchamber are the evidence. Eunuch Rong only needs to send someone to search and the truth will be clear. Your Highness, forgive the offense." Eunuch Rong spoke politely, but his hand had already lifted. "Search the bedchamber and bring those lanterns out." The third prince saw that he could not stop the Imperial Guards. He allowed them to go, his expression strangely unchanged. "Host, why is the third prince not frightened at all, even after things have reached this point? Could there be some trick?" Before Xiao Miaozhu could answer, hurried footsteps sounded outside. A guard rushed in, breathless. "Eunuch Rong, the prince's bedchamber is on fire." "What?" 3 people cried out at once. One was surprised, another was shocked and anxious, while the third was secretly delighted. That third person was none other than the third prince. In truth, the moment Xiao Miaozhu had mentioned the lanterns, the third prince had covertly thrown one of his secret guards a meaningful look. The guard was highly skilled in martial arts. He had quickly slipped into the third prince's bedchamber, poured lamp oil around the room and set it ablaze. By the time the Imperial Guards rushed over, it was already too late. The raging flames had swallowed all the evidence inside. Even after water finally extinguished the fire, only blackened beams remained among the smoking ruins. Standing before the wreckage, the third prince secretly clicked his tongue in regret. Everything that had burned had been among his most perfect masterpieces. To preserve his own life, he had been forced to destroy them all in an instant. What a pity. Then he consoled himself. If they were gone, so be it. He could always capture more people and make new ones later. Eunuch wrong, he said smugly. Look at what a mess this has become. Are you still planning to search for that so-called evidence? There is nothing here but a heap of black ash. Surely you know how you should report this to His Majesty. The smile on the third prince's face was almost dazzling in its arrogance. You did this on purpose, Zheng Hui demanded loudly. That fire was clearly started by someone acting on your orders. The third prince gave him a contemptuous glance. Top Laureate Zheng, that was my own bedchamber. Do you know how many rare treasures I kept inside? Now that it has burned, I am more distressed than anyone. How can you slander a good man without cause? It seems all those books of sages you studied were read in vain. His voice dripped with ridicule. Zheng Hui's face went pale with fury. Yet for a moment he could not find a way to refute him. Even if he had grown 10 extra heads, he would never have expected the other man to make no attempt to hide his crimes and then brazenly twist black into white, turning the accusation back on him. Wait. The seemingly delicate beauty Xiao Miaozu raised a hand. Eunuch wrong. The evidence is still perfectly intact. No one knew where Xiao Miaozu had secretly hidden them, but she now laboriously hauled out all 18 lanterns. The moment they were brought near, a heavy rancid stench rolled outward, sending chills down everyone's spine. Several people nearby instinctively took a step back. The third prince's expression changed at once. How could you possibly? Xiao Miaozu calmly twirled a lock of hair hanging over her chest. Third prince, why don't you take a closer look at that secret guard of yours? His heart jolted. He hurriedly turned his head. The black-clad man slowly pulled away the cloth covering his face, revealing a completely unfamiliar face, one the third prince had no memory of whatsoever. Looks unfamiliar, doesn't he? Xiao Miaozu's voice drifted eerily into the third prince's ear. By this point, how could he fail to understand? Everything had been a trap. Who dared scheme against him? Who was it? His maddened gaze swept across every face present as he desperately searched for some clue. Yet no matter how long he looked, he could not see through them or identify the person behind it. In the end, he still could not believe the truth before his eyes. No. Impossible. This cannot be real. System, give me all the information on the women who died with their grievances unresolved. In an instant, the origins of all 18 lives that had been turned into lanterns appeared clearly in Xiao Miaozu's mind. She walked to the lanterns and pointed at one bearing a faint blue birthmark. Third prince, do you still remember third sister Chen, the fish seller's daughter? That day, your eye happened to fall on the blue birthmark at her temple. You kept praising how unusual it looked, and soon afterward you ordered your men to abduct her. Her poor old father still has no idea that his good daughter has long since died. Even now, the old man wanders the streets every day searching for her. Being named and exposed before the crowd, the third prince stared at the lantern with every trace of color drained from his face, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The sight of that blue birthmark affected him most of all. But Xiao Miaozu was not finished. She pointed to another lantern, this one marked with a vivid red birthmark that looked almost like fresh blood seeping through. Third prince, you must remember this one especially well. That girl had only just turned 13. She was the cherished daughter of a rice shop owner, lively and cheerful by nature. It happened to be her birthday. She went out to buy pastries and caught your eye. By the very next day, she had tragically become the second lantern hanging in your residence. That was also the beginning of the monstrous chain of crimes you committed. As Xiao Miaozu denounced him, several lanterns suddenly began swaying, even though there was not the slightest breeze. They seemed like voiceless, faceless, wronged spirits, unable to cry out despite grievances that reached the heavens. Ah, don't come near me! Get away! The third prince screamed in terror. By the time night fell, 2 sensational pieces of news had already exploded across Bianjing. The first was that the beastly third prince seemed to have gone mad. The second was that crucial evidence connected to the old embezzlement of government grain had been found inside the third prince's residence. As a result, the wrongful conviction of Meng Tingzhou, Assistant Minister of Revenue, was immediately overturned and his name cleared. A carriage stood quietly outside the third prince's residence. It looked extremely familiar. Host, that's the 8th prince's carriage. It looks as though he's waiting to take you back to the residence. Seriously? Yuan Bo, the steward, smiled kindly as he greeted Xiao Miaozu. Greetings, Lord Xiao? Xiao Miaozu pointed at the carriage. Yuan Bo gave a slight nod in confirmation. She lifted the curtain, climbed carefully inside, and poked her head forward. The eighth prince's handsome face, beautiful enough to provoke envy from gods and men alike, immediately filled her vision. "Your Highness, were you waiting for me?" The instant he saw Xiao Miaozu, dressed in striking women's clothing, the man's gaze became deep and unreadable. "I merely happened to be passing by," he said in his low voice, sounding exactly as though it truly were a coincidence. Xiao Miaozu pursed her lips but said nothing more. Before even an incense stick had finished burning, she had already fallen asleep. Dragging her frail, sickly body through an entire day of turmoil had exhausted her completely. The eighth prince lowered his eyes to Xiao Miaozu, who had curled close against him and was sleeping with extraordinary quiet obedience. "I thought you had an endless supply of ox-like strength." He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the smudges from her face. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The system hugged its bag of popcorn and watched the eighth prince's every movement with intense concentration. The way the eighth prince looked at outsiders and the way he looked at its foolish host seemed somehow different, yet the system could not figure out how to describe the difference properly. Well. Apparently, its humanization was still not advanced enough. It seriously considered installing another emotional data package for itself. The next morning, the first thing the officials asked when they arrived for morning court was, "Did you wash yourself thoroughly yesterday?" They all turned toward Xiao Miaozu and then secretly glanced down at her two hands. Those hands looked as though they must have been especially difficult to scrub clean. "Lord Xiao, did you bathe properly?" Xiao Miaozu nodded confidently. After playing such an enthusiastic guest role the previous night, how could she possibly have slept without washing herself clean? She also wondered how miserable the third prince's final fate would be. After the emperor settled onto the dragon throne, he asked the civil and military officials how the third prince should be dealt with. Although the third prince has committed grievous crimes, this matter still concerns the dignity of the imperial family. "I beg your majesty to show some mercy." An official stepped forward from the ranks with his hands clasped. "System, who is that official?" Host. This man has an enormous piece of gossip attached to him." Xiao Miaozu immediately felt as though the soreness in both hands had disappeared. "Quick, tell me." "This is Lord Xiang. He was only recently transferred back to the capital from a local post. Look at how much his chest sticks out." The officials around them furtively glanced over as well. Sure enough, the front of Lord Xiang's robe bulged in an unusual way. "Xiang? That's an unusual surname. His chest really is sticking out. Did he stuff steamed buns under his robe? Or did he turn two bowls upside down and hide them in there?" "Neither. He's enjoying a second springtime of bodily development. Lord Xiang drinks 5 huge bowls of soy milk every single day, and his body has developed far too enthusiastically. Every time he comes to court, he has to secretly bind his chest beneath his clothes." The emperor had been trying to maintain a dignified and imposing expression, but his eyes refused to cooperate and slid sideways for a look. That was no exaggeration. Lord Xiang's chest might actually be fuller than noble consort Zhang's. Quite a few officials had to bite the corners of their mouths to stop themselves from bursting out laughing. 2 upside-down bowls hidden under his robe, indeed. Lord Xiang was so furious that his beard practically bristled and his eyes bulged. Which bastard had dared expose his private secret? He looked left and right. Everyone around him wore a perfectly solemn, respectable expression. System. Why did he step forward to plead for the third prince? Has he secretly joined the third prince's faction? Exactly. Do you know why Lord Meng was thrown into prison? He played a major part in it. He openly stepped on Meng Tingzhou's shoulders to rise from a 5th-rank post to a 4th-rank one. At the same time, he gained a false reputation for honesty and integrity. He received promotion and wealth, while all the infamy was dumped onto the emperor. Quite a few people were led to believe that His Majesty had deliberately driven Lord Meng toward death. "Lord Xiang, how bold of you!" the emperor suddenly thundered. Lord Xiang dropped to his knees in terror, trembling violently. "I ask you this, did you or did you not know the truth behind Meng Tingzhou's wrongful imprisonment?" I knew. No, I did not know." Lord Xiang suddenly felt as though his mouth had stopped obeying his brain. He had only recently been transferred back to the capital. Could the Golden Hall itself be haunted? Someone had dared expose him right in front of His Majesty. Had the emperor somehow heard those accusations and become enraged because of them? Panic tore through Lord Xiang, but the emperor's imperial authority was simply too terrifying. Those cold, sharp eyes fixed on him like a sword pressed to his throat, as though the slightest movement could cost him his head. "You know perfectly well what underhanded affairs you have involved yourself in." A fourth-rank court official, yet he dared act so brazenly. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Lord Xiang prostrated himself on the floor, his face filled with terror. I know I was wrong. He wondered whether a sincere confession might persuade the emperor to spare his life. The emperor's expression darkened until it seemed covered in storm clouds. If you knew that Meng Tingzhou had been falsely accused, why did you help frame him? You dared conspire against a first-rank minister of the court. Guards, drag him away! The guards rushed forward without another word and pinned Lord Xiang to the floor. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty to give me one chance to correct my mistake. I will never dare again. Eunuch Rong needed only to flick his gaze toward the guards. They immediately clamped Lord Xiang's mouth shut and dragged him away. The officials secretly marveled. So the emperor had known everything all along. He must have deliberately set a trap today to catch this seasoned deceiver. No, in truth, His Majesty had only learned the whole story moments earlier. The third prince's crimes were piled as high as a mountain, yet he still managed to keep his life because the Empress Dowager personally came forward to plead for mercy. Gritting his teeth, the emperor reluctantly left him alive. The third prince was stripped of every title and confined in the Reflection Pavilion, a small enclosure hemmed in on all sides and surrounded by dense ranks of guards. He would remain alone there, slowly wasting away while chewing on regret day and night until death. As for the innocent young women whose lives had been taken in the flower of youth, under the overwhelming weight of imperial authority, their families received only some gold and silver as compensation and consolation. Xiao Miaozu carried the imperial decree horizontally in both hands and strode heroically into the imperial prison. Meng Lingji and Zheng Hui hurried after her. Meng Tingzhou received the imperial decree. Her clear voice echoed through the dark, damp prison like a ray of morning sunlight, suddenly piercing the surrounding gloom and driving away the darkness. Hope had finally arrived. Meng Tingzhou, dressed in faded, wrinkled prison clothes, hurriedly straightened his robe and knelt on the cold ground to receive the emperor's grace. Xiao Miaozu solemnly unfurled the decree, cleared her throat, and read aloud in a measured, ringing voice. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, we have now investigated the matter thoroughly. Meng Tingzhou, Assistant Minister of Revenue, has always served as an honest and upright official, and has committed no act of corruption, self-enrichment, or bribery. We hereby pardon him, restore his good name, and return him to all his former offices. Respect this decree. When she finished, Xiao Miaozu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. She looked immensely pleased with her own performance. Ah, that really scratched the itch of getting to read an imperial decree. The feeling was wonderful. When she had been a child, she had loved historical costume dramas and had always wanted to play a eunuch, holding an imperial decree and loudly announcing it like this. Xiao Miaozu respectfully held the decree out to Meng Tingzhou. Lord Meng, please receive the decree. Meng Tingzhou remained kneeling there in a daze, as if his soul had left his body. Lord Meng was probably so happy he had gone senseless. At last he could finally leave this godforsaken place. Xiao Miaozu reminded him again. Only then did Meng Tingzhou wake as if from a long dream. With trembling hands he carefully accepted the imperial decree. His eyes were already red and wet with overwhelming emotion. Yet without showing anything outwardly, he secretly glanced at Xiao Miaozu. Just now, while Xiao Miaozu had been reading the imperial decree, Meng Tingzhou had seemed to hear the young official's private thoughts. The voice had sounded astonishingly clear, as though spoken directly beside his ear. Could he have been locked in the silent imperial prison so long that he had begun hallucinating? While Meng Tingzhou remained lost in confused thought, Meng Lingju had been waiting restlessly at the prison entrance. She gazed into the distance. At last Meng Lingji saw her father emerge slowly through the heavy iron gate. He looked gaunt, and silver had spread through his hair. Her heart clenched painfully. She rushed forward to meet him. Father. Her voice trembled and choked. Are you all right? Meng Tingzhou fought to contain his own emotion. He gave his daughter a gentle, reassuring smile. I'm fine. Let us go home, child. At the words go home, Meng Lingji's tears poured down. Every grievance and sorrow she had endured throughout the past year seemed to dissolve into that flood of tears. Don't cry. Your father is here now. Meng Tingzhou gently comforted his precious daughter. At the same time, all the other members of the Meng family were brought out of confinement. The pitiful female relatives, who had been sent to the Imperial Music Bureau and forced into servitude for entertainment, were likewise pardoned. At last the Meng family could reunite, stand together again, and return home side by side. Zheng Hui slowly stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands toward Meng Tingzhou. Greetings, Lord Meng. Meng Tingzhou looked kindly at the young man before him. You are Zheng Fan's son, are you not? Thank you for taking such pains to care for Lingji. Meng Lingji shyly cast Zheng Hui a delicate sideways glance. Zheng Hui answered modestly, it was only what I ought to have done. Lord Meng, please do not speak so formally. A faint trace of delight flashed deep in Meng Tingzhou's eyes. When he had first sent Lingji to find Zheng Hui, he had held only the thinnest thread of hope, merely trying to entrust his child to someone before disaster swallowed the family. Zheng Hui could easily have behaved like so many faithless men, discarded his promise, and denied every connection. Unexpectedly, this young man had not failed the trust placed in him. Meng Tingzhou reached out and patted Zheng Hui lightly on the shoulder. He said no more flowery words. When Xiao Miaowei heard that His Majesty had rewarded Xiao Miaozu with a gold belt, he could no longer sit still. He hurried to find Master Xiao and discuss how they might seize it. The moment he entered the room, he blurted out, Father, I heard His Majesty awarded eldest brother a gold belt. That is an honor that might come only once in 1,000 years. Surely His Majesty meant the reward for our entire Xiao family. Now such a treasure is in eldest brother's hands. What if he goes out flirting, gets carried away and loses it? Shouldn't we go and take it back for safekeeping? Master Xiao hesitated. Would that not be improper? His Majesty gave it to Miaozu. If we shamelessly demand it, would that not appear disrespectful? Father, think about it. Eldest brother recklessly accused the third prince and caused our family to lose a powerful backer. We haven't even held him responsible for that. Are we truly not entitled to make him hand over the gold belt? Master Xiao found the argument increasingly persuasive. If that rebellious son had not bitten people like a mad dog and offended the third prince, the Xiao family would not only have avoided losing such strong support, it would also have avoided inviting countless future troubles. With that thought, Master Xiao's resistance gradually weakened. Father and son put their heads together and formed a plan. They would personally go to the prince's residence and bring Xiao Miaozu home. With Xiao Miaozu's hooligan brain, she probably did not understand the importance of the gold belt anyway. Better to trick her back to the Xiao residence first and then force her to surrender it. Xiao Miaozu had just returned from a wine shop, carrying a jar of fine liquor when the steward came to report. Lord Xiao, 2 people are outside claiming to be your father and younger brother. Xiao Miaozu swung the wine jar forward and felt the rather deflated money pouch at her waist. System, did those 2 Xiao father and son fellows bring any silver? Host, they did. My scan shows at least 10,000 taels. The corner of Xiao Miaozu's lips lifted. She turned toward the steward. Steward, my father is enormously wealthy. Whenever he leaves home, he carries 1,000,000 taels of silver on him. Even an ordinary tip to a servant is never less than 10,000 taels. Go ask carefully whether he forgot to bring his money, or whether those men are impostors pretending to be my relatives, so they can force their way into the prince's residence. If some blind fraud gets inside and disturbs the 8th prince, that would be troublesome. Be careful. The steward stared with his mouth open. Was the Xiao family really so rich that money practically poured down their walls? But after his experienced mind turned the words over a few times, he immediately understood Lord Xiao's meaning. The gates of the prince's residence slowly opened. Master Xiao and Xiao Miaowei were delighted, fully expecting the person who came out to greet them to be Xiao Miaozu, whom they had been thinking about so intently. After all, Xiao Miaozu had longed desperately for paternal affection since childhood. Now that her biological father had personally come to take her home, surely she would be so happy she would hardly know what to do with herself. Instead, what emerged was the old steward's stiff, wrinkled face. The 2 frowned in displeasure, but could only swallow their dissatisfaction. They dared look down on a petty 7th-rank official like Xiao Miaozu, but they absolutely did not dare show disrespect to the steward of a prince's residence. Steward, is my son willing to see us? Master Xiao asked. The steward looked coldly over the father and son. Master Xiao, this is a prince's residence, not some roadside shelter where any stray cat or dog can wander in whenever it pleases. I've heard that you are extraordinarily generous, and that even your everyday rewards to servants are given with a very open hand. He deliberately left the sentence hanging. Even a fool could understand the implication. Master Xiao understood immediately. He quickly slipped a hand inside his robe, took out a banknote worth 100 taels, and presented it with an ingratiating smile. A tiny token of sincerity. It is hardly worth mentioning. I hope you will not disdain it, steward. The steward glanced at it arrogantly and snorted. Master Xiao, it seems your sincerity amounts to no more than this. So he thought it was too little. Fine. Master Xiao understood. Suppressing his anger, he reached into his sleeve again and pulled out another banknote worth 1,000 taels. He respectfully offered it a second time. Only then did the steward's expression relax a little, but his feet remained planted firmly in place. He showed no intention of stepping aside. He cleared his throat and continued hinting. One look at his posture made the message obvious. The entrance gift was still insufficient, and the great gates would not open. The Xiao father and son's faces darkened. Was everyone in the 8th prince's residence this outrageously greedy? Grinding his teeth, Master Xiao painfully emptied his purse, placing 1,000 tael banknote after another into the steward's hand. Only when he was nearly grinding his back teeth to pieces did the old steward finally speak in an indifferent voice. Master Xiao, please wait here a moment. I will go inside and announce you again. What? He had painfully handed over a full 10,000 taels merely in exchange for another announcement? The last thread of Master Xiao's patience snapped. His chest began aching with anger again. That rebellious son was useless at everything except infuriating him until he nearly spat blood. Inside the residence, the steward deferentially handed the stack of banknotes to Xiao Miaozu. Xiao Miaozu spread them out and casually used them as a fan. Sure enough, an eternal truth remained unchanged. Earning money honestly could never be as quick as simply robbing someone. She pulled out one note and tossed it toward the steward. The steward did not dare accept it. He hurriedly waved both hands. Oh no, this is far too much. If His Highness learns of it, he will surely punish me. Xiao Miaozu rolled her eyes thoughtfully, then took out a 50 tael banknote and offered that instead. Only then did the steward reluctantly accept it. Steward, don't be fooled by my father's refined scholarly appearance. He is truly an ungrateful man who repays kindness with betrayal, and that dear younger brother of mine is vicious and ruthless. They wouldn't come rushing here without a reason. They must be plotting to swindle me. In the end, she gave the final answer in 2 crisp words. I won't see them. The old steward could already imagine how the 2 men outside would explode with fury. He returned and repeated Xiao Miaozu's message without changing a word. You two should go home, and in the future, don't come out pretending to be other people's relatives and trying to swindle them. Lord Xiao would surely recognize his own family, wouldn't he? You. Then why did you still take our money? The steward lifted his chin and put on an innocent expression. Money? What money? I've never seen any. Master Xiao choked with rage. His limbs trembled and he swayed on his feet. Fortunately, he collapsed against Xiao Mioi instead of falling flat onto the ground. Father! What's wrong, father? What else could it be but that rebellious son? He has made me so angry that even the tendons in my hands are cramping. A vicious idea suddenly appeared in Xiao Miaoi's mind. He lowered his voice and whispered into Master Xiao's ear. Father, I have a wonderful plan. Let's call Madame Xiao here. No matter what, she is eldest brother's own birth mother. He would never dare heartlessly send her away. Otherwise, how could he bear the reputation of being grossly unfilial? Master Xiao's eyes lit up. Excellent, you truly are my good son. With Xiao Mioi supporting him, Master Xiao hobbled back to the Xiao residence. Madame Xiao was sitting in her room doing embroidery, when a servant suddenly reported that Master Xiao had summoned her. She felt a mixture of surprise and happiness. She quickly put down the silk handkerchief in her hands and hurried over. Unexpectedly, the moment she crossed the threshold, before she could even ask for a sip of warm water, Master Xiao launched into a furious scolding. Open your eyes and look at that fine son you gave birth to. Now he's latched onto someone else's household and refuses to come back. Do you know what enormous disaster he has just caused? Hurry over there and drag him back here for me. Madame Xiao was so startled by the barrage of abuse that she shrank her neck and answered timidly, yes. She herself had long believed that this eldest son, Xiao Miaozu, was useless and unfit for respectable society. Since the day Xiao Miaozu returned to the residence, the household had not enjoyed a single peaceful day. At times, a dark thought even flashed through her mind. If this son had never returned, perhaps none of these storms would have arrived, and everything could have remained quiet and peaceful. Madame Xiao personally went to the gates of the prince's residence and ordered her maid to knock. Her eyes shifted uneasily around the entrance. Her expression was complicated, mixing hesitation with humiliation. When the gatekeeper saw that Lord Xiao's mother had personally arrived, he did not dare delay and immediately ran inside to inform the steward. The steward hurried over to ask Xiao Miaozu for instructions. Xiao Miaozu had just washed her hair and was standing in the courtyard, letting the sunlight dry it. Her delicate brows furrowed as she thought for a moment. Then she decided to treat everyone equally. Steward, use exactly the same entrance fee routine you used earlier. My mother was practically born with a taste for suffering in silence. If she doesn't get a little bitterness to swallow, she won't feel comfortable. The elderly steward had no status or strength to resist. Naturally, he obediently followed the order. The result left Madame Xiao frozen in place when she saw the old steward openly extend a hand and demand money. Her face filled with utter disbelief, as though she had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. A mother had come to visit her own son, yet she still had to pay tribute before entering? What kind of damned logic was that? Madame, Lord Xiao gave specific instructions. He has never had the leisure to debate principles. He handles matters according to a simple rule of fair exchange. Madame Xiao's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed her grievance and signaled for the maid beside her to open the purse. The maid hesitantly reached into her robe, took out 100 taels and pushed it into the steward's hand. The steward, already thoroughly practiced, delivered the same cold verdict. Not enough. Madame Xiao's chin trembled with anger. Give him more, she hissed at the maid. The young maid followed the same miserable path as the Xiao father and son, shakily taking out note after note until all 5,000 taels in banknotes had been handed over. The old steward put on an expression of extreme difficulty. This may still be hard to arrange. The offering has not reached the 10,000 tael threshold Lord Xiao set. Madame Xiao bit her lip hard. Steward, please be understanding. I left in too much of a hurry today and truly did not bring that much silver. Could you possibly make a small exception? Madam, it would be best if you came back tomorrow morning. The steward gave the merciless answer and slammed the great gates shut. The long-suffering woman could only swallow her resentment and return home in humiliation. The steward deferentially presented the remaining 5,000 taels in banknotes to Xiao Miaozu. Xiao Miaozu lounged on a bamboo chair, eyes closed as she enjoyed the warm sunlight brushing over her eyelids. Her body was warm, but her heart felt damp and heavy. The original owner's feelings toward his birth mother were far from simple. She went back? Yes, Lord Xiao. The 8th prince had just returned to the residence. His gaze immediately moved toward the bamboo chair beside the koi pond. This courtyard had been specially built for him by craftsmen sent personally by his imperial father. He had lived here for more than 20 years. Every tree, blade of grass and ornamental rock was so familiar that he could have described it with his eyes closed. Yet for some reason, ever since that person had moved in temporarily, the plants and flowers around the courtyard seemed to have cast off their former bleakness and become more vigorous. The 8th prince's eyesight was exceptionally sharp. Even from a great distance, he could take in the profile of the person reclining on the chair. Xiao Miaozu lay on her side with her back toward him. Her glossy black hair fell like a waterfall of silk, and was still damp from washing. A light breeze carried a faint, clean peach and citrus fragrance toward him, teasing his senses as it came and went. Her flawless face seemed carved from white jade. A few unruly strands of hair clung to the hollow of her neck. Tiny droplets gathered at their ends, secretly slipping down the slender, pale line of her throat before disappearing along the curve of her collarbone. She was plainly dressed and shaped as a young man, yet possessed a face as exquisite as a blooming hibiscus. The 8th prince's gaze moved slowly, then fixed on Xiao Miaozu's thin lips. Without thinking, she extended her tongue and licked away a trace of wine left at the corner of her mouth. Her clear, luminous skin made the moist crimson of her lips appear even richer, giving them a dangerously alluring pull. A faint touch of charm lingered at the corners of her eyes. For that brief instant, it was as though the 8th prince had been bewitched. He completely lost the ability to look away. His throat suddenly felt dry, and his Adam's apple shifted as he swallowed. Bianjing was filled with splendid beauties. Yet even if one searched the entire capital, it would be difficult to find another face capable of rivaling hers. Without warning, Xiao Miaozu turned her head. Their gazes collided and seemed to entangle. She suddenly found the 8th prince's eyes burning with such startling intensity that the heat seemed capable of piercing through her pupils and melting her into water. As if drawn by some invisible force, she rose and walked toward him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. She stopped directly in front of the man and tilted up her slender chin. From a distance, his tall, imposing figure completely enveloped her slim silhouette. Their robes and sleeves fluttered in the light breeze, appearing to brush and entwine, while somehow still maintaining the narrowest distance between them. Xiao Miaozu reached into her robe and pulled out a thick stack of banknotes. Before she even spoke, the corners of her eyes were already filled with a brilliant smile. Your Highness, I made a fortune today. After morning court tomorrow, Let's go have a magnificent meal. The eighth prince gave a low sound of agreement from deep in his throat. He forced down the alarming heat surging through his body and replaced it with a perfectly restrained, composed expression. Sometimes the system thought its host was no different from a stupid block of stone. On the surface, Xiao Miaozu acted like a worldly libertine who understood every trick of romance, but in truth she had never genuinely experienced love at all. Yet the system still did not truly understand her. Xiao Miaozu continued to believe in love. She simply refused to believe that love would ever fall upon an orphan like her. The eighth prince turned and retreated into his study alone, hoping to bury the frightening flutter that was burning through his heart. Sandalwood, burned in the incense burner, meant to calm the mind. He closed his eyes, only to breathe in an unfamiliar scent woven through the smoke. Faintly sweet and soft. They had clearly been standing roughly 10 feet apart only moments ago. Yet the fragrance from that person's body seemed to seep from the very bones. It had boldly slipped into the folds of his robe and followed him all the way into the study. He was, after all, a grown man who had weathered his share of life's hardships. To claim that his body had no reaction at all would have been deceiving both himself and others. The eighth prince closed his eyes again. The alluring image from the courtyard immediately surged into his mind. The finger that had been tapping against the armrest stopped. It curled almost imperceptibly, as though repeating the motion of gently lifting and smoothing back a lock of someone's hair. His eyes snapped open. His dark pupils were deep as spilled ink. He needed to be more careful. He absolutely could not go too far. What, precisely, counted as too far was perhaps something only this increasingly troubled man understood. Host, huge gossip, whose scandal? Xiao Miaozu had just taken off her shoes and socks and was preparing to sleep. It's about Song Hang. No one knew what earth-shaking news the system rattled off to her, but Xiao Miaozu immediately seized an outer robe, threw it over her shoulders, mounted the divine deer, and raced straight out of the capital. Host, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Even with the divine deer increasing our speed, it will still take several hours to reach the destination. Xiao Miaozu pressed her lips together and said nothing. She pushed everything else from her mind and urged the deer onward, racing toward Song Hang's village. Meanwhile, Song Hang rode a tall, powerful horse back into Song family village. The moment the villagers saw him returning home in glory on horseback, everyone crowded around excitedly and called out noisy greetings. Isn't that Song Hang? Oh, Song Hang is back! Song Hang, you've truly brought honor to your ancestors. Did you pass the examination? Uncles and aunties from the village swarmed around him with excessive enthusiasm. Song Hang remained impeccably polite, nodding and returning each greeting. He openly told everyone that he had indeed passed. He had come home precisely so he could celebrate the happy event with the entire village. After a few brief parting words, he urged his horse straight home. Grandfather, I'm back. I passed. The horse had barely stopped outside the courtyard before Song Hang called into the house. Old Man Song recognized his eldest grandson's familiar voice and hurriedly stuck his head out. When he saw Song Hang sitting proudly on horseback outside the gate, the old man hastily smoothed the wrinkles in his coarse clothing. Hang, my boy, you really passed? Old Man Song was so excited that his tongue tangled over the words. When Song Hang gave a firm nod, the old man burst with delight. Wonderful, truly wonderful! Our Song family has finally brought glory to our ancestors. At that moment, a plump woman waddled out from the house. She was none other than Song Hang's stepmother. Her face was covered in a thick layer of powder and rouge. She affectedly adjusted her collar and reached up to stroke the flower hairpin on her head. Mother. Song Hang still observed proper filial etiquette and greeted her politely. So you still remember the road home? She sneered. I thought you'd grown too attached to all the splendor outside and would never come back. Although they nominally called each other mother and son, she did not even bother to look directly at Song Hang. Every gesture dripped with contempt. Song Hang did not argue with her or take offense at her petty hostility. Instead, he calmly asked his grandfather, Grandfather, where is my little sister? Old Man Song's gaze immediately darted away. She went to visit relatives. Visit relatives? Suspicion rose in Song Hang's heart. He strode into his sister's room and looked around. All the women's belongings and jewelry she ordinarily used were still neatly in place. She could not possibly have gone on a distant visit. Grandfather, tell me the truth. Where exactly did my little sister go? That girl, old man. Song stammered for a long time without producing a reasonable explanation. Song Hang's stepmother suddenly joined in with a heartless remark. That worthless burden was going to die sooner or later anyway. What difference does it make whether she died early or late? Song Hang's gaze snapped toward Old Man Song. His eyes burned with urgent alarm, demanding the truth. Under that razor-sharp stare, Old Man Song felt his skin crawl. He deliberately flew into a rage to cover his unease. "What are you staring at?" She was nothing but a money-losing burden. Early this morning she slipped, fell into the pond, and drowned. Since the truth could no longer be hidden, the old man simply laid his cards on the table. In any case, what could his eldest grandson possibly do to an elder like him? What no one expected was that Song Hang, who was normally extraordinarily close to his sister, showed almost no reaction at all. He said calmly, "So she's dead. If she's dead, then she's dead." Then he changed the subject. "Grandfather, your grandson is now the third-ranked palace examination laureate. We should invite the entire village to a banquet. His Majesty also rewarded me with a good deal of silver." Song Hong opened the bundle he had brought with him. Inside were silver ingots as large as a child's fist. Ever since he had been named third laureate, many people had competed to press silver into his hands. A man who once could not even touch a tiny silver ingot had amassed an entire sack in a single day. Old Man Song went mad with joy at the sight. His grin stretched so wide he could not close his mouth. Even in his dreams, he had never imagined that his grandson would become so successful, suddenly rise to the rank of third laureate, and even receive a reward personally from the emperor. Song Hang's stepmother likewise had naked greed flashing in both eyes. She had clearly already begun treating his silver as something resting in her own palm. Song Hong did not grow angry. He merely said they should keep enough silver to pay for the banquet, while the rest could be given to the family. Old Man Song became even more delighted. The celebration banquet in the village was extraordinarily lively. People streamed in without end. Even the dogs waited beneath the tables for discarded bones. When word spread that Song Hang was hosting a great feast, some people deliberately skipped earlier meals so they could arrive with empty stomachs and eat their fill at the Song household. Song Hang kept smiling and received everyone with flawless courtesy. He set out around 10 banquet tables and deliberately prepared abundant food, meat, and wine to entertain those who had once helped him. He quietly counted the guests and noticed that several youths around his younger sister's age were still missing. "16th brother, why haven't you gone over? Go Sheng and the others are waiting for you." The youth called Song 16 shifted awkwardly. "Brother Song, I used to say some unpleasant things to your little sister. Are you really still willing to let me join the celebration?" Song Hang remained as refined and courteous as ever. "We were all children. Quarreling and making noise is perfectly normal. Don't keep it in your heart, go eat. Everyone is waiting for you." Thinking of the delicious food on the banquet table, the boy's stomach immediately growled. He scratched his head and finally sat down obediently. The people around the tables chatted and laughed merrily. Old Man Song and Song Hang's stepmother busied themselves nearby, basking in the envious gazes of others, as though Song Hang's bright future were entirely their achievement. After witnessing Song Hong's success with her own eyes, the stepmother's gaze was already calculating how she might squeeze every bit of silver from him in the future. After 3 rounds of wine, Song Hong's younger paternal uncle began swaying unsteadily. He had clearly drunk far too much. He staggered over to Song Hang, wrapped both arms around his waist and began pawing at him. His foul-smelling mouth nearly pressed against Song Hang's neck. "Ahang! Ahang!" The uncle's drunken voice was thick with lewd familiarity. The sudden contact made Song Hong's stomach churn with disgust. He shoved the man away hard enough that the uncle staggered and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone nearby immediately turned toward them, their looks mixed with mockery and eagerness for entertainment. Song Hang's face became cold as ice. His uncle seemed completely unaware of how indecent his behavior had been. After being shoved down, the alcohol and anger in his blood surged instantly. He swung a hand and slapped Song Hang hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound cut strangely through the noisy banquet. One side of Song Hang's face swelled at once. A thin line of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right. Old Man Song sensed that the atmosphere had become awkward. He knocked the stem of his tobacco pipe against the corner of the table and forced a placating smile. Today is an auspicious day. Harmony in the family brings prosperity to everything. Then he deliberately turned toward Song Hang and spoke with the lecturing tone of an elder. "Ahang, my grandson, don't be angry either. Your uncle merely drank too much and started talking and acting foolishly. You mustn't take it to heart." Song Hang did not argue. He quietly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. "Yes, grandfather. I certainly won't take it to heart." He had been born with a handsome, proper appearance. The fresh injury at his lip now added a fragile quality that made others instinctively feel pity. Fox spirit. He really thinks he's something precious. His stepmother spat out the insult viciously, then behaved as though nothing had happened and calmly resumed cracking melon seeds. Seeing Song Hong bow his head and submit, his uncle became even more arrogant. The strange grin on his face deepened. Ahang, now you've become the third-ranked palace laureate. That's a great joy that brings honor to our ancestors. But you must never become proud just because you've gained a little future for yourself and forget your roots. Your uncle has always taken very good care of you. In the future, whenever you get anything good, you aren't allowed to keep it all for yourself and leave your uncle without a share. Understand? Song Hang obediently agreed. Yes, uncle, I'll remember it. Old Man Song was deeply satisfied that the disturbance had ended before it truly began. So what if Song Hong had become the third-ranked laureate? In this family, he still had to obediently follow the old man's arrangements. The surrounding villagers saw that the scene had settled and immediately rose one after another, flattering smiles on their faces and cups of wine in their hands. They crowded around Song Hang to offer toasts and share in the happiness of his success. Ahang, you've truly brought honor to our village, one middle-aged man said cheerfully. Your uncle here helped you plenty in the old days. Now that you've found success, don't forget me. As he spoke, he held the wine cup directly in front of Song Hang and signaled for him to drain it. Song Hang quickly stood and answered, with refined courtesy. Uncle, you speak too highly of me. How could I forget your kindness? Every kindness you showed me, I remembered. He tilted back his head and emptied the cup in one swallow, immediately drawing cheers and applause from the surrounding villagers. Ahang, you're a truly loyal fellow. Another villager crowded over and clapped Song Hang heavily on the shoulder. Brother, if you ever need help in the future, just say the word. I'll do everything I can to help you. Song Hong nodded lightly. Thank you, Brother Li. One villager after another came forward to offer congratulatory toasts. Song Hong refused none of them and returned every cup, chatting and laughing with the crowd as though he were perfectly happy. Suddenly, one man clutched his stomach. Agony twisted across his face as his intestines began cramping violently. He assumed the food Old Man Song had served had not been washed properly and cursed the old man inwardly for pretending to be generous while secretly being so stingy he could not even clean the ingredients. But as time passed, the pain grew more and more severe. He finally realized something was wrong. Cold sweat soaked a large patch of his back. Then, without warning, he coughed up a mouthful of blood that sprayed across the plate of food before him. Those seated around him froze in shock. Someone's chopsticks slipped from their hand as everyone stared in horror at the scene before them. The man who had vomited blood struggled for breath, his chest heaving. At last his body could no longer endure it. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the cold ground. Only then did the crowd recover from its shock. Someone's been killed! The entire celebration exploded into chaos. Cries, screams, and shouts for help rose one after another. At that moment, Auntie Zhang spoke suspiciously from the crowd. Could Song Hang have secretly poisoned the food to take revenge on my husband? The instant she said it, every frightened and doubtful gaze turned toward Song Hang. Seeing that a death had occurred, Old Man Song immediately tried to distance himself from the matter, and hurried to join the accusations. Ahang, how could you be so utterly heartless as to do something like this? Uncle Zhang never treated you badly. His voice was filled with apparent shock, disbelief, and deep pain. Faced with the crowd's accusations and Old Man Song's harsh questioning, Song Hang remained strangely calm. So what if I did it? He offered no denial at all. The words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Everyone stared at him with eyes wide open, as though unable to believe what they had heard. You beast! Give me back my husband's life! Auntie Zhang's emotions erupted like fire. She charged at Song Hong, trying to tear at him, her eyes filled with hatred and venom, as though she wanted to devour him alive. But she had barely reached him when her own body staggered and collapsed. Convulsions seized her, and a large mouthful of blood burst from her lips, splattering across the toes of his shoes. Those shoes had been a gift from Lord Xiao on the day they parted. After he noticed that Song Hang's old pair had worn through at the toes, Song Hang showed no remorse at watching a life extinguish before him. The only thing he regretted now was that his treasured shoes had been stained. His gaze rested quietly on the foul blood for a long moment. He took out a handkerchief and tried to wipe it away, but every effort was useless. Once something had been stained, it would remain stained forever. The hand holding the fine handkerchief trembled faintly. The exquisite cloth and his precious shoes were both dirty now. Old Man Song frowned at Song Hong's strange, almost absent expression. He opened his mouth, intending to order Song Hang to bow his head and confess so the disaster would not spread to the rest of the Song family. But the moment the old man tried to rise, a violent pain tore through his abdomen. Could it be? Impossible. Everyone who had been seated at Song Hang's banquet table, from Old Man Song and the stepmother to Song Hang's uncle, soon discovered that none of them would escape the calamity. Their terror stood in stark contrast to Song Hang's eerie calm. He looked coldly around and took the chaos into his eyes. In those still pupils, deep as an ancient well, hardly a trace of human warmth remained. Under his gaze, people at all 10 banquet tables began collapsing one after another, from grown adults to children still too young to wipe their own noses. Old Man Song stared at Song Hang in horror, his pale lips trembling. It really was you. You did this. You deliberately poisoned our whole family. Then he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Song Hang's stepmother curled around her stomach and dragged herself toward him, trembling as she begged for mercy. Song Hang, please show mercy and spare me. No matter what. We have still been called mother and son. I don't want those silver ingots anymore. I'll return every last one to you. I don't want to die. All the shrill arrogance that had filled her voice for years was gone, replaced by terror and despair. A deeply mocking smile appeared at the corner of Song Hang's mouth. He calmly picked up the wine flask and poured himself a full cup. How did my little sister die? His voice was so tranquil it sent cold down the spine. His stepmother lowered her head. Even now, her eyes darted evasively, still trying to avoid the truth. There is only one bottle of antidote. I only want to hear the entire truth. Song Hong took out a delicate porcelain bottle and set it gently on the table. Under the cold moonlight, that tiny bottle immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It was because, before the stepmother could finish, a figure suddenly rushed over and kicked her hard in the chest. The blow was vicious. She screamed and flew backward, landing heavily. She gasped far more than she breathed and lay there groaning, unable to force out a complete sentence. The person who had kicked her was none other than Old Man Song. Ahang, let your grandfather tell you. It was all that vile woman's doing. She heartlessly tried to force your little sister to marry the 56-year-old bachelor who lives at the edge of the village. When the girl gritted her teeth and refused, that woman starved her and wouldn't let a single grain of rice pass her lips. She even allowed those adolescent boys from the village to sneak into your sister's room. Before long, the girl could no longer endure it and was forced to agree. On the day she was supposed to marry and climb into the bridal sedan, she tried to run away. She slipped, fell into the river, and drowned. Your grandfather has told you everything from the bottom of his heart. The antidote. Hurry and give me the antidote. Old Man Song sobbed as he struggled forward, stretching out a hand toward the bottle on the table. The village head of Song Family Village also gritted his teeth against the pain and crawled little by little to Song Hang's feet. Song Hang, I am the head of this village. I order you to hand over the antidote immediately. Song Hang coldly tore the hem of his robe from the village head's dirty hand. Then he casually tossed the bottle down near Old Man Song's shoes. Old Man Song was delirious with joy. Afraid that the swarming people around him would rush over and steal it, he instantly pulled out the stopper and poured every drop into his throat. The stepmother stared at the now empty bottle in utter despair. Her breathing grew weaker and weaker until it finally stopped. Suddenly, Old Man Song threw back his head and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His entire body stiffened and toppled backward. His lips twitched as he clung to the last threads of life. Not antidote! Song Hang laughed softly. Did you really imagine I would go to the trouble of preparing an antidote to save all of you? Late at night, a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a layer of bone-cold light over the human world. More than 100 people of Song Family Village lay dead. Not a living soul remained among those gathered there. Song Hong tilted his head back and stared fixedly at the pure moon until cold tears covered his cheeks. He was exhausted. With a heavy sound, his thin body collapsed onto the cold ground. Fresh blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth. His unfocused eyes stared toward the distant, silent horizon. This was probably the last time he would ever see the scenery of the mortal world. From the beginning, he had never intended to survive. Clatter, clatter. Hurried footsteps suddenly tore through the silence. Song Hong vaguely heard someone shouting his name. His long eyelashes trembled. In his blurred vision, a figure was racing toward him from far away. It was Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao, Song Hong whispered weakly. Please, don't come any closer. This place is filthy. Xiao Miaozu swept her gaze over the horrifying scene behind him, where bodies lay everywhere and blood covered the ground. She drew a sharp breath and forced her voice to remain calm. Song Hang! She rushed forward and tried to lift him by the shoulders, but there was almost no strength left in her own body. For someone with her fragile constitution, traveling such a long distance at full speed had already pushed her to the limit. System, can Song Hang still be saved? Host, it's useless. Song Hang's death was already fixed, he cannot be saved. Song Hang struggled to lift the corner of his mouth into a weary smile. His upper body rested weakly against Xiao Miaozu's chest. He faintly smelled the warm incense scent on Lord Xiao. For some reason, his eyes began to sting. Hot tears silently rolled down his cheeks. His voice broke into quiet sobs. Lord Xiao, the shoes you personally gave me, I carelessly got them dirty. Xiao Miaozu looked painfully into his eyes and comforted him in a choked voice. It doesn't matter, Song Hong. If the shoes are dirty, I'll go buy you a brand new pair. With growing anguish, she saw the gray, desolate haze in Song Hong's eyes becoming thicker and cloudier. Why did you drink the poisoned wine too? Lord Xiao, I was never going to survive this barrier anyway. Song Hong no longer cared why Lord Xiao had lowered himself to travel all the way to this remote place, nor how he had known Song Hong had drunk poison to end his own life. None of that mattered anymore. Lord Xiao, you were born with a face far too beautiful for this world. When you walk through officialdom in the future, you must be extremely careful and protect yourself. He looked up and admired Xiao Miaozu's face as though he wished to remember it, then abruptly changed the subject. Lord Xiao, would you be willing to stay a little longer and listen to a piece of my past? Xiao Miaozu's throat tightened. She managed a soft sound of agreement. From childhood until I grew up, the lesson forced into me more than any other was that harmony in the family brings prosperity. When I was 9, that shameless uncle of mine began behaving indecently toward me and touching me in ways he never should have. I was a helpless child and had no strength to resist. My own father was clearly nearby outside the door, yet he closed his eyes and pretended not to know. When the matter eventually came to light, my aunt even grabbed my hair and threatened me, forbidding me from saying another word. My uncle grew only bolder. Later, he even turned his filthy intentions toward my little sister. I fought desperately to stand between him and her. When I grew older, I finally gathered all my courage. I knelt before grandfather, crying as I told him this terrible secret. At the time, I was naive enough to believe that no matter what else happened, grandfather would surely stand behind my sister and me and give us justice. But that day, grandfather coldly forced me to swallow my tears and forgive that wretched uncle. He threatened that if I disobeyed, he would expel our entire branch from the family and confiscate all our property, including our house, fields, and farmland. Because of this, father dragged me away and beat me until I barely survived, calling his own son shameless. That uncle then mocked father for being weak. The two of them actually began fighting. Father was accidentally shoved over by him, struck his head against the edge of a table, and died. Grandfather still absolutely forbade anyone from reporting the death to the authorities. Again, he used that same old excuse. Harmony in the family brings prosperity. After father died, my stepmother lost the person she depended upon. She began looking at me with even greater disgust and treated me more harshly every day. Being allowed one full meal became a distant hope. I had to sneak into the mountains to trap a few sparrows, roast them, and use them to quiet my hunger. At my most desperate moments, I wanted only one thing: if only I could become strong and possess boundless strength. My stepmother had no livelihood of her own. She went around the village, spreading word that I was desperately poor and needed travel monies, so I could someday go to the capital for the examinations. Even now, I can no longer remember how many people in this village entered my room to take advantage of me and trample my dignity. I gritted my teeth and endured every filthy humiliation. I held on to only one thought: I had to study with everything I had. One day, I would openly take my little sister by the hand and flee this earthly hell forever. But after calculating everything, I still failed to calculate one thing. I was too late. The heavens above had never cared to listen to my tiny plan. On the day I left for the capital to sit the examination, they viciously chained my little sister up. They had already sensed that I intended to take her and escape, so they used my departure as their chance to lock her away. In the end, I did win the examination rank I wanted. Yet on that very day, my heart shattered when I learned that my little sister would never again exist in this world. Lord Xiao, I was never inferior to anyone. I even earned the rank of third laureate in the imperial examination. My only regret is that I no longer have the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with you and walk through officialdom together. That truly is such a pity. I know, Xiao Miaozu said. Song Hang, you truly are extraordinary. Someone who could break through an examination filled with the finest talents of the realm and rise brilliantly above them could never be some useless mediocrity. The blood at the corner of Song Hang's mouth would not stop flowing. The first rays of dawn appeared at the far horizon and spilled across Song Hang's pale profile. He looked so fragile that even the lightest breeze seemed capable of breaking him apart. Song Hang, I'm truly sorry. If that day I had paid a little more attention, if I had firmly stopped you from returning home, would this tragedy have taken a different path? Song Hang smiled. The smile was desolate and bitter. Lord Xiao, before I die, could you be generous enough to recite a poem for me? By then the brilliant sun had fully risen above the horizon. Warm, gentle morning light enveloped the two lonely figures. In Song Hang's nearly closing eyes, Lord Xiao seemed wrapped in a layer of dazzling golden light. Xiao Miaozu softly recited, "The forest flowers fade from springtime red far too quickly. Helplessly they bear cold rain at dawn and bitter wind at night." Lord Xiao's distinctive, resonant voice drifted beside Song Hang's ears. In Song Hang's eyes, already drained of life, another world seemed to flicker into being. He seemed to float above the vast mountains and rivers of Chu, looking down upon that wondrous land. Flowers bloomed in fragrance there. Snow and ice melted away. Then why did his heart still ache so inexplicably? His body seemed to be slowly breaking apart into countless fragments. Xiao Miaozu continued softly, "Rouge tears blur the drunken face. When shall we meet again? Life must always carry endless regret, like the river flowing forever east." When the final line ended, the last faint glimmer in Song Hang's eyes dimmed completely. The hand clutching at her slowly loosened and slipped down. At last he went entirely still in Xiao Miaozu's arms. News reached Bianjing almost immediately after Xiao Miaozu had hurried out of the imperial palace in the middle of the night. The emperor was curious. What could possibly have made Xiao Miaozu rush out of the capital at such an hour? "Your Majesty," Eunuch Rong reported, "our secret agents say Lord Xiao left the city for Song Family Village. We do not know why he was in such a hurry, but by the time the agent following him arrived, more than 100 people in Song Family Village were already dead. Song Hang had poisoned them all." "What? How did matters become this terrible?" The emperor frowned. Xiao Miaozu must have heard that system discussing something, but why would Song Hang do something so ruthless? Although the emperor had seen the young man only a handful of times, he did not believe Song Hang was someone who delighted in indiscriminate killing. The secret agent following Xiao Miaozu possessed profound inner strength and had heard Song Hang's final words before death. "Your Majesty." When Lord Xiao finally arrived after exhausting himself on the road, Song Hang was already dying. Before he passed away, he left a final account. Eunuch Rong continued his report, repeating Song Hang's words to the emperor without omitting a single word. Song Hang had accused the people of Song Family Village of forcing males into sexual exploitation and prostitution. From the village head down to the children, they had all been accomplices, committing the abuse together and covering for one another. The emperor's face immediately darkened with fury. The third-ranked laureate whom he had personally selected was dead. And in such a grievous manner. Worse still, people under imperial rule had committed deeds so depraved that their behavior was little different from beasts wearing human skin. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," Eunuch Rong said softly. After Song Hang told the full truth, he passed away. Lord Xiao recited a poem for him before the end. At least he left this world with some peace. The emperor paced heavily through the hall with his hands behind his back, unconsciously repeating one line under his breath. "Life must always carry endless regret, like the river flowing forever east." Eunuch Rong stayed completely silent, not daring even to breathe loudly. The third-ranked laureate had been personally chosen by the emperor. Whatever the circumstances behind the case, the man was now dead. The county magistrate responsible for governing that area could not possibly escape punishment. For governing his jurisdiction carelessly enough to allow such a vicious village to grow into a disaster, the magistrate was fined 1 full year's salary. The distance was not especially great. Before long, the county magistrate responsible for Song Family Village personally rode to the scene. The moment he saw bodies lying throughout the village, he was terrified. He hurriedly ordered the local constables to collect the dead and handle the aftermath properly. "Greetings, Lord Xiao." They were both 7th rank officials, so Xiao Miaozu privately thought this colleague was extraordinarily polite. She paid little attention to his deferential attitude. She simply cooperated with the questioning and gave the necessary statement. Afterward, she carried Song Hang's body away on her back. Scrape, Scrape. Beside a deep grave, a shovel rose and fell steadily. Xiao Miaozu wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, accidentally smearing a streak of red earth across her cheek. She buried Song Hang on a peaceful mountain where the breeze was cool. She thumped her aching lower back and silently thanked heaven that the system could help support her. With her own strength alone, she truly could not have completed all this. She carefully straightened Song Hang's robe one last time, reluctantly closed the coffin lid, then shoveled red earth over it little by little until the grave was completely filled. Once everything was finished, crushing sleepiness closed over Xiao Miaozu's eyes. Still hugging the handle of the shovel, she simply collapsed into deep sleep. In her hazy dreams, she was carried all the way back to the 8th prince's residence in Bianjing. At some point, Imperial Physician Hao hurried over. He inserted several acupuncture needles into Xiao Miaozu and then left again. The 8th prince sat silently at the edge of the bed, watching Xiao Miaozu after she had fainted from complete physical exhaustion. He said nothing. He merely used a basin of warm water to carefully wipe her face and hands himself. It was not until dusk that Xiao Miaozu finally woke. She felt as though the sky were about to collapse. System, what time is it? Host, it is around 6 in the evening in Bianjing. She had only closed her eyes for what felt like a moment, yet she had slept through an entire day. How had she already started arriving late for work only days after taking office? There went her attendance bonus. Then she turned and saw that the 8th prince was still in the room. She hurriedly asked with a miserable expression, "Your Highness, I did not attend morning court today. Will His Majesty deduct my salary? I already requested sick leave for you." Xiao Miaozu's eyes instantly lit up. As expected of a colleague who had gone through danger with her, their teamwork was wonderfully seamless. With such a lively, beautiful face, even when she acted up and pulled a few bizarre tricks, there was always someone willing to protect her. With a heavy heart, Xiao Miaozu told the 8th prince everything that had happened with Song Hong. "His Majesty probably learned about it long ago," the 8th prince said. "You do not need to trouble yourself over what follows. So fast? Where in this realm would the emperor not have eyes and ears?" She could not help marveling inwardly at how efficient the ancient imperial intelligence network was. The 8th prince signaled for a servant to bring in a crock of slow-cooked chicken soup, and told her to eat something. She looked at the 8th prince, then at the rich chicken soup shimmering with oil. "I'm only a guest in the prince's residence, yet I feel as though I'm recovering after childbirth. Every day I get nourishing chicken soup." At morning court the next day, Xiao Miaozu indeed pricked up her ears when the emperor mentioned the death of the 3rd-ranked laureate, and personally decreed that the county magistrate lose 1 year's salary. She immediately began whispering gossip with the system in her mind. That magistrate looked decent and friendly enough. How did such an evil village appear inside his jurisdiction? System, tell me. Did the magistrate know anything about it? He truly did not. That's exactly why the emperor showed leniency and only docked his salary instead of stripping him of office. Xiao Miaozu's gaze suddenly drifted toward General Hu's dark, gloomy face, and she remembered another piece of explosive gossip. "Oh right, why don't I see Lord Wu at court today? Is he still at home fighting with his wife? Host, this is bad. Lord Wu claimed illness today because he's secretly taking his money and preparing to flee." "What? He's abandoning both his wife and child too? A first-rank official dares abscond with money? Isn't he afraid the emperor will order him hunted down and executed?" Lord Wu has always clung tightly to the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince clearly recorded his name in a private ledger. Now that the 3rd prince has fallen, the truth coming out is only a matter of time. So Lord Wu hurriedly made secret contact with a high official from the state of Hua. That man happens to be attracted to men. The moment he saw Lord Wu's jade-pale skin, he became infatuated with him. The two of them have secretly joined forces. Their gold, silver, and belongings are already packed and ready to go. What? So Lord Wu even has a male lover? First he had a wife and child, and now a passionate sweetheart appears. He really is something. Xiao Miaozu was astonished by how quickly Lord Wu changed direction and how carefully he acted. The moment he wanted the 3rd prince as a backer, he managed to squeeze into that faction. The instant the 3rd prince collapsed, Lord Wu immediately smelled danger and found a new refuge in the state of Hua. System, do you think the constables will discover that Lord Wu is preparing to flee with his assets? That would be extremely difficult. No one would dream that Lord Wu actually dared run away. Unless, of course, some Ministry of Revenue official just happened to open the ledger containing evidence of Lord Wu's bribes today. Exactly which page is it hidden on? In a fairly new ledger. Page 5. Meng Tingzhou, the Assistant Minister of Revenue, stood nearby listening in stunned silence, cold sweat gathering on his skin. So the strange voice he had heard beside his ears all this time truly was Xiao Miaozu's inner voice. What shocked him even more was that the mysterious thing called a system knew every detail. Meng Tingzhou's faction had indeed located the third prince's private ledger, and inside it was a long list clearly recording officials who had taken bribes. The Assistant Minister of Revenue took a deep breath and forced down the turbulence in his heart until he recovered a calm appearance. Then he stepped out from the ranks. "Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report." The Emperor gestured for him to continue. Meng Tingzhou spoke solemnly. "Your Majesty, during the Ministry of Revenue's examination and reconciliation of public accounts today, I was alarmed to discover that an official within the court has accepted bribes and violated the law. Moreover, we have obtained solid evidence that cannot be denied." The Emperor stroked his beard. "Who?" As if guided by some invisible force, Meng Tingzhou decisively opened the relatively new ledger to page 5. "Lord Wu. The third prince has only just fallen, and Lord Wu unexpectedly requested sick leave today. I fear he may be preparing to make a desperate escape and transfer his property away." The Emperor narrowed his eyes. "You mean?" Meng Tingzhou bowed his head. "I believe the court should immediately dispatch men to Lord Wu's residence and arrest him before he can flee beyond the reach of the law and create future trouble for Chu. I volunteer to lead the troops and capture the traitor." Hu Qingming suddenly stepped forward to request the assignment. The entire court turned to stare at him. Their curious looks left Meng Tingzhou somewhat puzzled. Why were all the civil and military officials looking at General Hu that way? The Emperor restrained his sharp gaze. "Granted." Xiao Miaozu's eyes widened, sparkling with gossip. "Oh, this is interesting." The Ministry of Revenue really did act with extraordinary speed. They were astonishingly efficient. Xiao Miaozu was not willing to stand around like a wooden statue either. She had barely dragged herself to morning court, but already every pore in her body itched to join the excitement. She quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I also request permission to accompany them and assist." Someone never lacked excuses to leave the palace on official business, especially when it meant escaping ordinary work and sneaking away to have fun. The Emperor cleared his throat. "Beloved Minister Xiao, you only requested sick leave yesterday. Can your health endure this?" Xiao Miaozu patted her chest eagerly. "Thank you for your Majesty's compassionate concern. The moment I heard those gracious words, I felt so invigorated that I could eat 2 enormous bowls of rice at once." Inside, however, she was howling. "My conscience suddenly hurts. His Majesty is personally asking after my health, and all I'm thinking about is inventing an excuse to avoid work and go have fun. No, this isn't right at all. Next time I slip away from work, I absolutely have to think of a more perfect excuse. As for making her stop slacking off entirely, that was never going to happen." The entire court sank into deathly silence. Every official lowered his head several more inches. "Fine," the Emperor finally said with helpless resignation. "Beloved Minister Xiao may accompany them and assist." During the journey, Hu Qingming repeatedly glanced toward Meng Tingzhou, silently communicating with his eyes. "You can hear it too? So can you? Then you already know everything? So you understand the whole matter as well?" The 2 older men turned their heads away at the same moment and stopped looking at each other. Neither had any idea that behind them, a pair of gossip-hungry eyes was burning brilliantly. From Xiao Miaozu's increasingly dramatic perspective, that silent exchange looked exactly like a male lead who had only just escaped imprisonment and a general who had rushed back to the capital from thousands of miles away, trading sword-sharp looks in a tragic romance of mutual resentment. In Xiao Miaozu's imagination, Lord Meng accused, "I suffered exile in prison. Where were you? Was I ever in your heart at all?" General Hu retorted, "What are you implying? I rode thousands of miles back here in a desperate rush. Who do you think I did that for? Now you're getting impatient with me. If you insist on thinking of me that way, there's nothing I can do. I'm exhausted." "You're exhausted? If we don't settle this face-to-face today, then none of us will know peace, Lord Xiao." General Hu ground out the 3 words through clenched teeth. "General Hu, I'm here! Right here!" Xiao Miaozu abruptly came back to herself and answered with a broad, guilty smile. Her gaze fixed on General Hu's dark face, she immediately noticed his openly unfriendly expression and secretly sniffed with smug understanding. Look at that face. One glance and anyone could tell he had just been sulking at somebody. Now he was redirecting his anger at her. Meng Tingzhou was utterly impressed. He could not imagine how Xiao Miaozu's skull contained enough room for such wildly elaborate fantasies. There truly seemed to be nothing she did not dare imagine. Then he suddenly remembered the emperor's extremely peculiar expression during morning court. Could it be that he and General Hu were not the only ones who could hear Xiao Miaozu's inner voice? Could His Majesty hear it too? The more Meng Tingzhou considered the possibility, the more certain he became. Xiao Miaozu told herself to be generous and forgive someone currently troubled by affairs of the heart. She therefore took the initiative to speak first. Lord Meng, General Hu, how do you plan to capture Lord Wu? General Hu answered, what is there to plan? Break down the door, charge in, and tie him up. Meng Tingzhou frowned slightly. Xiao Miaozu offered a suggestion. Why don't we divide our forces in two? You two lead troops to seal off the Wu residence. I'll take another group and block the waterways. If that old fox avoids the city gates and escapes by water instead, we'll have a problem. Then that's what we'll do. General Hu waved a hand and specifically assigned several experts to accompany and protect Xiao Miaozu. Behind him followed a large group of experienced men who specialized in searching residences and confiscating assets. Xiao Miaozu led her detachment according to the system's directions and surrounded the dock where a boat was preparing to depart. Just as expected, the moment she arrived, she spotted Lord Wu looking furtively from side to side. His disguise was especially ridiculous. He had smeared his face and neck yellow, but the wrist that accidentally showed beneath his sleeve remained dazzlingly pale as jade. A faint, satisfied smile lifted Xiao Miaozu's lips. She flicked her hand, signaling the soldiers to tighten the encirclement little by little. Lord Wu seemed to sense danger approaching. Gooseflesh rose all over him. His panicked eyes darted around and he suddenly turned, intending to sprint onto the boat and escape. Xiao Miaozu called loudly after him. Lord Wu! What a small world! Ah no, I mean what an extraordinary coincidence. You called in sick and skipped morning court today because you decided to change careers and become a fisherman? Lord Wu's feet stopped at once. Despite his yellow-painted face, he forced himself to appear dignified and calm. Lord Xiao, what sort of nonsense is that? I merely had some free time and came to the docks to enjoy the scenery. Xiao Miaozu clasped both hands behind her back and strolled forward leisurely. Enjoy the scenery? With that absurd disguise and a boat already loaded with trunks, ready to cast off. Don't tell me you're planning to do something that troubles your conscience. Lord Wu understood immediately. It had to be that mysterious system again, whispering to Xiao Miaozu and exposing his secrets. A vicious cold light flashed through his eyes. Without warning, he pulled a sharp dagger from inside his robe, lunged toward the boatman beside him, and pressed the blade to the man's throat. Stay where you are, he screamed wildly. No one takes another step, or I'll stab him to death. Xiao Miaozu's brows drew together. At the same time, the thunder of rapidly approaching hoofbeats rolled in from the distance. General Hu and Meng Tingzhou had found the Wu residence empty, and had rushed here in pursuit, leading mounted soldiers behind them. Among the pursuing group, a dark-skinned young man suddenly appeared. He staggered toward Lord Wu. Father, you would really abandon your son, my younger sister, and mother? Father, why are you trying to run away? Were the things General Hu said just now really true? The young man's voice trembled violently, and his eyes gradually reddened with tears. He was the family's sole legitimate male heir. Earlier, when imperial troops surrounded the residence, his mother and younger sister had been frightened into tears. He had hurried to seek help from his grandparents, only to discover that neither of them was in their room. His mind had gone numb with shock. In that instant, he realized the bitter truth. His grandparents and father had not simply gone out. They had sensed disaster coming and fled long ago. He, his mother, and his younger sister had been discarded like unwanted cats and dogs. He wanted to scream and demand an explanation. His mother and father had always acted like an affectionate married couple. How could his father now abandon them so heartlessly? Lord Wu clearly had not expected the boy to appear and disrupt everything. When he also saw the growing pursuit force arriving behind him, his mind became even more frantic. The dagger in his hand trembled and cut into the boatman's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. The sight immediately made the surrounding onlookers cry out in fear. Seeing his father's madness with his own eyes, the young man became even more desperate. He started to rush forward to stop him, but Xiao Miaozu quickly grabbed his arm. Don't go over there, it's too dangerous. The young man turned and roared at her, but that's my father. He was tall, broad, and strong as an ox. With a casual swing of his arm, he sent Xiao Miaozu, who barely had the strength to restrain a chicken, tumbling away. Xiao Miaozu rolled several times before stopping. Could this brat be some younger version of Long Ocean? That ox-like strength is wildly abnormal, nothing like an ordinary person's. Or did he inherit a gene for limitless strength from his biological father? Standing on the bank with his arms folded, Hu Qingming unconsciously rubbed the tip of his nose. He looked embarrassed on the outside, but deep inside he was absurdly proud. People of the Hu family were simply born this way. From the moment they entered the world, their bloodline gave them overwhelming strength. It was an extraordinary inborn gift. Nothing could be done about it. Ironically, the word father from the young man's mouth became the spark that burned through the last scraps of Lord Wu's decayed pride and ignited all the resentment inside him. He glared at the imposing Hu Qingming on the bank and then fixed a venomous stare on the son he had spent years feeding and raising. "You are nothing but a filthy bastard. Don't call me father." Lord Wu burst into savage laughter. "Your miserable life came from that vile mother of yours secretly sleeping with another man. Your mother is an adulterous woman, and you are the bastard she produced." The young man looked as though lightning had struck directly through his skull. His entire body went rigid. "Father, what nonsense are you saying? How could I possibly not carry your blood? That's baseless." "Impossible," Lord Wu spat contemptuously. "You wretched bastard, don't you know in your own heart whether you truly carry Wu blood? Every member of my Wu family is born with skin pale as jade. Never once has our clan produced someone black as charcoal like you." The young man's lips trembled. He opened his mouth, desperately wanting to argue, but his throat seemed blocked by a stone and not even a strangled sound emerged. Deep inside, he had wondered about this before. Why, in such a large family, was his face alone so much darker than everyone else's? Had his mother really cuckolded his father, slept with another man, and given birth to him? Just as the atmosphere tightened to the breaking point, Xiao Miaozu's irritatingly mocking voice cut straight through it. "Well, Lord Wu, you're lying to a child again. You're already trying to flee, yet you're still reversing right and wrong and inventing accusations. The truth is perfectly clear. You're the one who cannot father children, so you shamelessly pushed all the blame onto the woman instead." The young man stood there in complete confusion. What turn had this story taken now? His father could not father children. Then where had he himself come from? "You're slandering me," Lord Wu shouted. "You're in league with that adulterous woman and deliberately inventing lies to destroy my good name." He hated Xiao Miaozu to the bone. This wet-behind-the-ears brat dug through every hidden corner of his life, and his mouth chattered as loudly as a gossiping woman. "You don't have to foam at the mouth and shout so loudly," Xiao Miaozu said lazily, digging a finger into her ear. "Shouting louder doesn't make you right. If you're truly a brave and upright man, strip off your clothes right here and let everyone see for themselves why you could never father a child. And that is without even mentioning that tiny shriveled little thing of yours, no bigger than a little chili pepper." Though she claimed she had not mentioned it, Xiao Miaozu raised her little finger and wiggled it mockingly. The surrounding crowd could no longer restrain themselves. Strange, shrill laughter broke out everywhere, filled with ridicule. Lord Wu's face shifted from green to deathly white. His miserable reaction already told everyone more than enough. Xiao Miaozu continued. "Think back to what really happened. You were the one who forced your wife into that situation. You personally arranged for another man to father a child with her so you could later bring the baby home and openly raise him as a descendant of the Wu family. Your wife cared about your miserable pride and tried to protect your reputation. Even when the whole world gossiped about her, falsely called her unfaithful, and condemned her without cause, she gritted her teeth and endured it. She never once stepped forward to clear her own name. She sacrificed that much, and in return you call her an adulteress. Has your conscience ever made you feel even the slightest shame toward her?" Then Xiao Miaozu delivered the final blow. "And speaking of all this, if everyone had known from the beginning that you were like a castrated rooster that could not lay an egg, do you really think any woman with clear eyes would willingly climb into a bridal sedan and marry you? So he's infertile. He hid it well enough. He married a wife and did not even treat her properly. What a sin." People in the crowd leaned together and whispered, "Exactly. I really thought his wife had been unfaithful. He made the whole story sound so convincing. What do any of you know? Shut up! All of you shut up!" Lord Wu, enraged by humiliation, screamed at the crowd. Instead of falling silent, the crowd became even noisier. The dagger in Lord Wu's hand waved wildly. He even nicked himself with it without realizing. The young man standing not far away stared at his father's crazed behavior with fear and estrangement. It was as though, for the first time in his life, he was truly seeing the man his father was. Images of his father's ugly face whenever he cursed him, and his mother repeatedly flashed through his mind. "Wu Tianshan, I want to divorce you." Madame Wu walked slowly out from the crowd. Her clothing was elegant and proper, but tear tracks ran down both cheeks, showing that she had just been crying. She had never wanted to make the matter public. She had thought everyone would mock and condemn her. Unexpectedly, most people could still distinguish right from wrong. The support of those strangers around her gave rise to a strange strength deep in her heart, one that had not come from relatives or acquaintances, but from people she had never met before. Madame Wu walked directly in front of Lord Wu and looked steadily at his distorted, vicious face. With unwavering determination, she repeated herself. Wu Tianshan, I, a legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, want to divorce you. Lord Wu's eyes turned bloodshot when he heard his wife demand a divorce. You dare? A vile woman like you. Once you leave me, who else would ever be willing to take you in? The young man suddenly stepped in front of his mother. Father, I won't allow you to insult mother like that. Wu Tianshan was so enraged by his own son that his entire body trembled. He raised the dagger and thrust viciously toward the young man. At the critical instant, a dark-faced, powerfully built man shot out from the crowd and kicked the dagger from Wu Tianshan's hand. It was Hu Qingming. Madame Wu looked slightly embarrassed when she saw him and turned her eyes away. The young man did not notice the unusual change in his mother's expression at all. Good. Well done. Quite a few people on both sides of the riverbank applauded and cheered. General Hu's hand closed around Wu Tianshan like an iron clamp. After another burst of confusion, the guards finally dragged Wu Tianshan's father and mother out from beneath the boat's cabin, where the elderly couple had been hiding. Both carried large and small bundles so heavy that their backs bent beneath the weight. From the shapes pressing against the cloth, it was obvious that the bundles contained plenty of pearls, jade, and other valuables. Xiao Miaozu immediately offered another suggestion. General Hu, instead of slowly accumulating virtue one good deed at a time, why don't we start with this one and take them to the prefectural office first? For sentencing this heartless man who abandoned his wife, let the two of them formally divorce. Hu Qingming nodded. Lord Xiao, Meng Tingzhou said hesitantly. Under ordinary procedure, that is not how such a case is handled. Xiao Miaozu tugged Meng Tingzhou aside by the hem of his robe and lowered her voice. Lord Meng, Wu Tianshan's crime is serious enough to condemn 3 branches of his clan to extermination. But the Wu family's boy is not actually of Wu blood, so he does not belong among those 3 branches in the first place. Doing this now is simply clearing the path in advance. Meng Tingzhou blinked. There was actually an argument for doing it this way? It sounded somewhat plausible, although the more he thought about it, the less it matched ordinary legal procedure. What puzzled him even more was General Hu's attitude. From beginning to end, the man had worn an expression tight as a bowstring. Meng Tingzhou had even expected this hulking black bear of a general to throw one punch and kill Wu Tianshan on the spot. Instead, General Hu had actually listened obediently to Xiao Miaozu's suggestion. That was far beyond Meng Tingzhou's expectations. When Xiao Miaozu saw that Lord Meng did not object further, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost blurted it out. Lord Meng surely can't see that this young fellow is actually General Hu's own child, can he? Meng Tingzhou remained completely silent. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the young man, then studied General Hu's face, including that same dark complexion, rich as soy sauce. At this point, Meng Tingzhou felt as though nothing in human affairs could surprise him anymore. Madame Wu quietly followed behind Hu Qingming. Her lingering gaze rested on the man's broad back. That tall, upright back was like a solid mountain, giving her an immense sense of security. Ever since returning home the other day, she had secretly sent people to investigate every detail of Hu Qingming's military career. She was now completely certain that he was her son's biological father. Her lips moved. She wanted to tell him that the two of them shared a child. She imagined Hu Qingming's reaction when he learned such shocking news. Perhaps he would become furious. Perhaps he would be stunned speechless. Yet when the words reached her lips, Madame Wu hesitated again. She did not want her son to meet his biological father under such awkward circumstances. More than that, she feared Hu Qingming might suspect that mother and son were deliberately trying to climb toward wealth and status and had designed a trap for him. She could not bear the thought that he might therefore despise her child. No matter what happened to her, she still wanted to entrust her son to Su Qingming's, so the boy would not be implicated by Wu Tianshan's crimes. Her instincts told her that Wu Tianshan had brought an enormous disaster upon himself. Otherwise, imperial troops would never have mobilized so easily. Hu Qingming's heart was no calmer. He could feel the woman's gaze following him from behind. The palms hidden deep inside his sleeves were already sweating from nervousness. This restless tension was even greater than the pressure of life and death he felt when facing an enemy on the battlefield. He straightened his back and continued forward with steady, determined steps, using his own powerful body to block the surrounding scrutiny and pressure from reaching Madame Wu. Wu Tianshan's mouth fired insults without pause. First he cursed Madame Wu loudly and viciously. Then he turned on the young man beside her. By the time his filthy abuse shifted towards Xiao Miaozu, she heard only the beginning. Xiao Miaozu, do you really think? Wu Tianshan's voice abruptly died, as though an invisible hand had clamped around his throat. A moment later he cried out and coughed up a mouthful of bright blood. His throat could produce only several rough, broken sounds. Oh. Xiao Miaozu quickly dodged aside. She had thought Wu Tianshan suffered from some hidden illness. Had he not been barking energetically just moments ago? Why had his voice suddenly stopped working? What was he trying to spit out? Host, aside from that little chili pepper problem of his, Wu Tianshan does not have any major physical defect. He was probably trying to curse you. Let him curse if he wants. I'm not the one guilty of betraying the state. Wu Tianshan's eyes now contained overwhelming fear mixed with pleading. The meaning was obvious. Lord Xiao, you're a good person. A good person shouldn't hold grudges against a petty man. Please be magnanimous. Xiao Miaozu raised her face proudly and flashed him a mocking grin that conveyed her answer with perfect precision. Dream on. Meng Tingzhou, however, keenly noticed that a hidden expert had just struck and completely destroyed Wu Tianshan's ability to speak. Someone capable of acting with such lightning speed and extraordinary skill could only belong to the emperor. Such decisive action could have only one purpose. Someone did not want Xiao Miaozu to hear the filthy abuse Wu Tianshan had been about to spew. Xiao Miaozu's inner voice was like a funnel. In front of the emperor, everything flowed out without concealment. She had no secrets at all and therefore posed no hidden threat. In another sense, having no secrets was itself a form of loyalty. No wonder His Majesty valued and favored her so highly. A crafty glint flashed through Meng Tingzhou's eyes before he immediately returned to his calm expression. At the prefectural office, Prefect Cheng ruled with astonishing speed and immediately approved the divorce. Everything happened so quickly that even Madame Wu did not have time to recover from her astonishment. The young man supported his mother. Both wore expressions of helpless confusion. In a single short day, far too many earth-shaking changes had descended upon them. Mother, are you all right? I'm fine, son. Do you blame me for making this decision? The young man silently shook his head. So many changes had arrived in one day that he simply could not absorb them all at once. He needed more time to come to terms with everything. Perhaps the road ahead would be covered in thorns, but he had no intention of blaming his mother. General Hu suddenly moved close to Xiao Miaozu. Lord Xiao, come over here for a moment. I have something I'd like to ask your advice about. Once the two withdrew into a secluded corner, Xiao Miaozu asked cautiously, What is it, General Hu? The hulking black bear of a general scratched his head and tugged awkwardly at his ears before speaking. Well, I want to marry Madame Wu. Do you think the two of us have any hope? I feel that Madame Wu and I have an extraordinary fate together. Even her son is strangely pleasing to my eyes. Xiao Miaozu's eyes widened like bronze bells. What explosive news. Of course you have an extraordinary fate. That brat carries your bloodline. She clenched a fist near her mouth and coughed softly, then began interrogating him. Have you ever taken a wife? Any concubines or bedchamber maids? No, never. Have you recently promised yourself to any young woman or exchanged vows with anyone? Absolutely not. During all your years campaigning on battlefields and traveling through towns and cities, did you leave behind any beloved woman hidden deep in your heart? General Hu was genuinely impressed by Xiao Miaozu's worldly sharpness. Under the rapid questioning, he almost became tongue-tied. When I was 22, I was involved with a woman. Later, I discovered that there was a problem with her identity, and she was executed. Xiao Miaozu nodded thoughtfully. That could be considered safely past the test. After all, at his age, it would have been strange if he were still completely inexperienced. One final question. Are you entangled with or hopelessly devoted to any widow? Absolutely not. Xiao Miaozu immediately transformed into the realm's greatest strategist of romance. She leaned close to General Hu's ear and whispered several pieces of advice. The general nodded repeatedly, entirely convinced. Although the two had deliberately lowered their voices, fragments of their suspiciously intimate conversation still drifted into Madame Wu's ears. Her ears flushed hot and red. Madame Wu took her son's hand, walked up to General Hu, and offered her thanks.